Hello? Yosifer, thank you so much for continuing your sub. I appreciate it, man. It's me. My frames, wow, they have returned. Hello! I have good news. And it's that there are kitties who are playing right now. Look at them go. They restless. My goodness. Such extravagant little creatures they are. Unstoppable even. How are you all doing today? Good, I hope. I am eating. Rude. How is my dearest friends today? I'm doing good. I've got nice, delicious, spicy. Oh gosh, what's it called? I have Thai food. Lion City. Chicken with ultra thin noodles and peas and such. And carrots. They're like pretty like floral looking ones with an onion. It's an onion. Lulu! I had an epiphany last night after you left. Because I realized something fucking... So, Lulu, you know how, like... How would I put this? How, like, everyone in the VR chat roleplay space really needs or thinks that, like, chill days, with finger quotations, are bad things? Like they think that they need to have, like, things exploding from, like, the mod team in order to have a good time. Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. I figured out why. Lulu, you, myself, Silent, Shin, all of those people of our friend group during the art days, and like all of the other role plays before we went into VR chat, I figured out why that happened. Just plugging in something real quick. Hold on. I want to have hands now because I'm like talking and I'm like flailing my fingers in every direction. Lulu, this is an entirely unique thing to VR chat. I'm like VR chat roleplays. It's and the reason for it is because most, if not, like a vast majority of the VR chat roleplay space, VR chat was their first ever roleplay. And you know that thing that new role players do where they think they need to like injure their character or have them be depressed constantly to make it like actual character development? It's basically that, but even more. Because all of the different roleplay groups, like way back when VR Chat Roleplay was first starting, all that they know are these certain roleplays that predated, like the moment that VR Chat Roleplay started to get serious, it had to have things exploding constantly. And I realize it's because people don't know how to make characters that are just fun to be. You know what I mean? Like they don't know how to make a character that is able to be fun when they aren't in a scenario that puts their life at risk. So basically, what's happening is that a vast majority, people did have to just sit and talk as a character for 12 hours like we have. Yes, but that's the thing, Lulu. That is the case for every single different roleplay server. It's not a unique kind of training, Lulu. That is how every roleplay server is like. Because they would ordinarily only have an event like once a month or two. And sometimes even like only around holidays. So it's like, So I was like sitting and I was wondering like why was it different for VR chat, right? You mean as opposed to VR? Yeah. But like that's the case for like text RP, that's the case for like I can't speak to like MMO RPs, but like oh my god. But even I know that for some MMO RPs it was like that even. You grew up on shit that had no DMs at all. We only had villains if one of our group got bored and decided to make a villain to come harass us all. Yeah, I mean that's part of the thing, right? Also, hi Lulu!
I'm prepping for my D&D session, but I figured I'd come in here to have this conversation instead of typing.
Yo, fair.
I have many thoughts.
Yeah?
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that VR chat suffers from the same sort of syndrome that original Twitch RP suffered from. Mm-hmm. Which is that people made a lot of tropish characters who always needed things going on around them.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, needed things to happen to them. But when we got into like later end RP stuff and ARC, we were just vibing as characters existing in their normal lives. And then occasionally shit would happen. And that was fine for us.
Yeah, but that's the case for like all particularly seasoned role players, though.
Yeah.
Like that is always the experience. Is that But yeah, you're right because Twitch RP for a lot of people was their first ever RP experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what ended up happening is like there are people who like in your own words they made tropish characters were basically punch in your face impressions that didn't have any actual like depth to them. Or what depth was there was mostly superficial. They couldn't really take it that far. So they didn't know how to like develop their characters. They didn't know how to make a character long-lasting fun. Which was in part because they just didn't really have any... I think some of it is that they just don't have any lore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they don't... Like if we talk about Stark, we don't just talk about Stark. We talk about his company. We talk about how his ties to EOS, what he thinks about EOS, how EOS has affected him, his parents, and like how that has affected him psychologically. And going beyond that, there's the whole like artifacts thing with like the actual company itself. Like there's a lot you can sink your teeth into.
Mm-hmm.
But most other characters, or other big, when you have someone who is new to roleplay, they don't know how to add that depth. So they end up just running into a wall when there isn't stuff that they can simply react to. Which at that point, it's not roleplay, it's reacting instead of acting, is what I said last night.
I think it's the difference between... I mean, yes, I think there actually is a type of, like, improv-ish acting that VR chat does. Mm-hmm. Whereas some of us, me, you, and Silent namely, are very much method actors where we just go into the mind space of the character we had built and we just become that character for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Very different style.
Not even necessarily like styles. Because I've noticed that anyone who roleplays long enough ends up getting that. But it takes a long time for people to figure out how to do that.
Mm.
Or they haven't actually made a character that in-depth, so they don't know that they can't do that. Because what ends up happening, right, is that when you have to, like, sit and think, like, oodles and canoodles about how a character should respond to a situation, you're already taken out of the situation, right? Oh my goodness, they're fighting!
I think a really good example of this that I can think of recently is actually from literature, and I was reading someone's examination of literature and how stories tell stories, and how a story that picks up in the middle of its story is more entertaining than a story that starts in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes it seem like the world existed and was around and present before you open that book. And I think that's the difference between being a reaction person and not, because with us, we define our characters by the interactions of their past.
Yep.
We're starting not from the beginning, we're starting from a point past things that have already transpired.
Yeah, we usually start them out on like a precipice where they could become anything, but they still have a lot of build-up through that brings them to that point. To where you actually sit and think, well, I don't know what's going to happen because I need to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But they would have inclination towards certain paths because of their upbringing, or maybe depending on their environment, they might not be able to see what's basically right in front of them, among other things. Hi, Scion!
Yeah.
What up, bitch?
Not much, bitch! You hear what we were talking about?
No, I got no fucking idea. Something about a book and coming in halfway through or something with characters.
We're talking about how there are people who don't know how to make roleplay without events. Or they don't know how to, how would I put this? Have fun without having, like, the DMs, like, making some things explode, basically. And how it's, like, a thing that's particularly, like, this... There are people who go through this. It's always newer roleplayers. But, like, the sheer, like, amount of it that's been going on is like almost exclusive. Like there's like
just
an excuse
like everywhere.
Yeah, but it's like exclusive to VR chat, and where like the majority of the people there have that feeling. But that's because of a majority of the people who roleplay in VR chat it's their first roleplay experience.
Yeah,
ever.
I mean that happened in the Storm SMP.
Yes, it did.
I have another take, at least when it comes to VR chat, though.
Yeah.
And that is that the way VR chat used to be set up.
Yes.
Is that you basically had to create scenes to roleplay in. So you had to gather people and schedule a time to have a scene. And that basically means that every time you did that and went through that effort, you did it because something was going on. And not just to do chill stuff as often. And I think that maybe that mentality leads into it a little bit, at least for VR chat.
It depends, because sometimes that was the case. Sometimes it wasn't. There were, at least in the beginning of, like, when the VR chat roleplay was swerving towards the serious, that was the case. But then there was, like, a point just after that where you found a lot more people doing just straight-up chill lobbies. Just all the time. And then people would actually make their own roleplay to some extent, or the people who did do that usually were swarmed by other people because there was always something interesting going on with them, right? This might actually be the source of like why the "hey, can I talk to you for a second" actually end up happening. I'm not talking about AA. I'm talking about like other roleplays.
I mean, the "hey, can I talk to you for a second" thing is a thing that
yes,
always existed in groups that oh, hey, we're all getting smooches, except for you apparently.
That's fine.
The "hey, can I talk to you" thing has always been like a thing that exists in any medium where there are a lot of people, because how else are you going to have direct character to character interaction without impeding on the rest of the story?
Mm-hmm.
It's basically it's the only way to drag a character from the, like, even at a D&D table.
Yep.
Where you have, like a group of people, occasionally you have to split from the group to go and have that interaction.
Yep.
With those people, on a one-to-one basis. So you have to do some form of a, hey, for some reason, come over here so me and you can conversate away from everyone else. So it's just been memed to high hell because of the hilarity that is the...
Yeah.
Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Hey, can I talk to you for a second? It's okay.
You just gotta avoid using that exact sentence.
People still joke about it even if you do. But
Just walk up and say, "Get the fuck over here."
Salutations, may I congregate with you for a moment?
Oh, don't
Jesus
be a
Christ.
thesaurus boy. Fucking exact same
No,
sentence.
That's fun. I don't mind that, but it made me shoot straight into Trails of Cold Steel for some reason. Or fucking Final Fantasy, the MMORPG.
I mean, yeah,
they actually talk like that.
Uri Angel,
What
eat my heart out.
hell do you mean? Over and over and over and over and over and over again.
I mean, some of them aren't that bad, but Uri Angel is is very much the man who if you do not pay attention to what that man is saying, you're just hearing a lot of this and those and thous, and you're like, okay, cool, man, cool, thanks.
Yeah, sport. Really appreciate what you're doing here, but
He does speak cursive. Doc is right.
I fucking love that phrase.
Very fancy.
Oh, there's a stare down between cats right now. Oh. Let me go.
Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na.
But yeah, yeah, no, you're right though. Like sometimes that's the only way that you can actually have like character moments is that you have to have that one-on-one time. But you can't do that when the plot's like exploding every 6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
It's like those moments that are always like when the whole fucking table comes to life, you know what I mean?
And I think the exploding moments are only made good if you've had enough calm moments in between.
Yes.
Because it's like if you had one thing you could eat your entire life, what would it be? Well, that would be an awful situation. Because if you had steak every day, you'd want something, literally anything else.
Yep.
So if you have nothing but combat, death, destruction, eventually you need something else. You need that spice.
I feel like the lack of those calm things makes the whole "hey, can I talk to you for a second" even better, though, right? Like, it's the fucking end of the world, everyone's dying, and someone's like, "Hey, can I talk?" It's like, hey, I don't think now's the right time.
Listen, it is very much for that reason, Siam, that I think the show Umbrella Academy is glorious. Because they thrive in just being like, chaos is happening, but we need to have a conversation.
Talk about what you said to my girlfriend yesterday.
Like, literally, the world is ending, and you want to have this talk now? And they're like, yeah, we're having this talk fucking right now. Okay, cool.
Like, wow.
Oh, he actually talked. You guys got to hear his voice?
Oh, legend.
Yeah, that's why I'm recording, so I can just put that on repeat to myself when I'm going to bed. Thank God.
I can now raise my counter to the amount of times I've heard him speak since I've known you to 3.
I've only heard him ever talk 3 times.
Despite having known you for like 10 years.
It's like he's in jail and he's got like that chalk, like fucking tally marks on the wall.
I'll just go ahead and.
Let me just
there we go. There's the third
one. But I will say though that Umbrella Academy is, of course, an entirely different medium. It's a TV show, and even then, the TV Umbrella Academy is able to actually show people's character moments without other people. Like you, the nice part about Umbrella Academy is that all of the characters are uniquely interesting in their own ways, just even in a vacuum. So you can just have like a whole story following like only one of them at a time. And you're still basically getting the, not exactly the chill day experience, but also because it's, you know, a TV show, they're directly throwing like the entire point of the character at your face, which is like, fucking, oh no, I wasn't even thinking of Umbrella Academy for a second there, but the one girl who has like, do you want to know a secret? She can control anyone at any time, and they thoroughly explore the consequences of having an ability like that. Being able to just take away someone else's control and how much it affects her like private life, her romantic life, her fucking external life, like everything. So basically they're doing the same thing, even without having things explode, so to speak.
Well, I agree on the TV thing. I just meant more on the the ability to make chill in the middle of chaos is a very unique thing to that series.
Yes.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen a medium in which they are so well prepared to just be like, hey, everything's going to shit. All of these things are occurring. But literally, hey, can I talk to you for a second? As things are exploding around them. Like,
yep.
I strive to have a character like that one day. That would be. powerful. Hey, Wolf.
I will. But yeah, like,
Talking philosophy.
no, we're continuing on the conversation that I had last night.
You're telling her the epiphany.
Yes. And now we're going into like different like areas of it, because like because now that I have Lulu here, who knows exactly what I'm talking about. There's a lot more meat to it. But
No, it's more meat to the weird idiosyncrasies that are the roleplay and how characters and the medium can define interesting stories that are so completely different than other mediums. That's why I love it so much.
Yeah, and how people and their expectations and cultures intersect with it.
it's not even like perceptions and cultures, so to speak. It's just that VR chat is such a unique beast in how it got started, and that most of them are brand new role players that they actually don't know how to. They don't know how to carry themselves, because they're Lulu put it in a very good way before, is that they basically they make tropes instead of like actual characters, which so they don't have any like actual depth to work with. And then like I extrapolated upon it more, where they don't have like, sure they have a backstory, but they don't have like, there wasn't like a story. Like basically whenever you want to make a setting or a book interesting, is that you start in the middle of the book instead of the beginning of the book. So you should have a bunch of stuff there to dissect or go through, and you did this with Aurum even, with like his whole like family and like how like everyone like why he's in the surface to begin with, etc, etc, etc. But yeah, it's basically stuff like that. And when a character has that, they're just way more intriguing to roleplay with in general, because you know that there is something there. You know that if you keep talking to them, that you will find out something like an actual like a secret, or like the reason they are why they are. And I'm going to I'm gonna put some people on blast here. While it is good to sometimes take inspirations from your real life, if the only thing that you can think of for your character to talk about for their past is you injecting a story from your life, that's sort of the problem, right? You should already know what your character's childhood was like. You should know what it was like, what their relationship with their family was like, with their culture, with their city, or wherever they grew up in. Like, what was a thing that they commonly did when they were a child? How did they spend their time? What did something change in their family life that like ultimately changed how he or she views it, among other things.
I try to do that a lot with Michael, particularly. He's very difficult and easy at the same time. It's weird. He's doing Canopins is weird, and you know this because you play.
You have to leave to go and do D&D. But I will leave you with there's a difference in the reward you get from speaking to someone and learning that they, for example, are an introvert because they had someone they spoke everything to as a loss in their life, and like knowing that is the reason they are the way they are versus they are playing an introverted character. Like there's a difference between having that defined as a trait because of a past incident that is aware and that was prepared before, and they played off that character that way because of that, versus I am just an introvert. Like having that
me myself, the player, is an introvert
makes a lot more. I mean, the player can be an introvert. You can have aspects of a character in your characters.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a player in your characters. The character just can't be more aspects of the player than they are the character.
Yes.
I mean, for example, like, a lot of my characters, I think I've discussed this on your channel before, Christy, is a lot of my characters are me taking a particular point of my mindsets in the world, cranking it to 100, and then just kind of seeing what that character will do on a grander scale. So, like,
yes.
for Stark, it was, I personally do have some psychopathic tendencies, partway because of my upbringing and partway because of my schooling, and having to be a more intellectual-minded person occasionally comes with those sort of downfalls with life. you don't become as empathetic if you have to see dead bodies every day. It would be very difficult for me to do my job if I was more empathetic as a person. So I thought, what would a person be like if they were completely sent that way? And how would a person get that way? And my initial thoughts were their upbringing has a lot to do with that, because my upbringing had a lot to do with that. And from there, I built the character of Stark. So that it was an initial basis in something that was personal to me, but from then on, I took it and just made it the character, and what is the character's thoughts, and how does the character get brought up into this world, and how does the character react to these stimuli, and from there, it was just the character. So I think there's perfectly fine to include parts of yourself in a character. I just think you need to make sure that separation exists, otherwise you get into a very dangerous zone in the roleplay universe, which is character bleed that can seriously hurt your mental state. OC.
Yep, don't do it.
So this is my
right.
PSA. Don't put yourself in characters because it can be hurt. And now I'm going to go do roleplay in D&D. So I'll see you guys next.
Before you go, I love Stark, and you did a great job, and that's really cool. Mindset.
I appreciate you.
Before you go, number 2. My honey brought everyone a gift, which was bringing my cat wheel downstairs. So if you look at my stream right now, you can see Mochi doing a walk.
Mochi.
She's doing the walk.
One fast cat.
She's doing the kitty walk. The gritty walk.
She's much more timid about it. But she do walking. Lemon, though, he just goes full speed.
Walkies.
She's walking.
I'm gonna go because I'm the DM and they can't start without me.
Yes, goodbye.
I'll see you guys.
Bye.
I can click the channel right. There it is.
Goodbye.
Actually, I need to keep that mindset when he's talking about, because that's what I essentially did with Orem, and I need to make sure I don't lose that or make characters that don't have that mindset, because it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
That's also, I remember talking to you about Orem specifically, where I said that he was very similar to me, but with certain aspects and certain things that are just turned up to 11 or 12.
Yep, I did that. Whoa! She's so silly. She jumped on the outside of the wheel. Oh my goodness. Hey Mochi, check that out. It's a dot.
Oh no. Lasers.
Uh-oh. Here lemons go. There lemons go. It doesn't move because they're both on the wheel. Oh no! Traffic jam! Traffic jam! Traffic jam! Oh! Here he goes! Here he goes! Here he goes! You can get it, Lemon. I believe in you. You just gotta run fast enough.
Ironically, if he runs too fast, it's not good for him.
Get it, Lemon!
Do it, Lemon. You got this.
This tires the kitties out a lot.
Yeah. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah.
Also, you were saying something?
For what bit?
I was talking about how Orem, I talked to you about Orem being like aspects of me turned up to 11, and you said, oh, that's why, and then you interrupted yourself because what you was saying.
You just need to do that in general. I don't remember where I was going originally, but like...
I think you were bringing up the character that you did that with.
No, well, I do that with every character, is that I always take one tiny crumb of my personhood and I amplify it to like 6 million. Or, more recently, I make theses for characters, and I build like an entire character upon that thesis and symbology. Like, Ravina has had many. Like, sometimes they transform as they, go through certain changes. Oh my god, she's just walking so slow and polite. Oh my god.
It's called character development.
Well, no, it's not just character development, because this is before the character's even put on. Basically, we're talking about how your character should be constructed like from the very moment that you start playing them.
Yeah, it shouldn't feel like a being popped into existence as soon as you saw them.
I mean, I suppose, but it's not even necessarily that. a lot of people who are newer to roleplay, like, they make their character soft boy or soft bean, and they kind of stop there. Like, they don't actually go in depth in terms of, like, what actual, they don't really make a character, they make a trope. A punch-in-your-face experience without much depth. And sure, they might have a backstory, but that's the only story that they have. Which is not how things should be. Your backstory should include, like, your big things and the things that your DMs should be aware of course. But, like, there should be way more to it there than just the backstory itself.
When you said just soft boy and soft girl, my mind immediately went like...
Don't name any specific people.
I was gonna call myself.
Man, that fucking Aurum character, I hate that character so fucking much. Holy shit, can we talk about that?
I was gonna make a joke about Michael, but okay.
Don't get me started on that Skana guy. Holy shit, what a waste of a character.
I like Skana.
What sucked about it is I had to be antagonistic to Skana, even though, in general, Sion, you're a very charismatic person to talk to, so it was very hard to dislike you.
I mean, that's good. It's supposed to be difficult to dislike, right? Because I feel if you make a character that is too easy to dislike, I don't think that's a good character. Because like I think you should have positive and negative traits, and if the negative traits overwhelm the positive traits, that's fine. Like, you can be more negative than positive, but someone should dislike your character because of disagreements, not because, like, I'm an asshole or I'm evil. It's boring, right? It should be differing goals, kind of thing.
I disagree with you philosophically.
What?
Yeah.
It should be I disagree with you philosophically.
Okay, I thought you were saying you actually disagreed with what Sion said. I'm sort of like, what?
He's like, yeah, you're wrong.
No. I don't straight up say that. I usually make a conversation out of it instead of just be like, "You're wrong," end of story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're shit. You're wrong. You're dumb.
Yeah, that would be weird or rich. Hi, Vio. But yeah, no, Sion, you're actually right to some extent. You can even have it like a different like twist to it, being like perhaps superficially they are like an asshole, but like after like very few interactions you find out that they're just like they just fucking struggle socially, so they just end up like insulting people because that's all like their only mode is.
Yeah,
Like,
you have to make it endearing at least a little bit.
Well, like with Skana, like Skana's not designed to be an unlikable character. Like, it's not the point. They just became unlikable because everyone else was doing the wrong shit. Like, or not doing what like my character wanted. So
yes, so we ended up not liking them, which is fine.
Yeah,
that's actually what's supposed to happen.
But yeah, I didn't like come in just like, yeah, I'm gonna play an asshole. Like, no. I mean, also, I did play an asshole, like 100%. But that wasn't.
I also played an asshole.
The point is that there's more to them than just that.
Yeah.
He's I love playing. The reason I love Aurum so much is because he's someone who can call someone a terrible parent as a joke, and follow them around and make fun of their like life and childhood, and then also visit a child in a hospital and try to make them feel better because of a certain connection they had with them. You could do both. You could be a dick, and you also could be kind of nice. Also, for some reason, I just fell into a hole with that, and I'm just like, that is genuinely interesting to think about. I'm just imagining like a fictional Abraham Lincoln going to the grave of a real Abraham Lincoln, thinking about the real person versus him.
It sits at the grave like, man, what a Chad! Holy shit!
Yeah, because like the depiction of that you have in real, like in a book or a TV show or anything.
No, I have an image of Abraham Lincoln saying Chad. Thank you very much.
Hello, Yuri.
I mean, let's be honest. what other president of the United States killed fucking vampires? Like, that's insane that he actually did that. Like, that's actually in the history books, which is crazy to me.
Wait. You're serious?
Shut the fuck up, Christy.
I'm sorry, Christy. Really?
Oh my gosh,
I
it's
mean,
a
I was-
movie.
No, I mean, no,
it's
I was
a
wondering
movie.
if it was like a
Wait, you
political
serious?
thing that people were like circling around. Like, there's like, yes, back,
Oh god.
you know,
I'm pretty sure it's a
she's
movie.
vampire
Yeah,
killer.
Abraham Lincoln, he not only built them log cabins, he also made them spears and
God
spikes.
damn
It's
it.
2012 movie.
Christy.
What
Yeah,
movie?
2012 movie Abraham Lincoln Vampire
Hunter.
Oh,
It was also a book.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, that explains a bit.
Oh my god. Hi, Ree.
Hello.
It got 6 out of 10. Amazing.
It became a bit of a joke because everyone kept making jokes about, like, basically what Sign did, basically being like, oh, it's crazy that we watched this historical movie talking about how Abraham Lincoln used to murder vampires.
I think it should be in the history books, to be honest. Like,
I actually have a question for you, Christy.
Abraham Lincoln said it's no more morbid, and so, then it was so.
I actually have an RP question for you, Christy.
anti-morb.
Yeah.
Do you keep? Because I know that you described not just having the story of your backstory be the only story that you have for your character.
Huh?
Do you just have like a random notebook where if you think about something you write it down, or do you have like general thoughts and you keep in your head?
I usually
'Cause
keep
I have
them in
notes.
my head, unless it's like particularly like detailed shit. Like let's say like Bugkin political factions, like things like that. I usually want to have everything written down and like nicely organized, so that if I have to explain it to another person, I at least have something they could read instead of just hearing my technobabble, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I think there's maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's a difference between like the culture of where you're from versus your own a character's own personal lived-in experience of what they went through.
Well, sometimes, I mean, it doesn't hurt to write things down, just in general. It's not what I do personally, but if I wanted to, like, have, if, like, canonically, my character has a dream that goes through a situation in their past life, then I could write it out and then release it to the public. But more often than not, no, I don't write it down. But that's just because I'm... This is a joke, but I'm built different. My brain is pretty much filled to the
Built
brim
diffy.
with just RP shit. And most of the time, I'm sitting and thinking, like, oh, gee, I wonder what, like... It was like when Vivina was first dealing with her parents dying and she had to deal with, like, Beaslink sort of immediately shoving himself in as, like, the new parental unit, and how, like, exactly, like, interactions that they have had between each other because of that.
I think
That's
that's
like my
both,
mode all the time.
I think that's both the privilege and luxury when you do something as a job.
No. I
'Cause
did that.
It's your job.
I didn't do that because of my job, Wolf. I did that because it's my passion, and it has been for 18 years.
And if you're treating RP like a job, then
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
I'm talking about the fact. Okay, people do their passions as their jobs all the time. I have siblings, I have family that do that, and it does take a toll on them because, as I think my brother put it this way, is when your passion is your work, your life becomes work. Not because you're doing it feels like work, but because it's all you want to do. When I'm talking about like you're doing it as your job, I'm not saying it feels like a job. I'm saying that you're allowed to do what you consider what you are passionate about all the time, instead of having to think
I
about
am telling
other
you,
things.
Wolf. I understand what you're trying to get at, but I'm telling you, I've been doing that for 18 years.
I know. I'm saying
I'm talking
since
about the
you're-
thought process shit.
I understand that. I was just talking about the particular advantage you have because you have cultivated a situation where you can do this as your job.
It's not relevant at all. Because even when I worked at other jobs, that's still what I did during my work hours. Every, like, second of my time being spent when I wasn't doing something practical, even when I was doing something practical because, you know, ADHD, I was thinking about my characters and how their thorough thought processes are and, like, things like that. All the time. Forever. For 18 years. I'm blessed to have my job, yes, but it has nothing to do to help the situation. I mean, it takes advantage of what I was already doing, pretty much, but... yeah. Anyway. Namki, you said that the goal of a character would be to return to the book. Is that similar to the... huh? Oh, that's an entirely different thingy thing.
Yeah, they're talking about a character idea or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. It's probably a conversation that I walked into.
About like a character coming from a book and then visiting their own grave or something like that.
That's how we started talking about Abraham Lincoln.
You want to play a character that was pulled out of a book based on a real character, and then have them visit their... Oh, I'm seeing... Okay. I see. Oh, yeah. I've actually... I had a character concept that was like that once. I didn't get to really actually play them through. Like, I was going to play a character that was from a game that existed in real life that completely tanked. And just have them be dropped into, like, a universe, like the metaverse, pretty much. Where there's just, like, all, like, manners of, like, fucked up things. But, of course, because they existed in that one game that most people consider pretty cringe, and just see what people would do with them, and, like... like, even, like, commenting and be like, oh, no, that game sucked. And be like, that's literally my entire life. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, and that character is Minecraft Steve.
Exactly.
No, I was thinking of something like fucking Sonic Forces. Kind of
I don't want to see another Sonic OC, I'm sorry.
That's the exact point. That's the exact point. The Doom documentaries?
Can you imagine someone RPing Sonic, but it's actually Sonic from Sonic 06, and he has such a crisis about the fact that no one likes where he's from or his existence?
I know that there's literally a Sonic in the metaverse. There's literally everything in the metaverse, and I wouldn't
know,
be
but
surprised.
specifically that version of Sonic, not every
No,
Sonic.
I was responding
ever.
to Daver Boy.
Yeah, I know. We were actually in Misty Shore when he was there.
You can think of it. I'm pretty sure it's in the metaverse.
Yeah. Even if they're existing characters.
Completely original character. Do not steal.
Original character. Sonichu.
Look, just because I'm a blue hedgehog who runs really fast doesn't mean I have anything to do with Sonic, okay?
Don't mind the fact that I use Sonic's model as well.
Yeah, I'm just bad at model. I can't make a scratch model, okay? I'm not Sonic.
Not a hedgehog either.
Yeah, it's not a hedgehog. It's a groundhog or something. I don't fucking know. Some other rodent.
It's a groundhog.
Yeah, it's a porcupine without the porcu part. Without the pines, I guess. So look at the
Just a
spikes.
porcu.
Just a porcu. Just a
That
blue
sounds like a
porcu.
Pokemon.
It's just a facepalm. Oh my god, that brings me back.
This is my Pokemon OC. Do not steal. Look at that. You could have a lot of those.
You. It would be like a porcu? I guess it would be like a pig or something.
Yeah, it would be some sort of pig. Some sort of pig Sonic. It would be Sonic. Let's just be
It'd be
honest.
Sonic.
It would just literally be Sonic, and it would be some sort of shitty fucking crossover.
Oh no. Ow. I was eating spicy food and I coughed. The spiciness got into my nose somehow.
You're not supposed to do that.
Did I ever tell you
You're
about
supposed to eat with your
It
mouth.
hurts.
I was eating a hot dog at one
Yeah.
point, and I like hiccuped, and that hot dog went up my nose.
Whoa.
Ew.
And then, being the intelligent, like, 12-year-old I was at the time, I just...
Look what I can do.
Well, no, so it was in my, like, nasal canal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, so then you have two choices. You either breathe in really hard to, like, pull it back into your throat, or you blow outwards to get it out the other way, right? You have two directions.
You went the long way, didn't you?
I went the long way because I'm a fucking idiot. So hot dogs are really salty, so I had like this salty piece of meat going through like my entire nasal canal.
Oh my god, how?
It was incredibly painful for probably the entire time. Yeah.
Go to the fucking hospital.
Why? It's where's that? Why would I go to the hospital? What the fuck? It's just a hot dog.
But it's huge.
It wasn't. No. Okay. If it was huge, it wouldn't fit in the nasal canal. It wasn't like pain. It wasn't painful because it wasn't fitting. It was painful because it was salty. It was just like a small chunk because I like swallowed it and I hiccuped at the same time and it like a piece disconnected.
It was a piece you were chewing. Okay.
I wasn't
my
showing
whole ass brain was
Jeez.
like, a
How big
whole
do you think
ass hot
this
dog
is?
going up your nasal canal.
No. No, if
Holy
anything,
shit.
if it still was like the outside of the hot dog, it wouldn't have been as salty because it's got like the smooth part, right? So, but no, it was like a small chewed chunk of hot dog or something.
Oh my god.
But it hurt because of the salt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't remember why I brought this up.
Because I hurt myself with the spice.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Your pain brought that. Thank you for your sacrifice, Christy, for my segue.
Such a personal story.
I can't forget it. That's the problem. It's like ingrained into my mind
Well, it was
as like a
probably
childhood.
traumatic.
There's a childhood memory. Yeah, I don't really eat hot dogs anymore.
Look, man. It makes no logical sense, but that is absolutely where my brain went.
Have you seen that video of that dude fucking inhaling hot dogs and then just like throwing them back up at like a decent velocity?
No, I don't want to.
Shit freaks me out, dude. He makes like these horrible like gagging sounds. It's
Wait, are you talking about the meme where they like reverse it?
No, this dude inhales the hot dog and then like, and, like shoots it out of his like.
I think we should stop this discussion while Chrissy's eating.
I can look it up. Here, wait.
No.
Man.
How about we not and say we did?
Oh, I gotta send it to fucking
Vio.
Wolf.
That's me.
It's a video. Man shoots hot dog out of
It
mouth.
shoots.
Man swallows a whole. Dude, it's horrifying.
Jesus Christ.
It's more comedic.
Anything's a gun when you think about it. You biological creature?
This fucking video, dude. This is the sounds he makes. Here, Mom, I'm gonna send it to you.
No.
Because Christy's scared.
It's definitely gross. It's not comedic.
I'm
yeah.
scared.
Oh yeah, I saw this. This is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's not in reverse though, because he's like talking.
There's
Oh my
memes
God.
of it.
Oh,
Fuck.
that sound just puts me up, dude. I hate that shit.
No.
I feel like he's just gonna fall over and suffocate at any moment.
Y'all
I
are
don't know where
torturing me.
that goes. I don't know if it's in his like trachea or his fucking lungs. I don't even understand.
Jesus fuck.
Alright, Christy, it's just a hot dog, bro. Relax.
I don't like hot dogs.
Why? They're just like reprocessed meat things.
They're gross though. Like they just taste bad. They're not.
You don't like chili cheese dogs or anything like that?
I thought that I did. I
You
prefer
thought
them when
that
they're
you
more
did.
like brat stuff.
Alright, what about
That's
hot
street
dog versus
dogs. They're more
sausage?
Sausages are pretty good.
Aren't they the same though?
No. When I think of hot dogs, I think of that really gross, like hentai penis looking ass kind of. Where it's just like perfectly smooth.
What?
You don't have dick veins on your hot dog?
It's completely blemishless.
What are we talking about?
I'm severely worried that you see like a smooth hot dog. You're like, man, that dick looks so fucked up.
No. Oh, Jesus.
What the fuck? Like, why is that what your mind? It's
Like the other ones have like some kind of like coloration, like alteration, whereas the other ones are just like paste that have been froze, like formed into a certain like space.
What kind of anime do you watch?
I don't think it's anime.
Okay. See, I thought I was bad for watching fucking Monster Musume, because I'm like skipping past the sex scene to see more Monster Girl shit.
I love you, Sion.
It's like, what the fuck? Why is she taking her fucking shirt off? Like, I don't want to see that. I want to see the fucking snake girl. Let's go back.
Well, why are you showing me human boobs? I want to see the snake part. Goodbye.
Monster Musume. Oh, no. I was like, for a second there, I was like, hey, what? I couldn't think of what we were talking about for a moment.
Also, Christy, you got a donation.
I did? What? Oh
no.
Was it who I think it is? Peeking. Oh yeah, Detcha! Your financial situation, student, so you can afford 50s again? Dude, thank you so much! Also, I'm glad your situation is better. I was worried.
Also, you're welcome, Betcha.
I don't think you can say that don't make claims that there is don't compare characters to other existing media. It's not cool to do that. I'm pretty sure that
I agree.
Rise is her own slime, and there is no
Rise
actual
is Rise.
comparisons to Sue, the fucking pedo bait.
Well, it's only pedo bait like half of the time. I just want to correct you on that. See, what's her face? Harvey is the pedo bait.
She is 100% all the time. That is true.
Yeah, like
no one likes her.
Sue is like oh dude, it's just a kid. Oh no, it's not a kid anymore. Oh no, it's a kid again. Oh, there it is.
Fucking hell.
That's what Sue is.
Yep. Morphous body life.
I still yet to watch that show.
You can live without it.
Yeah, I think you'll be alright.
I think Sue is the physical embodiment of post-nut clarity. Like, you don't want to be caught at the wrong time, basically.
Yo, I'm playing with Lunar Princess Ronnie. Let's go.
What?
Oh, you don't know who Ronnie is?
No.
Because
Ronnie's that
it's Elden Ring.
bitch from Elden Ring.
Nice.
I'm playing Final Fantasy.
What class do you play?
Mostly all DPS right now. I'm doing Dragoon.
Nice. Dragoon's really cool.
It's very brain dead.
I'm talking about cool as in terms of. To be fair, I fell in love with Dragoon just because of the story of.
Oh, that girl. Okay, I forgot what she looked like.
Yeah.
You too look at the funny names. Oh, even if I looked at them, I'd forget every fucking time. It's a miracle I remember what character name I do.
It's like a spirit of sort. It's like attached to a doll body, well, obviously, but still.
Most women have 4 arms. I see Decha. Most women have 4 arms.
Oh.
Oh, that's just mean. Oh god.
This is bad. I have every disease. God.
Oh Jesus, fuck Mega. Harper has gotten a lot cooler as of late. Just in general.
I still remember trying out Final Fantasy 14 for the first time after playing WoW, and then getting into a dungeon group, and then having everyone high five each other at the end and be very like camaraderie, and then me looking like a like emotionally deprived person because wow, no one talks to each other and everyone's fucking toxic.
Yeah. The Final Fantasy community is an entirely different beast.
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy is there's some really nice people here, and then sometimes you can get the really, really awful people.
I have yet.
I
to
mostly
meet
get
her.
awful people.
Sure, but there's a difference between having it every once in a while and having it every single time.
No.
I mostly
It's
get
not-
awful people though.
It's not in WoW. It's not every single time. The difference between WoW and Final Fantasy 14, the toxic people are probably the same number, or at least the same loudness. The difference is that the general attitude of the person you meet, like it's like the difference in WoW. If you walked up to someone and you talk to them and they just give you a cold shoulder, versus if you walk to someone and you talk to them, they just smile at you and go like, "Oh, hey, nice to see you," and then high five you. It's just a better experience, even though you might meet the really assholey person like once every 10 games.
Okay, so it's that the neutral interaction is actually positive.
Yeah. Yes, the neutral interactions are positive. Yeah. Most of the time. Sometimes there are also neutral interactions, but at least it was a noticeable increase.
I feel like I've become immune to like toxic like environments from playing Dota for like 6,000 hours.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Scion.
I think eventually you just like adapt or like
I mean, you just gotta like mute people. Like if you know you like make a small mistake, some dude just hits you with 12 timbers, you're like, guy's like, he's pretty cool. Like, I think
I don't know. I'm starting to be that guy right now. I'm starting to get a little angry. The samurai won't leave me alone.
What? I don't know, the best. Look, it's like I don't curse that much, but
I'm not an angry person, but
I remember
sometimes
that clip very vividly.
I beg of you, Princess Ronnie.
that fucking
I
clip
chose
is
your
so
storyline, but you're making me upset.
Fucking hell. So city.
good. Yeah, that's why I don't play Dota unless I have like 3 or 4 other friends because it's painful to play with fucking strangers.
Yes.
oh yeah. That's true for any type of competitive game, because if you play with strangers, either you get the holy shit you're actually good, or that's rare, versus
Well-
the no names that you don't really think about, and then the oh my god, why are you so fucking bad? And then you have the I do one thing wrong and then suddenly you turn into a giant asshole for 90% of this game.
Dude,
Like I only get mad at you when you enter the room because you yell so much.
You're going to say?
I was gonna say, I swear. So in Dota, there's a lot of people that think there's a forced 50% like win rate, right?
Really?
Yeah, they think it's there's an algorithm against them, which probably there isn't. Just because as you play, everyone has an invisible rank, right? You can play ranked and have an actual visible rank, or you can play unranked and have an invisible rank. So it's always ranked, regardless of what you're doing. So like if you win a bunch, it's going to increase your rank, and then you go against people who are more that skill level, right? So eventually, you should be winning half the time and losing half the time because you're playing against people who are the same skill level, right? Like that's the goal. When you're playing solo, it feels forced because if you win a lot, your teammates will start sucking like horribly.
Yeah. Because of like auto balancing kind of shit, yeah?
Yeah, so it's like, so even though, like, say you're pretty good, but you've been winning too much, it will group you with people who are worse than, like, what the enemy team is to have the average skill level of your team equal to the average skill level of the enemy team.
Oh my god, is that what's happening? Because, like, I'm playing Multiverse, and I suddenly went from winning a lot, and then all my teammates were, like, just fucking awful. And then I played with, like, a friend of mine who's actually pretty good, and suddenly I'm winning again. And it feels
Yeah,
like,
so
oh.
it's because it takes average, right? Because, you know, if it's a team game, you can't get like, okay, these guys are the same, we'll put them together. These guys are the same, we'll put them, like, because there's not that many people playing, right? And I say there's not many people playing because you need the people who are searching. Like there's a ton of people playing, but they're all in games, right? Not everyone's searching at the same time. So, but yes, that's why I play with like 3 or 4 other people. I mean, we have, I think in like the last like couple months, we've had like a 60% win rate. So like I know that if I played solo, I get fucked. I like my teammates.
Plus, in general, if you actually if you're playing with people you know, you're much more likely to know what their kind of responses are, so you can sort of
trash they are in specific areas. It's not a Hail Mary. I know that one guy is just gonna keep going even though he's gonna die. Like I just know he does that, so I can play around it.
Yeah.
All I used to play is Smite.
I played a ton of Smite. Smite was
I also
alright.
played Smite.
I never enjoyed the actual MOBA game mode of Smite. I'd never played like, the 5v5 like 3 lane of Smite. I thought that was garbage.
That's mostly what I did, but I also did Joust a lot.
I did Joust, I did Arena.
I loved Arena.
Arena was great. I just played Odin all the time.
I was Bologna right lane. That's mostly what I did.
I'm gonna say a name that I used to be able to say pretty consistently, but now since I haven't said it in a long time, I'm probably gonna
I like strong girls.
Is it Gablante? Exablante? I need to look. It's the Mayan god of the moon.
Yeah. I think I just called him X-Blanque or something. I didn't give a shit. I didn't give a shit to look it up. I just call him like X-Man or something half the time. The thing is, I actually really struggle with this, and it turns into a meme, so I don't really care to like fix it. I'm really bad at remembering people's names, like so like heroes' names, not human.
Oh, that, yeah.
Like if you sat me down right now, I could name every single hero in Dota. I could tell you every single one of their spells. I could tell you general mana cost, general damage, anything, right? Just because I've been playing for so long, you need to know this to like play well. But in the heat of things, I forget, like, the name of the hero. Like, I remember all the spells and stuff, but, like, so, like, there's a hero called Beastmaster, and he has a bunch of, like, little beasts that kill you. And, like, if he's ganking me, like, I'll panic and say, yo, Beast Boy's on me. Like, I'll say something that's relative. Half the time, there's a curse or a slur in their name, so I can't repeat a lot of them. But I'm trying to remember some of the other things that I would say.
God, this is like blue-haired chick is attacking me, or red beard.
It's
person.
always like a name of sorts. It isn't like it's like a descriptor and a name, but it isn't their actual name.
Is it close? Is it like
it's relatively close? Like it's the kind of thing where if you hear the thing that comes out of my mouth, you sit there for like 2 seconds, like, oh, that one.
Yeah, I think it's because your brain's trying to remember the name, and it's just picking random adjectives that it can think about that are related, that sound like it.
But I think what's interesting, Warfrag, is people use the Warcraft 3 names for heroes. Like instead of Nature's Prophet, they call him Furion. Instead of Crystal Maiden, it's Rylai. Instead of Drow, it's Traxxas. Like people just say the old names. Just, I don't know why. I doubt these people were... Well, no, they actually changed copyrighted a lot of stuff, because there's Wind Ranger, but she used to be called Windrunner, but they had to change her name because Blizzard was going to sue because of Sylvanas Windrunner. So her name is now Wind Ranger. And they had Skeleton King, but Blizzard has Skeleton King, so they changed him into Wraith King, so now he's all like Wraith based instead of Skeleton based. He's the same fucking hero, but now he's just a Wraith instead.
That's still cool.
Yeah, they had like a whole event for it and everything. Or he was I remember he was missing for ceremonial reasons for like 2 months. Well, this like event, you couldn't play him like in a normal game, and he was like a boss or something.
Unrelated. New VR chat update drop.
Yeah, they pushed a lot of the accessibility stuff to the main branch, I think.
Yeah. There's also a new live beta.
Yep.
With that
You're gonna be
has
getting
the
on-
earmuffs thing, which is like being able to turn down people around you based on their distance from you stuff.
Yeah, but Chris, did you know the best part about all this, right? That I doubt you've even thought about.
The horizon just that you can be upside down for?
Oh my god, you're so much smarter than I thought. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no. I need to
read
get
that
a
in the last update, and there were people fucking around with that. I'm just like, wait. So I'm gonna be doing that. That's what I mean. I'm just gonna be on the ceiling.
Something to keep in mind: that the base spider system will not flip with you.
That's okay. I'll just do it in my like humanoid one.
Yeah, yeah.
I was on
was
the ceiling staring at ships. I'm gonna recreate the scene, but instead I'm gonna have I just had to do it to impose while I'm staring at him.
yeah. I was working on the system to try to get it to at least have a toggle where you can set it so it will flip with you.
Ooh.
But then I started working on the. I don't remember if I ever showed you this avatar. I think I did. I showed you like an older version, the one with all the veins on the inside.
Christy, did Fev ever sleep on the ceiling in the AA year one? Am I crazy?
In AA year one, Chips woke up to her on the ceiling once.
Has she ever slept on the ceiling? Been like, I'm sleeping up here.
Usually she would make like an actual web thing for it. Because if she was to like 100% just clock out, then, you know, she could fall or something.
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering if she actually ever slept. Because I remember her waking up or like being there on the ceiling as Chips woke up. I just didn't remember if she slept there or she went like, I'm going to sit here and stare at you until you wake up.
No, she was just fucking around on the ceiling, and then he woke up and she was like, hi! And she jump scared him.
Yeah, I want to have it so you just can be on the ceiling. Because I have one really good friend, and she made like a really good looking spider. So I want people to walk into a room and see me and her on the ceiling upside down looking into the mirror.
Absolutely.
Instead of being on the floor like a fucking peasant, I want to be on the ceiling. And have a bunch of like webbing set up and everything. I was so scared because how they like and I saw in some people I know were talking about how being the upside down was quote unquote annoying. And I actually didn't say anything because I was so fucking mad because I've been waiting for this upside down sort of thing for literal years, and it infuriates me that people are like, oh well, it was like kind of disruptive. I don't want it. It's like, go fuck yourself. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's upside down. Get the stick out of your ass. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, what the fuck? It's such a stupid argument.
Yeah, man, it's just more fun stuff.
Oh my gosh, he's upside down in my social game. I'm so confused. Like, I don't know. I was.
Goodness me. Oh man, and then soon enough, one day, maybe one day, we'll be able to sit in our own seats again.
I mean, one of the main reasons I wanted to sit in my own seats was to go upside down.
Yeah.
So this kind of solves the thing I wanted without doing the seat thing. So like, I don't really give much of a shit about sitting here because sitting in your own seat was nice because it allowed you to rotate your avatar like game object, which is still would be good because, for example, if we were able to sit in our own seat, then I wouldn't need to change the spider system. The legs would just flip, right? Because the reason the legs aren't flipping, when you flip upside down, it is flipping your hip bone, not your armature and not your game object. So you could, if I don't know if you've played with it, but if you have the spider legs out and you flip upside down, you flip and the spider legs just kind of we're standing.
Like,
Okay, for a second there, I was wondering what we were talking about, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
we're both spider lovers, so we're talking about spider tech.
No, I understand. It's okay. I do love me some spiders.
Oh my god, I can't wait for next fucking Ascension Academy where I'm just gonna walk on the ceiling of everywhere just to
Casually chilling, walking.
Just because that's all that's.
So then I'm gonna show.
do
Oh,
more
hi, Vivina.
spider. I'm actually gonna feel like more spider again. It's gonna be great.
You can walk on the wall as well. Like,
yeah,
just why
yeah.
not?
I'm really tempted to do that too. Just walk down. It's like, okay, we gotta go to assembly. I'm just running down the side of the wall instead of on the floor.
It's really difficult because you need to follow the floor, right? So like furniture will block you and stuff like that. So it's hard. And also the whole reversing your controls thing and stuff like that.
That'll be awkward, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah, because usually how you go upside down is you put your face between your legs, like you bend forwards all the way down, and then you set your horizon there, right?
Just totally doing a front handstand or something, yeah.
So what that does is your forwards and backwards will be the same, but your left and right are inverse.
Oh, why? I hate that.
So something you can try to do, which is different, is so lay in bed and hang your upper body off the bed and set your horizon like that. Because I think that would flip your forwards and backwards, but not your left and right. There's no way, I don't think there's any way to have forwards and backwards and left and right inverse. It's either like, it's only like one axis, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish you could control the inverse or something. You might actually, this is horrible. This is fucking horrible. You might be able to change your like index controller controls in VR chat to be able to swap to a mode where the control is inverted on that specific axis. It's like you swap to upside down and then you swap to the control scheme where right is left and left is right.
Just have it like on a button to swap it.
Yeah, so you're inversing the inverse. And then,
my god.
But
that's totally doable too.
I think I'll probably have to do that. And then people are like, isn't that annoying under the roof? It's just like, I can't hear you, I'm too high up. You little bitch.
I really, for whenever I do like Bugkin stuff, I want to like pay a coder who's like really, really fucking good at Udon, right? To make like a system where like I can run on any surface, right? So like I could like click on a wall or like
you could
do
be
something so that I would
strider.
be like on the wall and run as though it is the floor. So that I can go left, right, forward, back, like have the full range of movement. I can do that for like every side and be able to activate it for like hopefully individuals so that I could do like, so like people go to the Bugkin lands and I'm just running on the wall just like, yep, here I go. Oh, right.
Have you seen Cyan Laser's world for that?
Scion's Laser World? No.
Cyan.
Cyan? No.
Yeah, I got to really exacerbate
I thought that was your world for a second.
No, it's not. But no, he's a really prolific like world creator. And he made a world where it's like a sphere, and when you walk through a gate, it like turns you slightly. So you can walk like all the way around in like a circle without like stopping or anything. There's ways of flipping. I know Neos has a really good system for it, but then you're in Neos and that's a whole fucking can of worms. But yeah, I know you can do the flipping like walking on wall stuff either with cameras, which is obviously camera bullshit, so don't, or seats, right? You have like a seat and you rotate the seat kind of thing. The whole station shit is bullshit. That whole thing is so gross.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, hopefully. I mean, I'm gonna at least try to see if I can find someone who can figure it out. Because if that's the case, then it's going to make it so much better. Just in general. Because you can have all these like bug NPCs just running up walls or upside down while all the cast are stuck on the normal gravity direction. They're just like, need to be like held.
I mean, without Udon, you could fake it with the whole like on that one wisp where I have that little spider boy that can climb up walls and stuff with the grounder. So you could fake it with the NPCs and stuff.
True.
But not with like you wouldn't be able to run up the wall as like a human and come back down and be talking like the whole time. That wouldn't really work that well.
Yeah, that's kind of. I want to nail the vibe of it. Because it's one of those situations where you look at it and you're like, you know what I mean? It's like
No, not
people
really, because I would be pogging out.
Yeah, dude, it would be so... I would be freaking out, but I want to have, like, everyone else be like, whoa! You know what I mean? So I want people, when they go to, like, the Bugkin lands, to, like, actually have, like, that moment of, holy shit, it's, like, an entirely different fucking world in here. Like, operates on an entirely different level than mankind are structured, because mankind follow they follow waffle grid. They on flat plane. That's what they operate by, whereas, like, the Bugkin are just, like, fucking everywhere. there is no up and down. It's just ground everywhere.
You got two giant spiders on the roof playing chess, and they look up. I'm like, why are those fuckers on the roof? What are they doing? Wait, what the fuck?
Oh my god, I'm just imagining that. It's like all like little webbed, like bottomed pieces. So it doesn't matter what angle they play from. Oh my god, I love it. Holy shit.
All the pieces are like bug themed, but still like properly identifiable.
I wouldn't want to commission Stealth to do it because he's got so much other shit he needs to do, and there's a lot of people who've been doing Udon for many years, and this is a very, like, from what little I know about code, it is an absurdly, like, eloquent and advanced piece. Like it's not like, taking it like an existing piece of code and, like, tweaking a little bit. It's, like, completely ground up scratch shit. Just tell them model work, give the man a break. Yeah, I know. I don't want to give anything more to him. There are plenty other dedicated map makers that I could, reach out to. Who know Udon wizardry. Sachi has a really good one, for instance, that I'm probably going to be first going to. Also, what do you mean? Literally, 3.0 is coding. It's still coding for model work. Basically,
Here,
right?
I'm gonna send you the tweet, because he made the world 2 years ago and released a guide on how to make it with examples.
Ooh, I'm gonna look. Does it have music in it?
I don't... No, it's dead silent.
Perfect. That means
You don't really need the audio. Yeah, you don't need the audio. You can just see them walking through the gates and it flips them.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's janky, sure, but it works. That's what matters. Like, the trippy nature of just seeing people, like, doing that shit and, like, moving around. Oh my god, I gotta show you guys. Hold on, I'm gonna make a new browser. Look at this shit. Oh, I'm in the way. I gotta shrink myself. Shove myself to the side. Probably go to viewing platform because it's big zoom here. Oh yeah.
I feel like that sudden flip would just be
Well, no,
instant. Oh.
You can, they start moving from their perspective. I don't think your head actually moves that much. I don't remember.
Okay. Just all of a sudden, snap!
Yeah, no, it's your seeing other people go through changes, like, yeah, like your
It does teleport you though, like.
it teleports you, but that's not bad. Gosh, it feels like fucking mirror wizardry.
Yeah, I think this one is camera bullshit.
Ah.
I think it's multiple different worlds.
Sorry.
If you scroll down below that tweet, there's another one where it's a sphere, which is actually which is smooth. I've seen multiple people do that kind of thing.
Scroll down in the comments?
Yeah, and then like the reply tweets. And then there's a I can just link
I'm just gonna quickly close it just in case. You can never be too careful with Twitter.
I just linked it to you.
Oh, you
anyway.
linked it? Oh, you're so base. Oh my god. That's trippy. It's a mirror there, isn't it? It's
I don't know
always
what
a
it is.
mirror. Well, they were standing in front of a wall and wiggling their heads and shit. So
Oh
there was
yeah,
a
there's
mirror there
obviously
for
a
sure.
mirror in the center. Yeah, they're staring at a blank wall. That's how you know there's a mirror.
Jesus fuck. Yeah, but yeah, like something like this is kind of what I want, except it would be like you'd be able to run up that little pole in the center even kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know the functionality about how that one's working, but
Yeah.
I think that one has to be chairs just because of how it's smooth, but I'm not sure.
I don't know how it would feel walking around this in VR. I feel like
I'd throw up.
Yeah.
I get vertigo
It's not
really
really that
bad.
motion sick because from your perspective, it all looks normal.
Yeah. Like at most you would get vertigo.
That's what I mean. Vertigo.
Like they're the ones moving.
I get
not
vertigo
you.
playing Phasmophobia.
Well, Phasmophobia has screen tearing issues, so yeah. Yeah, like this is the kind of shit I'm thinking of. Like, just imagine like a bunch of like bugs like going in different directions. There's like tunnels that also have people like on like every aspect of it, like the ceiling, going into buildings that are upside down to your perspective is just just a trip. It'll make things feel so much bigger, even if it's like it'll make a small map feel a lot bigger too, because you just jam-packed shit. There's just so much more to walk with. Yeah. That kind of stuff is like exactly what I'm talking about in terms of like shit like that. Anywho, chat. You wanna watch clips? If you have some clips to share, you can post them, and we will watch them together. And here we go.
Holy crap, they were ready.
Oh yeah, they know. It's in the title, so they were collecting clips this whole time.
Sure.
I don't. What the?
I need.
Oh boy. Alright, pause if you haven't, because I don't have the thing that happened last time. Because I don't want to have too many clips again.
Yield.
Morgan used quick attack? Oh no. I'm just gonna stop collecting for now. And I'm gonna stop my music. Let's go.
He doesn't want to tell you because he's afraid that you're gonna give him shit, which I said was rightfully deserved because he gave you shit for you dating Vivina.
Years. Or shit.
Yeah.
Years. Well, then he doubly deserves.
Yeah, not just years, but like years.
Alright, time to give him shit.
Yeah. Like
Well, like wait till like I'm gonna keep coaching him to tell you.
well, I mean,
I was just wondering.
well, wondering what?
I was just wondering if he like ever
No,
said
he
anything.
hasn't said
I'm
shit.
not gonna poke him.
No, he's not gonna say
Okay.
anything. I probably won't
Little
say anything
bitch.
either.
Oh, okay. So it's just a fucking. Okay, whatever.
He's a delicate flower.
I don't care.
I don't want to scare him off.
Yes.
Okay.
He kind of is, though. He's just... if you rush anything along, then he's scared away.
Delicate flower, both.
To go out to dinner and then be somewhere else for tonight.
Oh.
I feel like that truck is gonna run them over.
Bro, it was a week, and then it was a day, and now it's tonight.
You madman!
I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing that it keeps getting moved up.
Wasn't expecting it to move this fast, but I'm here.
Good luck.
I have no context.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
Do
on.
me a favor.
Yeah, what's up?
You might. We might need to prep medical.
Yeah.
I know what this is.
I was told.
When Slade met Belle.
Is it like a date?
Belle, I believe, is like an ice giant, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Going to.
And then Slade is like just a human, and that's why they wanted to prep medical because, owie.
Oh, I see. This is very, very well done, but sometimes you just gotta close your eyes and just listen to the people, like old.
Oh, my favorite thing is this.
It's
I
just
love when they go.
Yeah, I love that.
I love the noises that people make for like hits and stuff. It's so good.
It's so like it's funny, but it's also nice.
I do it for Arashi when she does her electricity. I go.
In the end, when that just kids playing make believe.
This reminds me of that one video where you have the guy.
What I did. Oh shit. I died. Loving my country.
Oh no, I've seen this YouTube video.
Adaptation edit. What are you doing? I'm just sorting out some trouble on my Discord server. Oh, I can help mod that if you want. Wait, you mod Discord servers? Yeah, I mean, if you got a subreddit or stream on Twitch, I can help you mod that as well. Wait, Discord mod, Reddit admin, and you mod Twitch chat too?
Whoa! Wow!
Have you seen that video where
in the world.
there's this girl, like, you're a Discord mod and a Reddit admin, and she just starts screaming.
Free Discord Nitro.
I will get it ready.
Good luck, have fun. Well, your pelvis might be a choice.
Oh yeah, there she is.
Just make sure that they at least know.
You can get like really big.
Man's gonna have his icicle snap in half.
I have to go to medical anyways, so I'll let them know while I'm there. Try not to break them too much. I don't know how to say this.
Fuck that, break him.
I'll say what
No, Ion, I don't think you know the lore, Ion.
It's the first Ice Age.
No, I know all the lore. I'm telling her, break him.
Oh, fuck.
My man.
Oh, this fucking song again.
Innkeeper, does anybody knows? Innkeeper, she's not wearing any clothes. Do they know how she acts? Does she know how she got glassy nose? Where we go, innkeeper. Ooh. A big, nice, so won't you get 'em what you want me to say? My what you need is something else to go this way now. Baby, what you need from me is something called ecstasy. Won't you get down on your knees and show me, baby, please? Innkeeper, ooh, she's not wearing any clothes. Innkeeper,
damn.
Ooh, does anybody
When does this fully come out?
He's been doing this song for a while, and he's just been
It's really good.
expanding it more and more. Innkeeper, you're dancing on them poles. Innkeeper, you should leave it to the pros.
My hand needs to know I muted too early. I need you to tell them what the role was for that man.
I did. He rolled a 17. By God, he's been broken.
My God, he's been broken in half.
Yes, you can touch my butt, sure.
No context.
What does that steal?
Was that Esme?
Yes.
Yes, you can touch my butt. Sure. I love Esme so much, dude. Never change, Esme. Never change.
This was after she like slayed a skeleton just by twerking. She accidentally pressed the dance emote and she was too embarrassed or shocked to stop it. So the NPC pointed out that her ass killed him. Like she just bumped into him. It's canonical.
Like a skeleton sword off of it.
He tripped and he ran. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Oh. I love Esme.
Sorry, I put my egg there.
Sure, you could.
It's like a beach ball. Bounce.
Yours is like 2 cannonballs.
What? My booty cheeks are not cannonballs.
Jumping into people at high.
Fucking hell.
Like an artifact? I am so mean.
No. I mean, maybe.
Huh. That took you way too fucking long. Congrats, man.
Too long.
He's like, it's too long? What?
Too long, excuse me?
Those demons that are as tall as buildings.
Oh, this.
Just, I'm okay with it. We're good.
Never when you look for him. Never when you look for him.
True.
Thank you.
Wait, I can use the technique that Rex taught me. If I walk around with my eyes closed, I will find him. As I am invisible.
No. How will you know that he's there?
I love Risa.
I didn't
Gotta think about it.
far ahead.
This is when she still had a little thing come out of her head.
Yeah.
What? Me hurt.
Look, you obviously wear plate. What's the reason for it?
Wow.
I'll just, you want me to close the door too, just in case they... Here, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
Give
hear
a key to lock it
did you
so
hear
we
a
don't...
breeze? I could have sworn I heard a breeze. I don't know how that's possible with the windows.
Oh,
like,
fuck. That's actually great.
Shut after the last little fiasco. So I just
Was
wanted to make sure.
was that him? Is he the one who fucking wheezed like a little bitch?
They're gone.
God, Mr. Duran! Mr. Duran, do you hear that? Sounds like something breaking.
Bros.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. This is when I was under the bed.
God.
I remember watching this. You were freaking out.
Yeah,
you were like, what do I do? Like you went in there to sneak for something, but then she came in, right? Is like what happened?
No, she specifically
Or-
was there because Chips
Oh, okay,
asked
okay.
her to because he didn't know what was gonna happen because this was during her yandere arc.
Oh yeah.
She like said that he needed to sleep over with her, and
Ah,
she's
yeah.
like, "I'm gonna be here, and if she does anything, I'm gonna kick her ass."
Christy, do you remember when Esme started talking to Jamie for the first time in the beginning of year 3?
Not superly.
It was.
But
It was.
like peeking out of the back, like, what the fuck, and then just losing it.
God, this is actually. To be fair, in your perspective, when I watched this, she looked like she could look right at you.
Oh yeah, multiple times. I was crying.
The reason I bring up the Esme thing is because that I think the yandere thing was still on her, or like a lot more so. So I remember you talking to Chips and you staring at her, sitting next to Jamie, talking to him, and being like very tummy and being like having that turn and look at him and very worried expression, being like, "Is she gonna do something?"
You know, Arashi asked Starber to the ball.
I didn't know that, but I imagine she was turned down because she probably tried to ask Ida, didn't she?
She's
What?
she said that she didn't she said she didn't want to mostly because she was going to keep guard the entire time. That's what she and Arashi was okay with it. She's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the clip.
No, it's cool, it's cool. But yeah, that directly translates to I'm going to be standing next to Ida.
Get your fabulous ass in there. I ain't playing with you.
Can you click the damn button? Thank you.
That's a nice ass.
If anyone picks the wrong one, you're
It is a
both
nice-
a hoe.
It's over.
What?
Yeah, you're right.
Fucking hell.
Everybody clicks the wrong button. Your mom's a who.
Lance is beating me, but he's not doing that.
Why would he think he's beating you?
Because I'm in pain.
Yeah, Southgate.
What happened? Why are you in pain?
I don't want to talk about it.
It's probably rust and not blood.
What?
Okay, I hope so. It's awkward. That's amazing.
I see.
He starts blushing too!
Are you blushing?
Gilliam,
I'm not.
I assure you. I assure you.
Your cheeks are red, both of you.
I assure you. It is not a matter to be concerned about. Trust me.
This whole fucking arc was so.
I remember. Hey, 404.
Hi, 404!
Readings programs.
Hello?
Actually,
How'd you
this would
fucking
be
know?
Actually, Christy, I'm sorry for like. You have a very interesting perspective because he's a LARPer.
What did I just step into?
On the topic you wanted to talk to Lulu about. The one you brought up in the beginning of the stream.
Okay, so LARP is different because it's an arranged thing that you like prepare like 3 months for. It's literally just event.
Depends on the style of LARP.
Okay, so that's the topic that we were talking about is that I kind of had an epiphany about the VRChat roleplay community as a whole, which basically sums up to the fact that because a vast majority of the VRChat roleplay community is brand new to roleplay, they actually don't know that in every standard roleplay, you only have an event like once every 2 months. If it's a lot quicker than that, then it's only like once every 2 weeks, or much more commonly, pretty much only around holidays, barring like a couple differences here and there. That is pretty much universal across like text RP, game role plays, among other things. Even I can't really contest or talk about a like MMO ones. I haven't personally role played in MMOs that much, but in general, that is the way that things are. However, I figured out why they are so there is this expectation in the VR chat roleplay community that you need to have events happening 100% all the time. There has to be some kind of crazy thing happening every single fucking episode. And it's because they don't know how to have fun when you're just being the character, because they didn't actually make an in-depth character. It's basically just people role-playing out tropes or shallow stories just in general that don't really go that far. Basically, if you are able to explain your entire character's like thing in a singular conversation, then you might need to go a little bit more in depth into your character for like why they are the way they are, among other things. Because the reason why people aren't having fun is because they didn't make a fun character.
Right. So I've put a lot of thought into this very subject from the other side. Are you prepared for a moderately lengthy opinion?
I mean, of course, my opinions are always lengthy, so go ahead.
So here's the way I would consider this: is that live action role playing and VR chat role playing are very much sister hobbies in many ways. To sort of define it, though, there's 3 different sort of broad, and I use this very broad genres of live action role playing. The one that you're referring to more than most is what you would call a serialized format, which might get together maybe once a month, once every 2 months. Usually we'll be meeting in the same campground or locale. So that way you can have a sense of continuity, where things are happening and what's happening. It sort of grounds the story. People can do that. And you have a moderate amount of time to sort of prepare what you're going to be doing so you can do stuff or how you're going to do it. And different stories handle that different ways. Some games will run contiguously as they are. Other games will say, okay, this season represents this slice of whatever our in-game world history is. And then next season, we're jumping 25 years. You can't play the same character, or you have to play them really old, or you can play one of your own ancestors. So that's serialized LARP. The other end of that spectrum is what you get in terms of festival or blockbuster LARPs. And those are 2 very different things. Festival LARPs are essentially where you get between 1,000 and 5,000 people at one event for about a week. And you live in that world for 5 to 7 days, and it's incredibly immersive. And it's one of the most amazing experiences you can ever have. You meet friends and make bonds with people and characters that just cannot be severed or changed. I have friends from all over the world, from countries I will doubt I will ever get to visit, because we were all crammed into this camp together in Germany and told you have to go and do what is right for this camp's ideals and values, even if that means you won't win. Because our camp was very much the camp motto was light and shadow. It was sort of based on the sort of nobility and darkness of justice, if you will, and that you have to keep a balance in all things. So that meant we didn't win very much. You had to do that, and it was definitely this thing where suddenly out of game, I'm going, I have a squad of friends from Australia, I have a squad of friends from Israel, I have friends from Switzerland, I have friends from all the Nordic countries, none of whom had ever met one another before, but we were able to bond over that and make these incredible relationships. And it's a very intense experience. Blockbuster LARPs are kind of what I call, it's like the sorority or fraternity system, as they tend to be maybe a weekend. And they are extremely expensive, but it's like a cruise ship. You will probably spend $1,000 to $2,000 for that weekend. But everything you can imagine is going to be taken care of, and they will have incredible visuals. Examples of blockbuster LARPs. There was one that was held in actual medieval castles for a weekend, essentially was creating the world of Harry Potter, which was amazing. There was one that was held in the Black Sea where they had 2 actual ship of sail, where you were on a pirate LARP on actual boats out in the middle of the water. And you had to be doing stuff and manning the boats with people who were professional sailors and handling the rigging and doing all those daily tasks while doing this sort of pirate thing between these 2 boats. So blockbuster LARPs can be their own thing, but they definitely have an incredible buy-in. The shortest format of game gets into the parlor LARP. And the parlor LARP is one where, interestingly, you don't have a lot of time as the character, but people tend to come with incredibly developed characters to have the most intense experience possible. And that will usually be maybe a day, sometimes half a day. and you can explore some really
that's
bizarre stuff there. One of my favorite parlor LARPs I ever went to was everyone there was to be considered one of the great sort of celestial beings that had survived to the end of the universe. And now they were having a council to decide what's going to happen in the next universe. They won't be there, but they get to sort of shape the influence of what comes next. So there's a lot of variety that you can have there. Now, in terms of the VR chat community, VR chat has a lot of real positive things, and I hate to frame things in terms of negative, but I think the biggest detriment to the VR chat community in terms of role playing is that it's not only a breakneck pace, but unfortunately, there's people like us who stream it. So now there's this expectation that it is not only a role playing experience, but it's an entertainment experience to be consumed externally. And I think some people really succumb to that sort of external pressure of what's happening, both in terms of people who are writing it, working it, trying to make it happen, as well as the people who are consuming it. Because let's face it, one of the great joys I've always maintained of a live action role playing environment is you can't see the whole elephant. One of the like, if I can be anecdotal for a moment, my partner and I, our honeymoon was at a festival LARP in 2017. There was 4,000 people there in a field in Germany. And we would get together at the end of the day over a bottle of mead. And we couldn't believe we were at the same event because we never intersected. They were doing random crazy shit with all these alchemists where I'm being told like, oh yeah, we bought a dead body, but then it turned out to not actually be dead, but he was still cool with us giving him some money so we could practice experimental alchemy on him. And then we accidentally made alchemical Viagra. So we gave it to this bunch of dirty old like beggar men in town. And then the dirty old beggar men went to go and try to like get into the whorehouse in town. Meanwhile, I'm going, yeah, my day was basically fending off a bunch of like orcs that were trying to break into one of our sister camps, and we had to defend it from them. And then I had to go negotiate politics with a camp that they didn't like to go and make sure that we could bring this object across in front of their camp to the next camp beyond them. And it was like this completely, it was like we knew we could never be in the same place. And we never had the same stories. And VR chat roleplay at its best is the same thing where you don't know everything that's going on. You have that disconnect. When you have the streaming aspect of everybody goes back and everybody watches the VODs and you feel compelled to do it, I don't know. I sometimes wonder, I honestly wonder what it would be like to have, and this is just me doing my stupid speculative roleplay thing. I say stupid, it's not stupid, but it's the way I like to think of things, is if you could do a VR chat roleplay event where it only ran once every 2 weeks, and one of those 2 weeks, it was enforced dark. No one was allowed to stream it. So then when people came back, all that character development they had, it's almost like that space between the episodes of a show where you know things happened, but it's up to you to actually interpolate how these people have grown. You're not constantly being spoon-fed.
That's an interesting perspective. There is that aspect, but wholesale role players don't really watch other people's VODs much. Usually you will find that it is the people who run the RPs that are more likely to watch VODs from their players rather than other people digging around for other things, unless like they like suspect foul play or things of that sort. Usually.
It's fair.
You are right that perhaps the streaming aspect has perhaps put a sort of spin on it where people feel like they are compelled to be like zany entertainment at all times. I feel like that is valid. I have definitely noticed that as a trend in particular role players or roleplay spaces just in general. Like even in some of the clips that we've been watching, you see things that are very, very common. Now, these can be spread out for throughout years, but I know that there are some spaces where they just do this shit constantly. And that's fine if that's their roleplay style. If they just want to do kooky zany basically bits constantly, that's their own thing. The power to them. That's fine. But what you will usually find is that they don't it falls into the same trap usually. Because if you need to have things to react to, you're not acting. You are reacting. That being said, so when you have those experiences that are 5 days long, shit isn't exploding constantly, right? Like you have
No,
quiet, you have
you
quiet
can't.
moments.
You can't have it go full tilt. Like, you know what it is? You might have 3 or 4 hours of Jesus Christ, this is the worst experience ever. I'm sweating my brains out in full armor under 90-degree sun. There's someone in a 9-foot-tall golem prosthesis thing trying to smash their way into my gate. I'm trying to keep people alive behind. It's a very intense moment. But then there's all the other moments of, oh, we're going to do some fight training with these people. Oh, we're going to just go and talk about like what things are like there. Oh, this is how you do magic in your lands. I'm interested. Take me through this.
Yes.
Versus, and then you get the other end of it where it's like, oh, this is the golden avatar of your camp who just showed up while you were all screaming at a drinking game at 1 a.m. who has now sat down with you and you're assigning him drinks. Yes, that happened. I shit you not. There's actually a drinking game that we would hear them screaming all night long. Are you ready for a no shit there you were role-playing story?
Sure.
Okay, so there's this drinking game called Dina. And Dina, the entire premise of the game is that essentially, number one, you have to bring your own booze, a lot of it. And you have to bring a fez. Those are the primary rules. You have to wear a fez. So, the story behind Dina, because it's not just a game, it's a role-playing game inside of a role-playing game. We're getting meta. Is that all of these people showed up to foreign lands, but unfortunately, all of their servants died on the way, so there were only masters at the drinking table. So what they realized was, oh, one of us has to be the Dina, the servant, and whoever the Dina is, basically, you can order them to serve people whatever as you roll the dice. And there's all these rules about the dice and how you can do it. But if you get the number in the dice wrong and you assign it wrong, you fucked up. You're the Dina now, and people remember what you did.
Oh boy.
So, however, when you rolled double sixes, everyone at the table had to scream Dina, Dina, Dina at the top of their lungs. So I'd be like a quarter mile away in the dark and I would hear people screaming. And so like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, oh, that's a drinking game. Like, I'm in, I'm going. I grab 3 bottles of mead. I go to the Dina table with my fez. We sit down, we're doing our thing. And at this point, I'm sitting between these 2 brothers from Iceland who are Canute and not Canute. And between Canute and not Canute, it was a great time. We're drinking, we're having a good time. We're getting just rip shit to the end of the dawn. And up walks the golden avatar. Now, each of the camps had a color and an avatar who was basically meant to represent the avatar of a dragon, because if the actual dragon showed up, the world would fucking end, and then there wouldn't be a point to this entire endeavor. So they have these avatars in each camp. And the people who play them are very dedicated, and they have these amazing costumes. They radiate power when they walk into the room. These people are great. He rolls up and just sits down at the Dina table like he owns it, because he's the golden fucking avatar. And he's like, deal me in. I'm like, okay. And I promptly assign him 7 drinks because he got to the table late. And he goes, it's going to be one of these evenings. The thing was, he turned around and goes, wait, you're the one who coordinated the defense of my camp earlier, because it was funny. As someone who'd been doing live action combat for 20-ish years at that point, the person who was supposed to be in charge of it died outside the gate. I was coordinating this running defense. I got inside and went, who's in charge? And all these people turned around and went, we think you are, Gabriel. And I went, great. Get me Scratcher. Scratcher is this little Swiss boy who spoke 7 languages.
Oh,
and I went,
boy.
you, come here. And I started screaming at people about what I want. He would just scream whatever I said in their appropriate language. And I turn around and there's the Australians and I go, cunts! And they go, oi, Gabriel! So it was an incredible, so he's like, wait, I know you. And we proceeded to have a grand old night of getting shit-faced drunk with this avatar of this amazing golden dragon who managed to pretend sober all night long. And then the sun came up and we went on our way. And it's one of those amazing memories of, you have those incredible moments. You have moments where you're in the medical tent holding someone's hand because they're screaming bloody murder while someone is doing surgery on them. And they actually have like a prosthesis they put over your chest so it looks like they're pulling your entrails out or stuffing it back in.
Fuck, bro.
They go hard. They go hard. So it's these incredible moments of bonding between people. And you have to, the thing is, when someone's doing medical roleplay there, you really feel the pressure of, I have to sell the realities of this to reward the person who's putting in this effort in a medical tent. And it's like Civil War level like medical tent crazy going on in there.
Oh, God.
It's wild shit. So you really feel the urge to always be like, I want to reward the person who did something cool in the battlefield. I want to reward someone who's doing something cool in town. To the person who's sweating their brains out in 20 layers of work prosthesis just to look badass. Yeah, I'm gonna take the hit for him and sell it to the ends of the earth.
Yeah.
So that's what I think that's what we're sort of getting at is that you can't just have constant action all the time. You need those soft moments. Things need room to breathe, and players' brains and bodies need room to cope.
Mm-hmm. And actually, when you break it down, in the span of those 5 days, I am guessing that there is no breaks in character. There's probably a zone where you can go to be out of character, I imagine, maybe. But in general...
Only directly out of place spaces are porta-johns and the showers. Everything else is considered in-place space, and you treat it as such.
So, like, if we break that down, 24 hours, right? 24 hours. I'm breaking out the calculator. You said it was about 4 hours on at most
Of heavy combat on any given day.
for 5 days straight.
Yeah.
So that is 20 times 5, 100 hours versus the
You have to minus sleep.
20 hours. Well, no, the sleeping's in character too. Because you're always in play.
Yeah, if your character
that's
snores,
the
you
total war
have to
argument,
snore.
though. I mean, that's the total war argument, though. I would argue that yes, you are sleeping in an in-character space, but you're not actually doing anything necessarily in character while you're sleeping. The drinking in character is absolutely real, though. When you're drunk, you're totally in character.
I will say it muddies a little bit. Like, let's say you have a connection with someone, you're like, hey, and then you go back to your place and you like sleep together. That is an in-character decision to sleep at a specific location that is part of that character.
I mean, yeah, that is absolutely legitimate. That is absolutely legitimate.
Who you decide to sleep next to, who you allow to be in your tent, if you have a tent. Do you sleep on the fucking ground, like on the mud, like a fucking pig?
Yeah, there's man, and we were there. I think the other thing that you sort of have to start taking into consideration is the physical conditions. We were there in a year that was dubbed Schlamageddon. Schlamm is the word for mud in German. Because they got 6 months of rain in 3 days.
That
Holy
doing
shit.
that in the middle of a bunch of physical labor. Oh, Jesus fuck.
Yeah, when it
I'm
finally
honestly
stopped
surprised.
raining-
I'm honestly surprised you didn't get any illnesses or anybody. Did anybody get sick?
Oh, both I and one of our tent mates came home with a minor case of trench foot.
What's trench foot?
You can look that one up on Wikipedia. I'm not describing it for the kids at home.
Yeah, no. That's God, that's so
Yeah,
real.
no. Keeping it very
Also, hi,
PG.
Tom.
Yes, keeping it very PG. Imagine what happens if you are constantly exposing your feet to wet mud.
Wet, cold mud, because we were there at the end of July, but the temperature at night was dropping down to 40. So, after 2 days of
Well,
solid
they're all
rain
sweaty and shit too.
and not being able to really get dry,
and all the physical exercise probably making tears on people's feet as well.
Oh my! I'm reading what it is. Fuck, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
whoever
so I
had to
actually
do it.
went into the town because there's like a square kilometer that's just vendors, and there was a guy there selling furs and pelts. I bought 2 sheepskins that I threw on our cots, and I brought this like ridiculously overpriced, it was like 200 euros for what essentially was this comforter made of stitched together rabbit furs. Because we had no dry clothing. I could see that my partner was just shivering at night and was just miserable cold. I'm like, this is borderline hypothermia territory. I went and got all these dead animals and said, nope, we're sleeping under this. And to this day, we still have that dead rabbit thing that we bust out in the winter when it's cold.
Also, yeah, Deadshot, I mean, pretty much that's exactly what I'm getting at, right? You don't need to have a bunch of crazy things happen if you have the skill and know-how of your character, as well as just general roleplay experience, to be able to make things interesting when you don't have things breaking down around you constantly.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah. I came from a community which I think I'm on the extreme end of things with the rarity of events because the community that I came from before Ascension was Massive Craft, which is just a Minecraft thing that's always running 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
So you have 24/7. Time passes 1 minute to 1 minute in real life every year. Time passes exactly the same as in real life. And what they would do is they would have basically an it became a bit of a meme in character, but out of character. It was like an occupation event during the winter of every year when everyone was on winter break. So we would have 1 month of high intensity, and then like staff planned with like NPCs and shit, and then the rest of the year was all just player driven shit. Every single day, 24 hours a day.
That's actually
So-
not as rare as you think it is. That is the case with pretty much every other roleplay format outside of
Yeah.
VR chat.
So,
it's just different. Like, usually they would have like, if they were to have things that were a little bit more frequent, it would be like once a month. It would be like something that they work to get together. But like, yeah, basically the MO usually in other roleplay groups is to put all of their eggs in one basket, make it amazing, give people memories, and then they ride that high and like make RP themselves the rest of the way. So unfortunately, like people in the VR chat roleplay community have been taught a very wrong lesson.
Yeah,
That's unrealistic to keep up because DMs are killing themselves, dude. I have run many role plays in the past, and seeing the amount of stress that other people in fucking VR chat role plays do, I feel bad for them. Like this is not
It's not healthy long term.
No,
It's not.
I do have a question, and I'm connecting that to what 404 was saying about the streaming thing. Do you think that at all, I guess, influences that? Them making those big moments, putting everything, this one or two huge moments that happen periodically, because it's a streamable or like an entertaining thing to look at as a viewer. This is my general like idea.
Whenever I'm doing DMing stuff, I don't angle it specifically at the like, oh, the viewers are gonna freak out angle. I always angle it more at the, oh my god, I want to freak the players out. I want to get them hype as shit. And of course, that's always going to be the thing that's going to get the viewers hype as shit too. You know, just big dramatic moments and stuff. But like during the monster hunts, having the fucking T-Rex come over the mountainside above everyone on the cliff and roar, you know, fucking Jurassic Park style. I wanted that to happen so bad because it's like that would be so fucking cinematic. Everyone's gonna freak out. But that's not specifically aimed at viewers, really. It's just everyone in general.
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get on VR.
See you later. See ya.
Bye.
Sion, enjoy the party.
Hell yeah.
Bye, son.
See ya.
You know, Wolf, I think one thing I would say in parallel to what Christy was saying, in terms of writing content, we're getting content for a role-playing space. The one thing that we sort of learned over the years in the live action sort of groups was that you wind up having essentially like there's two sides of players. There's the ones that I know, like definitely Christy ascribes to, and a lot of us subscribe to here, of you're capable of making your own fun. You're capable of making anything interesting. If you're bored, that's a you problem, not a game problem.
Yes, it is.
The other side of that was what you know, it kind of got disparagingly called this, and I used to call people out and saying, no, don't, we this isn't the way you're looking at it, of people who be sitting on the porch at whatever the quote unquote tavern building was, because either they were too afraid to go seeking it out, they hadn't been, basically no one had pumped their gas enough to say, it's okay for you to do this thing. You're not being weird. You're not going to be put down for doing that or like looking for it. Versus the more jaded players who had just determined, you know what, if I sit here, at some point, someone from staff is going to put plot in my mouth like a Pez dispenser.
Oh, that's fucking gross. I hate that.
I hate it too. And I hated the fact that a lot of people catered to them.
Yeah, no,
And
that's
then just
teaching
wandered
the
in-
wrong thing.
It's teaching the wrong thing, but this is where I don't know if they have this in VRC. I haven't encountered it because I don't go to a lot of VRC role plays, really. I haven't been to a ton of them. But we used to have this problem of like wandering monsters where it'd be like, okay, we need a bunch of people to go out and get people off the field. So here's a bunch of wandering monsters. Just go do something and be crunchy, you know, just to give people something to do so they'd stop whining about being bored.
God, I hate that.
It killed me every time I had to do it, which is why I took a great delight in finding I'm going to find the most subversive bullshit monster I can think of. Like, okay, you're a fuzzy bee, you have 1 hit point and unlimited charm spells. Go make friends, literally.
Oh God.
Oh, no, that's just
And people are thinking it's going to be this big combat raffle stop. I turn around and I'm like, 2 hours later, the town is singing the praises of this guy in a fuzzy bumblebee outfit that I put out there. And the staff's like, what did you do? I'm like, I entertained the town for 2 hours. What did you do?
Oh God.
Oh my God. That's,
My brain just
I
instantly
fucking
went to
love it.
Hat's character from the Swarm SMP.
Yes, yeah, dude.
Oh my God, I love
Bee
Hat's
Buzzington.
character. I still remember
Barry
pointing him in the
Buzzington.
direction of the swarm because I pointed into the ocean. It was across like there was a little bay, and he literally just walked off a cliff. He's just saying buzz, buzz, buzz. Kept walking. Didn't care. Just walked off a cliff. Walked into the ocean.
I remember
That's
at one point
beautiful.
he broke his kazoo, so he was just like sticking the kazoo bit in his mouth and going.
It sounded awful. It was beautiful.
But those are the things that we love, though, right? Like, here's the thing. No one remembers when you said, yeah, and then I rolled a natural 20 and I stabbed the dragon, versus when everyone will remember, like, yo, that was some deep emotional crazy shit, or that was hilarious, because talking about your character is never interesting, but talking as your character is always amazing.
Yes.
Yes. That's essentially my favorite things to do as Michael. Is I want to talk to people as Michael, but I want to learn more about them.
And this is why we're all sad that Michael and Darling didn't get more time together.
Oh,
Rip.
yeah.
Rip.
The good ending has been wrenched out of our fingertips.
Yeah, now we just have the slow, awkward one.
Oh, it's not even slow awkward, but like slow awkward to oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, which we are now.
It's the trolley problem in slow motion. But I mean, here's the thing, though. And Christy will probably appreciate this to some degree, but if you're staff on a project and you find yourself presented with something where it's like, okay, I could do some bullshit and play numbers games, and I could game the system so my character can survive, or you say, no, it's a good story moment for this character to die.
Mm-hmm.
There's really bad optics if you actually do that to sort of let your character live, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
If the way that I do it is that I look at a situation and say, would my character survive this? And if I say no in my head, then they die. Then and there, and there is no exception.
Yep. And that's how it went for me.
Barring like out of control scuff or something crazy. But yeah.
Or someone being like having malicious intent out of character is different as well. I haven't had to deal with that much in a while, so that's nice.
I haven't had to deal with that in VRC, but honestly, there's times where it's almost a relief. Where I go, oh, you have malicious intent for me out of character and you kill me. Great, now I don't have to come back.
Wipes hands, walks away.
That's how it goes.
In my experience, it's literally just that one guy. It's one guy slams desk chin, but it's like you just find them and it's like,
God.
oh, hey, so apparently this person just had no reason to kill your character, and they just don't like you out of character. And then the mod team are just like, is this the kind of thing we want to have in our community? No. So they just eject him, and then they're like, okay, we're retconned. I'm sorry, I know this is awkward, but it's for the best. And we're like, okay, and then just go on my merry way.
This one would be spicy. I mean, I'm not gonna be bringing up any names, so it doesn't matter.
Don't bring up any role plays either.
Yeah, no, it's no specific role plays. I'm just somebody posted a YouTube video one time of a clip of a role play, like a 5-minute thing, that was literally called, and they didn't use the character's name. They used player's name dies, and then it was literally just like a 5 minutes of them power gaming constantly in this random one-off to kill the character, and then they titled it Player Dies. It was so bad. That's the worst I've seen in VR chat.
That's not the worst I've seen. The worst I've seen in VR chat didn't happen to me. It happened to someone else. Where a DM abused their like in-game like materials to metagame the location of a different player and break the rules several times and just straight up kill them for no reason.
Like, okay, I'm not proud of this. I was younger and I was angrier. So
we all make mistakes when we're younger, but go on.
So live action role playing game, and it had this unique sort of situation with the rules where essentially for your first event you got unlimited deaths. You know, normally it was like you when you died, you had like, you know, essentially the bag of like, you know, white pebbles. When you died, you pulled a white one out, you put a black one in. If you ever pulled a black one, you permed. So that was just how it went. There was a young person, college age dude, who showed up in ugly pajamas, basically making a lot of bullshit nonsense, not being in game, being a real douche, being really a dangerous fighter, like swinging, like baseball swinging. And I take that shit personally. So me being me, I step in and immediately I house this kid. And he goes, haha, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. I'm like, you can't say that. You're dead right now. You don't have a voice. Go resurrect. And I promptly walked over to where the resurrection circle is, and I stand outside of it. And at this point, none of the healers want him in there. He comes out. Bam! I knock him down in his ass. I said, he starts getting like, no. I didn't killing blow you. You have to wait the full 5 minutes till you bleed to death. And I stare at him for 5 minutes. And I did that for 3 hours. Until he left the camp. And I'm not proud of it because there could have been much more mature. Like, I'm older now. I would have been like, yo, come here. Are you doing this because you don't know how to fight? I didn't even bother to take the time to say, what is the reason for your douchebaggery? You know, I mean, there's
Like
plenty
maybe
of people
they
who
just
come
didn't
in.
actually know the
Or
proper
understand.
etiquette.
Like, it comes to a point of like, how many systems had to fail for you to get to this point that you're acting the way you are, that literally you're just being this way? Because obviously it's a breakdown of like, okay, well, staff clearly didn't tell you what to expect when you came. No one took you through basic fight safety. No one took you through any type of like role play sort of like scenario of like the basics 101 on your first day, which is all supposed to happen, right? And in theory, this did happen, but you had no evidence of it and staff was not giving a shit. So that's how I got banned from that chapter. And I went, I don't care.
I think that's more of a staff failure.
It is a staff failure, but at the same time, I look back on it now with, you know, my 40-something-year-old eyes and not righteous 20-year-old anger. And going, I could have, there's so many better ways I could have managed that situation. But you still look at it and go, I was a real douchebag there. Maybe there was reason to be a douchebag, and maybe other people's safety was preserved by being a douchebag, but I'm not proud of it. Now, when you're talking about being a douchebag for the sake of entertainment's sake,
Yeah, that's...
the only time I've been a douchebag for entertainment's sake was because there was a again, person was there who was extremely physically fit and very proud of their physical fitness. And I went, cool. So they send me out as a vampire. And vampire charm is basically yes, you will in that game.
Got it.
Within reasons of like, you know, personal safety. And usually people would cheese it by saying, walk into the woods and kill yourself. So then no one could find you and save you. That's the cheese move, right? My response was, okay, blah, blah. I do the vamp. You have to like maintain eye contact for like 10 seconds with someone. And I get him. And I go, 1,000 push-ups.
Oh my God.
He starts doing it. He starts doing it. Now, bear in mind, there's a basic spell that you can do to fix that. His friends don't do that. They start sitting on him while they watch him do push-ups.
Oh, karma.
And I feel bad, man.
It's like when you like do something like to be funny and then no one I'm so sad no one helped him. Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's just like, you're like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be. He's your fellow adventurer. Why are you allowing this to happen? Anyway,
memes. That's why.
Basically, yes, early 2000s memes.
He created the Stanford Prison Experiment in RP.
Oh God, you're not wrong. Why am I like this? Why do I do these things?
Look, man, everyone looks back on their life at one point and they're like, "Oh Jesus, fuck! I was an asshole."
Yeah.
If you do not look at your younger self and either cringe or get annoyed, you have not grown.
This is true. This is absolutely true.
I think even my
thankfully, when I
roleplay,
look back-
like as short as 4 years ago, was cringe at some points.
Oh, yeah.
Thankfully, when I look back, I don't think I was ever an asshole, but I was really fucking cringy and awkward. Oh God, it's so bad.
I was a stoner in high school, man.
Hey, Yuri.
I've been here.
I didn't even see you sneak in. I'm sorry.
No, I've been here for a while.
She was here before you were.
He was here like
He was here,
near the
sorry.
beginning of the
Yes, here.
stream. No, it's okay. Pronouns hard.
Yes.
I was a stoner in high school. Like, I was just like the kind of person that you'd walk up to me and like, you'd be like, "Hey Noah," and I'd be like, "What's up, dude?"
God.
I was really bad at it.
You know what though? Stoners in online RP are hilarious because you can never tell where their character bleed is or isn't, and in a good way though. Like we had one guy who ran around. Like we had like kind of a role play unit thing going on in the original Planet side where we were actually trying to do like strict military role play in a shooting game for MMO shooter. And he was this Canadian from the middle of nowhere with apparently a field of weed. And he went by Hans of Stone. And all you would hear is like the bubbling in the microphone. And be like, "Hey guys, this is Hans of Stone. There's like a line of tanks coming down the road."
Oh my God.
And we had to be dead ass serious, like, "Copy that, Hans, moving artillery intercept tanks." He's like, "Yeah, man, they're like starting to really focus in down here." And we were trying to be dead ass serious, like, "Confirmed, Hans, we have 2 squads moving to assist you at your position."
This sounds like literally every Arma 3 RP.
Like, and I feel that that's what makes for RP great though, is when you can maintain your gravitas and just maintain like dead ass the seriousness of it. Because the people who can maintain the gravitas, even in the if everyone's trying to be wacky and zany, but there's a couple of people being like, "Yes, absolutely, we will do the thing, we will move forward," and they're the people who make it all work, because then it like provides that contrast.
You need the straight man.
You need the comic relief.
Well, no, technically the comic relief are the people who are making the funny thing happen, but it's only funny because of the straight man's juxtaposition.
Yeah.
Yep. It's funny.
You
in
need to have
contrast.
the Anya faces.
You need to have the Anya faces, yeah. Or like if you were doing cartoons, it's the in cartoon logic, the person who reacts the least is the strongest, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you hit someone in the face with a frying pan and the frying pan indents in the shape of their face and they pull it away and they're like, "Why for did you do that to me?" It's hilarious because they didn't react.
And the other person's in very deep shit.
Yes. Like the classic example of, you had Tom and Jerry, but there's that third character that was in some of the Bulldog who was almost this invincible character.
Yes.
Bulldog is the ultimate sort of straight man character, getting the physical brunt of things, but somehow surviving it, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because Tom always ended up hurting him.
Tom always ended up hurting him, and then Tom would wind up like an accordion or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God.
I apologize. I know I'm derailing this in like 50 different directions.
This is great. You're done. 404, you sweetheart. I love it every single time you speak. So
Moving back, do you guys think there are any solutions though to the VR chat player base just being super event hungry 24/7?
Wholesale, I feel like people need to event starve them.
I had a thought, and my thought essentially revolves around the idea of crop rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, imagine you have 100 players in one RP, right? Pick any genre you want. 100 players. However, when you're doing this, 25 of them are going to be the PCs that week.
And they're doing one angle of this. The other 75 are NPCs. That's group A. So A, B, C, D. So essentially, your group is only ever going to be PCing once a month. But everyone else will be NPCing for you, and then it's your turn to chip back into that community. So you're getting essentially, if you will, 4 different kingdoms worth of views as you rotate around different angles.
Unfortunately, I don't think that would work.
I know people wouldn't show up. People wouldn't give it the same thing. I know there's a lot of problems with it.
There would only be like 10 people who'd be dedicated NPCs because they'd actually care. Unfortunately, there is a inherent selfishness I have noticed that's been going around from people who have been like forever PCs and like various projects. It's I don't think that would work, unfortunately, because they would just only sign up for an RP where they would actually be a PC 100% of the time and open their mouths and be like, "Feed me, mother. I require development."
put the plot pez in my mouth. Yes.
One of the ideas
I require to suck the lore from your teats.
Oh.
Okay.
You gotta wean them off.
I want to see like a biblically accurate angel that just has DM over it right now. Find my teats and you may suckle upon them, mortal.
My non-Euclidean titties.
I feel like we're having a discussion about angels in America now. You cannot handle the octuple vagina.
Ooh, I could.
Yes, we know you could. I already sent you a meme about that yesterday.
I think I got popcorn.
I have to send you a meme. Did I send Ribbon?
Are you talking about the meme that I responded to?
No.
On Twitter? No. Okay.
One of the
I was gonna send you that.
One of the things I want to attempt eventually is I like the idea of having a main RP, and then we do like the vampire events for Ascension, basically every summer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that, but they're like once every couple of months. There's just a session where you're a bunch of characters in a new location for a day, exploring like some event that's happened in this place that is going to be relevant to the world. Like if a fort gets attacked or something, you have people playing the characters there, and they're just completely one-off characters. So there's no, you'd have NPCs and cast all intermingling, playing just any role they feel like.
I want more people to do that. I really want there to be more short duration sort of things, so you don't have time to get into I must keep my character alive like a cockroach roleplay.
The only issue is you need NPC models you need like really customizable NPC models with a bunch of variants, because
for example, are you like, to use A as an example, it would be like once a month the cast will come in as like CF members. Like, here's a darkness location that something happened, and you're playing like CF scientist members.
Yeah, it could be that, or it could be like a council meeting in Noria that gets interrupted by fucking bandits or thugs from the street kicking in and trying to hold it hostage or whatever.
Yeah, and then and then it goes back to AA news. Be like, there's a news article where this happened.
Yeah, so everyone's playing all the characters from that, but they're all technically air quotes NPC characters because they're just one-off random characters.
I'm not sure that would work, because the core crux of this issue is that it's because the reason why this problem is happening, like first and foremost, is because people don't know how to make characters entertaining for themselves.
Yeah.
When there isn't shit going on. So adding events or changing the way that people do events isn't going to solve the issue. The problem is that it ultimately is in the player's hands why people aren't having fun.
Yes.
Now, I will say that sometimes people make a character and they thought that they're fun, but then it isn't fun. That can happen. You can reroll, or you can sit down and be like, okay, I want to have this character change. How can I make them fun? And people are too scared to do that. People are too scared to change their situation in a way to make it fun for them. If you are
there's
playing,
that sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, they think that it's bad for RP to change your character at any time. Here's the thing. Characters are changing every single fucking episode, or they should be. Because things are happening. They're interacting with people with different perspectives. Perhaps they even if hypothetically nothing groundbreaking happens, right? At the very least, your character has like a bunch of points on a dartboard, whether or not they feel like they are welcome in their environment, or if they aren't welcome in their environment, or if they feel close to certain individuals or they aren't close to certain individuals. That changes a person. More than people probably even realize. Because the perception of whether or not you are in it, or in the group, or like socially accepted, can completely change the way that someone interacts with the world themselves. Like, maybe you can have, like, if your character is not fun for you, you can have them honestly just have this moment where they are sitting down with themselves, because real people do this, and they're like, why am I having this problem? Why am I continuously running into this issue? I want to be better. I want to do better. And so you just have them change. Or you can have them struggle for a little bit, but their change is already like in the motions, in the works, happening. And you want to know something funny about that? It makes your character way more interesting because it means that they have depth, or that they're going in a direction at all.
Everyone who made your character, you have the power to change them.
Yep. But the thing is that people feel like, look at their characters like it's a stone tablet. I built them, and this is their behavior, and this is always going to be their behavior. That's not...
Which is why they're staying this way, yeah.
Yes, but that's the problem, right?
And that even starts before the character hits anything, because when you look at it, a lot of people make this unfortunate correlation that if I tie my character to big, interesting events in the game world's lore, whatever that game world is, therefore my character will be interesting. And there's no osmosis there. It can be an impetus to do something, but I feel like if the most interesting thing that you're going to be doing is something that happened before you were ever on the stage, well, no one knows that. You have to find a way to really make people care.
Yeah.
One thing that I do when I'm making my characters is I usually, one of the things I cement down really early on is I try to focus in on like the biggest fear, and then I extrapolate that behavior down to like what kind of characteristics would develop from that. And I'll usually have an idea in my head of like, if their character growth goes in a positive direction, what direction are they roughly going to go? And then if it goes in a negative direction, what direction would it roughly go? Just as like, I'm thinking about like how they could change for the better or for the worse before I even start playing them. Like I want to have that in my head, and then it probably won't play out like that once I start RPing as the character, like, but thinking about how they might change and react in those ways is useful for me. For trying to help them change in RP.
I think the best example I can think of in terms of sunk cost fallacy was that I played like I had one character that I played literally for 20 years in live action roleplay. And I got about 8 years into that character when I realized I hated the way I was playing the character. I hated the fact that it was basically essentially stuff quest power gaming and not really role playing. And I went, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to redo this. I want to take this in a completely different direction. And I said, what is the easiest way to take this in a different direction? And I went, well, there's nothing that says I can't go and have the, like, you know, this sort of in-character epiphany and say, I'm only going to use things that the character can make with their own two hands. And suddenly that meant this guy's a fighter. He can't make magic items. Great. Magic items are off the board. And it suddenly became a very fun way to play this character now, of constantly having to like maintain, I need to get into a blacksmithy. I need to make this many silver daggers in case I find undead. I need to have this on me. I have to make some alchemy. And just this constant thing of like being really wanting to be ready to handle all this shit because he didn't have the crutch of magic. And people would be looking at him like, what do you mean you won't use magic items? And like you go on like adventures with people and be like, no, it's fine. You take the magic sword. I'm not interested in it. I won't use it. It's for you. And watching everyone just stare at you weird, because if you've ever been like in a high level sort of Dungeons and Dragons campaign and you see someone who is actually taking the, you know, vow of poverty as the paladin seriously, be like, no, I don't want the +3 or the platinum. It's fine. I'm only going to give that as a way as a tithe to my church. That's kind of what I was doing with this guy. And it was great. It was the most fun I'd ever had because it was challenging as fuck.
Sorry, Mohud's talking to me. I'm not. The silence isn't awkward on purpose.
Yeah, basically to summarize for people coming in like halfway through basically just what I said in chat. is what the conversation has been thus far.
Okay, yes. I love characters like that, honestly, because it shows that's a perfect case in point of providing intrigue, because having people give you that what the fuck, why would you do that, immediately makes people want to sit down and talk to you for the why.
Yeah.
That's literally what you gotta do. You have to put things in place in order to start the conversation. Also, Deadshaw, I'm gonna read out the thing you just wrote. While I think event starving is a helpful thing, IMO, a better plan is event starve, but have staff go around as a character to interact with people, help them learn social RP. Of course, people will leave the RP if there are no events, but those people aren't the ones you need because they clearly aren't the ones dedicated to learning. So, yes, also no. I agree. If there are people who are only sticking around for plot only, let them leave. You don't need them because they're not going to drive a story forward. They are just going to provide funny reactions, and I don't think that's actually useful for a roleplay community. And they will learn very quickly that, especially as other roleplay communities mature, they won't have a place to go because they're missing the point. However, having staff run around as an entirely different character that they don't know to try and start social RP isn't going to work. And here's why. The only way that people learn how to do these social RPs is because they have already made an established sort of bond with someone else, and they want to know about them. If it's a random person, more than often than not, especially like using like AA as an example, they will avoid them because stranger scary. That's been how they've been conditioned. However, any one of them, if they are caught in a one-on-one situation where they are talking to somebody, and they get into that, basically they need to learn how to dig into a person's character beyond the superficial, beyond just the backstory. And people need to learn how to do that for each other, and people need to learn how to have that themselves. And the only way that you can ever actually teach them how to do that is if you go to them with your own fucking character and do it yourself. Why do you think every one of my characters, every single time, go up to any person, I sit down with them and I say, hey, I want to get to know you a little bit better. Tell me something about yourself. And that's all you gotta do. And soon as you just expose them more and more to that, it will train that muscle. That's all that you really need to do. And if they don't learn from that much, then there's not really much that you can do. They'll get there eventually. It's a lesson that some people learn a little bit too late. But like in general, there is no solution that the staff can provide. It is something that the community themselves need to learn. It's steps that they need to take. Now, you can have the staff like talk to them and say, hey, you guys need to learn the value of social roleplay, but if they just scoff and roll their eyes, then there's nothing you can do, right?
Yeah, you can't really force them into role playing. The best you can do is try to engage them in like just natural conversations that guide them into what effectively amounts to social role playing, and then not unlike feral kittens, they go, wait, getting scratched behind my ears is nice.
Yes.
I want more of that. And that's sort of you can't basically, I can't force someone to
have more of those conversations, right? Sorry, you go.
No, I think that's just it. Is like if you can get it into an environment where they don't realize they're being dragged down into whatever shifty machinations the senior role players are doing, suddenly they just find out they're having fun, and then they're going to do that more. And that's my best case scenario right there.
It's interesting. You can tell when there's a community that isn't used to that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Actually, I think it'd be okay for me to mention ATK directly here. There is an interesting phenomenon that has happened in ATK, which I think might be in part some of this issue, which is that, I mean, it's no secret that ATK is filled with a bunch of new role players.
Very new.
So what ends up happening is that when I, as Indra, walk up to someone and say, hey, tell me your story, they get starry-eyed and they realize, oh shit, this is nice. But then they miss the crucial step. They forget the follow-through. They don't ask anything about Indra. There's only 2 characters in all of ATK throughout all of my time playing, have ever actually asked anything of Indra, even something as simple as what her favorite color was.
I mean, you know what the proof of that pudding is, though?
Mm.
I can prove your hypothesis absolutely. How many people walked up to you on episode 14 wanting you to tell them about Major Darling?
Yep.
Everybody knew him. Everybody loved talking to him. Who knew anything about him besides Indra?
Exactly.
Everyone spent like 3 episodes hounding you to suddenly get details, which made and no one ever asked, how is Indra doing today? How are you holding up that your child just got shot out an airlock? I'm like, guys,
just bringing into that trauma a little bit more, just stabbing in there.
There's a reason I didn't throw you directly into that bus for the room until a few episodes later. I'm like, let's let this settle down a little bit here.
What is Indra's favorite color? It's yellow because it reminds her of her most vivid memory where her fiance took her for the first time outside of a fucking city into a flower field of all things, which she normally wouldn't really bother dealing with that prissy kind of shit because she's all macho and stuff. And she was chasing the other for hours until eventually they got tired, or she got tired. She laid down and her fiance was dancing and the sun was just perfectly behind her hair to give her a golden glow. That's why her favorite color is yellow. And that's sort of the things that I'm talking about in terms of giving depth of every little facet of a character.
Oh, yeah.
I had a story for something as simple as what her favorite color was.
Same.
And
Same though.
But
I can tell you exactly that Darling's
though.
favorite color was exactly the aquamarine blue at the edge of Rayleigh scattering for the first time he was able to get into orbit and actually get away from the planet.
Oh man.
Also, the only issue I have with the solution for the issue that you propose, which is just event starve people, is there are so many RPs going on right now that overlap on days that I have a feeling that people would just stop showing up and start going to the other RPs where they're getting spoon fed.
Fine by me.
Also, I was listening to this when I was walking the dog, and another thing I want to, sorry for interrupting, Chrissy, but another thing I wanted to bring up is that the thing you talked about with Indra, basically making people story ed. Michael does that a little bit, and I noticed it because of the juxtaposition, because it happened for the first time last episode, because there was a character that actually asked Michael about something, which then I realized no one has done that.
Yep. Only Andrew's done that to him.
Yeah, only Andrew. That was
and Michael is one of the only people who actually does that to her as well. It's funny that.
And I came to the, and then what happened was that Michael immediately clammed up because he didn't want to talk about it, which was, and that's when I was like, wait, that's why, because it felt. I was like, oh, this is cool and interesting, but then I realized the reason it hasn't been happening is because people only want to talk about themselves, essentially.
Yep. Which is, I mean, that is, while a normal thing, it's also a, so you know how I have said that, one of the most common, roleplay etiquette things when you are talking about roleplay in general is to not just talk about your own character. If anything, you lead with how cool someone else's character is first, then you add a small note of your character, and you're supposed to do, a back and forth. That's the expectation. That's how you are polite in a roleplay conversation. Because so many times you have people going oh yeah, I heard about that. My character was so angry. And they just go on for hours and hours about it. Of course, the whole streamer thing makes it a little bit awkward because then your chat's asking about it. So it's okay, yeah.
It also depends
but that's different, right?
Yeah, there's also the people that are genuinely actually interested to hear about your thing, even though they have their own character and they just want to actually hear you talk about it. Which happens. I know it because I do it.
I think it also depends on what the character is supposed to be. It's easier for me to talk about Darling as a character and what that character wanted because Darling was someone supposed to be front and center, in charge of shit, and very in front of people. I think Cletus is a much more interesting character in many ways, but I can't talk about Cletus because Cletus is he's delightfully simple in his own way. And it's
love
just nice
Cletus.
to everybody.
I remember, 4-4, do you remember when Michael literally like broke down why he thinks that Cletus was not an idiot?
Yeah, that's right. You were giving me this whole speech. You were giving Cletus this whole speech about, no, you're just explaining things in ways that make sense to you and the experiences you have. And Cletus like, huh, well, there you go.
I love Cletus.
I have so many country colloquialisms to explain things as Cletus.
What's funny because like people kind of just have a stereotype in their head and they just don't pay attention. But when you actually pay attention to what he's actually saying, what he's actually meaning to say is like he's not an idiot by any means. He is actually saying very intelligent things. He's just using a colloquialism as like the way he feels like he has to express it.
It's country. It's Ozark shorthand is basically what I call it.
Yeah.
Also, I Comp said something in chat that I'm kind of like, I'm snapping at. Rather, not snapping at, like I'm grabbing it, I'm snapping it up into my jaws, I'm chewing it, and I'm spitting it out. So if you wrote that if RP streamers need to DM events to keep their viewers entertained, they're fucking up step one of streaming. Yep, I agree.
Yep.
Because you should be able to make every situation entertaining just by being the character. Because the entire reason why people are there is for your character, right? You should be able to make it entertaining by just being your character. You don't need, and by being entertaining, I mean that by the nature of just being your character, portraying their thought processes. So like muting and like narrating, for instance, was something that I did quite often. But if you were just being your character, more often than not, people will just come blazing in so long as you have something to actually have your character say, right? Or show that they are interested in something. Like, I had 150 people watch me stand in front of a mirror for, God, what, an hour? Saying, Domivox Ghost Superficium Ambules, and all of the other fucking transmutation words to memorize them. My whole community saw me do that for an hour, and they never left. I wasn't dying, I wasn't fighting. I was reading words off of a book to memorize them in character studying.
I will say this, I remember that time specifically, unless it's during the last episode, but I do remember when she was studying. You did add little character intro things. You had her own thoughts that you would say to yourself. Yeah. And you had like little idiosyncrasies that she would do because she's studying. She'd be like, oh, I need to remember this and that type of thing over and over again, which made it inherently more interesting because it didn't feel like you're just reading off a script. Going,
yes, I was showing how she was learning it, which is also my same study method. I have to make a song out of it to remember.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love it when you get to see characters doing just sort of those daily tasks and like almost, I don't want to call them the banalities, but it almost feels like that. Like the fact that people were tuning in watching like Kat and Michael and Cletus literally power wash the whole damn ship and then going over how they were going to do it and having these little character discussions while they were doing it. It's just that sort of thing. People are like, why is this interesting to watch? It's like, because the characters are actually being very genuine in their environment and having the very real talk. If you saw a bunch of people like, it would be like if you were watching a bunch of people who are running a garbage truck, shooting the bullshit about their crappy job at 5 a.m. being like, yo, Benny! And like doing their bullshit in the garbage. It's the same quality. It's like, it's a very relatable kind of thing. Like, oh, I recognize the story. And when you recognize something as a story, easier, I think, for people to step into it because there's at least some veneer of familiarity.
Yeah. Also,
I have a friend on my desk. It's a little spiper. They're trying to make a web on my little
Oh wait, did you inherit my microphone spider?
Yeah, I have your microphone spider. They're coming back telling me all of your secrets.
Yeah, great, wonderful. Oh, no. So about a month ago, I think it was a month ago, I turn around and there's this jumping spider perched 2 inches from my nose on my condenser mic. So of course I snap a photo and send it to Christy going like, hey, can you get your minion out of here? So,
yep.
It's a technician. They're just making sure your mic is working.
Yeah. I've got this jumping spider with a pair of cans on going, yeah, check 1, check 2, check 1, check. Okay, I need you to bring the attack up.
Oh, Christy, I
Jumping
realized
spiders
over
are
time.
adorable.
Jumping
They are
spiders are adorable.
I realized over time that you have changed my perspective on things because, like, I was having a conversation with a friend, and then you're telling me, like, oh, there's a spider in my wall next to me, and I've heard you say that before, and usually it's either neutral or very positive, and then I hear this slight tension in their voice. I'm like, because my initial reaction is like, oh, that's cool, and I went like, oh wait, no, they don't like that, because I forgot. People don't usually like when there's spiders near them.
Yeah.
I have such a deeply practical outlook at this point that I have my spider bros who eat things in the house, and then it's like, oh, hey, you're a house centipede. 1 second, Wikipedia. You eat cockroaches. Go forth, my brother.
Yeah, dude, house centipedes are so important to have and keep alive.
Seriously, I'm just like, you go do your thing.
They don't just eat cockroaches, by the way. They eat everything that would destroy your house, like termites.
Yeah.
Like carpenter ants. Everything that would... If they are there, if you are seeing them, that means that they are already getting rid of an issue that you aren't even aware of.
Which makes me happy. Exactly. So that's sort of like, nope. Go ye forth.
House centipedes specifically target those kinds. That's why.
Unironically, I think centipedes are cool, but I also think that if I ever see like a bugkin centipede, I would be terrified because of how many licks. It'd just be kind of weird.
I want to kiss some. There's definitely going to be some, which I would have to warn Lulu about.
I want to have like a centipede centaur, so it's a centipede.
I can't do it. I don't know what it is. It's so funny to me. Like, I'm okay with centipedes, spiders, anything like that, but beetles for some reason me.
That's a mystery
It's
to me
so
too, because
weird.
Yuri, do you know how variant beetles are? Are you talking like the standard like rhinoceros beetle, or are you talking
Like any type of beetle gets me, like like the little stink bugs and stuff like that. No, ladybugs are not really. I don't really.
Ladybugs
They don't.
are beetles.
Ladybugs don't really bother me. I don't know what it is. It's just.
I understand.
I don't know.
You know, people have their own thing. It's just
they're like
when I hear that someone has a fear of beetles, though, it makes me like blink repeatedly because like there are beetles that look like centipedes, there are beetles that look like spiders, there are beetles that just look like little round friends.
I wouldn't trust four guys from Liverpool either. I don't blame you, Yuri.
You know, you know what I think it is. I think it's because sometimes they're in the shape of eyes, and I have a huge fear of eyes. So. I think it's the round shape because I don't like multiple things with eyes and stuff like that. So like, if you were to, spiders are okay though because they're not human eyes. So if it was like uncanny human eyes, then it really gets me. So if you show me like your Cyclops OC, I'm gonna tell you it's ugly.
Can I ask a question, or would it be really something that you would probably be like, "That's gross. Don't talk to me about that"?
No, you can ask me a question.
So if you got like a close up of an oyster where they have all the eyeballs and the little tentacle stalks when they're open. Because they have like 100 eyes.
I've never seen that.
Oh no!
I'm not gonna send a link to you. You can seek that out on your own since you've already told me this upsets you. I will let you figure that out on your own if that.
You know what? Okay, so what is it? You know what? We're gonna see.
Basically, if you look, I think it's either oysters or scallops. Hold on, oyster eyes.
I think it's scallops.
It's like
it's scallops, maybe. Yeah, scallops. Scallop eyes.
Yo, oysters have it too, dude. They look like fucking mimics.
So if you look at scallop
I'm
eyes,
curious.
there's like basically scallops have like 100 eyeballs
Don't look at my
stalks.
stream, Yuri. I'm gonna look it up as well.
So
I'm already
scallop
looking
eyes,
at it.
Yeah.
Ooh, oh my god, they're so cute.
They are kind of adorable.
No,
but yeah.
that's not. Like I said, that doesn't really bother me. It's like uncanny human eyes.
Dude.
Like,
dude,
like
they literally look like mimics. It's so sick.
I love this.
I'm so glad I've enlightened people.
You can literally use
this,
this,
like,
take a
the first time
picture.
I've heard about this, and I'm like obsessed with animal facts. I'm so happy.
now we need a merfolk with like when you get really, really close to them, they have like these tiny little eyeballs.
Well, I want there to be like a scallop merfolk now because
Like,
they
yeah,
look
it's actually
horrifying.
oh god, a scallop merfolk would be great because it's a filter feeder and it's just literally sitting there. Everyone's eating
vibing.
breakfast and they're like, "Aren't you eating?" And it's like, "I am."
I am eating.
I thought you were
I
gonna go
am
with the Zoidberg
your
angle, like
presence.
everyone stands up and then it just jumps on the table.
But like, no, I feel like the filter feeders sort of merfolk would actually be the ones standing outside the sweaty gym equipment and being like, "Yes, delicious."
I guess like if you were to take a spider and then you put human eyes on the spider, that would scare the shit out of me.
That's
like
fair.
it's human eyes. It's not eyes like
okay.
that.
Human Vivina
It's like-
scares the shit out of me too.
like if like a biblical angel were to show up in my room, get out.
It's okay.
I'm not going to heaven. Get out.
If you ever have one, just call me. Trust me, I'll take care of it.
No, like, ugh, God.
Oh my God, human Vivina.
Yeah. I don't
Why
know
is this so upsetting?
I don't know, man. I think it's the facial shape, honestly.
Yeah.
You know what,
Actually,
friends,
to
you
be
monstrous
fair,
Spider Girl.
It's
To
not
be
like
fair,
it's not like it's
I
creep.
think-
It's not like it like makes me like scream. It's more like I'm gonna throw up. Like it's really makes me sick.
I will say that I think it would be more. I think new Vivina, like year 3 Vivina, would not be as upsetting.
She's
if she had,
still
like-
weird. I tried. It's still weird.
Also, I understand a bit, Yuri, because like as a kid and like as a teenager, I did not like bees. But mainly because I didn't know if I was allergic or not, and I was scared if I got randomly bit in the middle of nowhere, I would just die.
Oh, okay.
See, I didn't have this question because I got stung by literally fucking
together, oh my
everything
God,
under the sun.
Aww.
My house was infested by fucking everything. We had like fucking bees in the backyard, wasps in the front yard, dirt daubers in the sides, snakes in the ditch, a sea of brown recluses under the house. It was fucking awful. So I kind of got used to everything.
Christy, someone's talking about biblical angels, and I'm just imagining them showing up to you and then saying their classic line, "Don't be afraid," in a very like intense way, and you just look at them with starry eyes.
They're like, be not afraid. It's like, okay, don't worry. I'm not afraid. I'm something
There's a
else.
meme for that. There's a meme where an angel says that, and it's like, "Be not afraid, my child," and the person's like, "Sir, this is the sexiest moment of my life."
What's funny is that depending on how you interpret, angels wouldn't do this, but if you wanted to do like this type of interpretation, they might you might have to restrain yourself to not show the sin of lust to a biblical angel.
Oh, you're
That'd be
saying
hilarious.
they're gonna punish me?
You won't be able to see them
Adios,
because
mio.
you won't be in the same place as them.
I mean,
that's-
not for
that's
nothing.
fine.
I
They're
feel
just
like the
taking me to
biblical
hell,
angel.
which has other cuties too.
No, the biblical angel punishment is you wind up a pillar of salt or on fire.
yeah.
That's
Oh.
usually
Oh,
how
yeah,
it went.
Well, I think that is
they-
accurate. I think I would be salty if I was denied such a beautiful creature.
Yep, there's a reason
I
why.
was sit there in
Water
your
down
chair
my
like
comments so hard right now. I'm not
gripping your
you're
thigh.
streaming.
There's a reason why the term going biblical or it was biblical is like for punishments or like big things is for a reason, because they really fucked with people. They did like horrible shit.
The
If
angel
you
was basically the
upset them.
tactical nuke of the Old Testament.
Yes, it was.
Except it told you, imagine if a nuclear missile should have been said, "I'm doing this for your benefit."
I'm doing this for you. I just realized Lucifer and Michael are both angels, but they were they biblical angels, or is that
Oh,
before
yeah.
their time? Then
No.
has there been I never seen art of someone's depiction of Lucifer.
He
as a
was the
biblical
most
angel.
beautiful angel, so it's possible that he might have just been the most human.
This is where it gets really interesting because a lot of angelology has its roots in essentially medieval Jewish midrash and Talmudic traditions and Kabbalah. So that like when you look at sort of like Enochian script and stuff like that, there's a lot of it that starts coming out in the 1200s and 1400s. So it's kind of neat when you look at some of the weirdness that happens there. As I'm that person who took a Jewish studies course to get closer to the primary sources for my classical Roman source, because who were the people writing about what the Romans were doing in the Middle East? Well, it turns out. So, yeah, it gets very interesting when you start reading how medieval scholars were approaching things like the Torah and then getting into these sort of like, there's entire books written about literally the first line. If you ever want to learn how to do a tight read on something, Midrash is the way to go. Get you some Ibn Ezra commentary.
Vibin, Spider Dance is playing.
Also, if I remember correctly, there's probably not any actual biblically accurate Lucifers, because the whole hyper focus on hell and Satan was basically just fan fiction that came out like 200 years ago. So it wasn't
I'm looking.
really a major part of the Bible.
I'm looking into it, and all I see are later depictions where the angels are human.
I've just seen all the quote unquote anime of all of them.
Yeah, but it was never like a big part of the original Bible. It was the Dante's Inferno that kind of popularized all that stuff.
Huh. I want an art. I really hope there's an artist somewhere that like makes a go like, okay, I'm going to try to make Lucifer look like a biblical angel and see how that interpretation is, because he did look different than a normal angel.
I personally just want someone to do art of all the really wacky fetishes that were in Inferno.
Apparently, there was a book called God's Wife Was Lucifer, and it's like has a Barbie doll with angel wings. And I want, what the fuck is
Oh,
this?
that thing. I remember that.
I
remember reading
mean,
about that at some point.
we can get into the entire discussion of how, like, you know, hey, Adam, what about your first girlfriend, Lilith?
Oh, God.
You know, that in that other creation, 2 kingdoms over. And this right here, kids, is how we point back at one of the most widely distributed pieces of, be it faith or lore, depending on your viewpoint, that the canon material is always up for revision. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Actually, that's the reason why other mythologies are really interesting, because they always have very widely different ideas than you know the classic Judeo-Christian mythology, which is interesting in its own right. But like, for instance, people sleep on classic Loki.
People sleep
Loki's
on classic Loki. Yeah,
yeah, he's
I would
super
say...
interesting. He's, for instance, I'm pretty sure you probably know this, Warhorse, because you're well versed in these things. But
are we going with the 6-legged horse, or
no? I'm going by the fact that in the classic literature they use actual feminine pronouns for Loki when they transformed into a female version or a female character, versus when Thor put on a costume when he had to trick someone. They always referred to him as him.
One of the more interesting things that, and this is in that horrible gray space, it's in a very liminal space. There's a lot of limited information that we don't know the full Norse pantheon, by virtue of the fact that a lot of it, particularly the gender nonconforming or female parts, were generally speaking removed by you know, fortunately a Christian influence.
Oh, he's really
it was Christianized, essentially.
A lot of things got removed, and there's every now and then you get these tantalizing things about a name dropped here or there, and I'm always hoping that we're gonna find some other older version of the Havamal or something. Or there's so many great texts like that. Like to sort of build on what you were saying though, did you ever see there was an animated feature called Sita Sings the Blues?
No.
Okay. Cool. So Sita Sings the Blues is an amazing animated piece of art, basically going over the Ramayana, which is essentially one of the great sort of foundational stories of the Indian subcontinent, but from the perspective of Sita, who is sort of the object of affection of Rama through that, and how it's kind of described as the greatest breakup story ever told. But part of it is there's this sort of tradition in the Indian subcontinent of sort of shadow puppets who would sort of be your narrators. And the animator brought that in by having 3 of her friends, who were Indian, describing what the actual story was, and they can't agree, because it turns out every region has their own version of what the story is that supposedly everyone knows. And they're just disagreeing, like, no, 4 wives, 3 daughters. No, 5 sons. And they're going back and forth, and it's amazing, because I love the fact that it's like, oh, wait, they literally can't get and just the animators trying to like draw everything while they're trying to like disagree about it. It's amazing. I strongly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, that's the nature of mythology or tradition, is that you do have your own basically home. If we're going back to D&D terms, but homebrewed versions.
Yeah.
Of, whatever the local flavor is, the local flavor is going to be the one that is most predominant that you'll know, right?
Yeah, because they're tackling issues or questions that are prevalent to that community.
Exactly.
They'll tailor it to that.
Ooh, Lemon's all tired out. Hi, Mochus. Is it cuddle time?
I really hope we do find. I hope we have one of those ancient text uncover things.
That would be
kind of
awesome.
like they find all those skulls in the Dead Sea or whatever. I hope they have one of those for Norse shit. Because oh my god, there's so much stuff.
There's so much stuff all over the place, and it gets really, really I'm using really too much, but it's tragic when it wasn't a place which was recording history in a way that was easily digestible. Some of the South American places that were doing with like knot work, and it took forever to figure out what was going on there. With some of the Incans, we still don't understand all necessarily the way to translate Ogham in Northern Ireland, which is a fascinating language to look at. But my favorite thing about Ogham was the idea that you could charge a wand by carving your Ogham into it with your curse, and then you would disperse the curse by whacking someone with it. So essentially, you're carving a symbol onto a bat and then cracking someone with it to go and curse them. I love my ancestors,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, that sounds pretty Irish. Yeah.
I unironically I agree with Confi. I would fucking love if there was like a random tomb that someone found and they're like, here's like a retelling of the Norse mythology but without the Christian influence.
Oh man, there's so many places where it's great to see that, and it's also very good to sort of get away from places that unfortunately went through late period westernization in terms of it. Like the Greek and Roman mythology got a really heavy westernization element, primarily because of the romantic period in the 1800s, where essentially if it was France or Britain, they were stealing it. So
Thankfully, though, the Romans wrote fucking everything down, so we still have a lot of original texts.
They wrote a lot of stuff down, and then a lot of it literally got hidden away in a form of early censorship because this is far too much for the public to see. My favorite weird fact from my time as a classics major is that to this day, there is still a cabinet in the British National Museum where they had to hide all of the penises because they had all these things from the god Priapus, and they kept bringing them back, but they couldn't put them on display. So they literally have a hidden cabinet of dicks, Roman dicks, dedicated to the god of erections.
That's amazing.
Yep. Or there's a
That's
wine
the
cult.
kind of shrine you should be praying at.
There was a
Who doesn't
powerful-
want to have just like I feel like everyone that I
Praying to a
see
bucket of dicks.
who has their entire like big collection of bad dragons on the wall behind them. No, that is now the new altar of Priapus. Priapus is getting a second coming, if you will. Forgive the term.
It's got a second wind coming on, you know.
It's like, hey man, come on! If Bacchus got brunch, Priapus got bad dragon. Let's go. The internet's good for business.
Oh my goodness, I'm just watching them both Lemon especially just flop over because I've been having my manual laser pointer go on the wheel so that they just run.
Oh, Daver boy, like the entire practice of sacrifice in terms of Greek and Roman religions and cults that's a topic in and of itself that I can go on about for like 3 hours. Don't even get me started.
I love getting lore dumps from 404. It was the foundation of our friendship.
It really was the foundation. Well, that and you being incapable of responding.
Well, no, because the first time I was. And then immediately the week after, I was completely out of it for a whole month. And you just saw me do model work while you talked to me. And I would respond in text.
God. But yeah, you get me rolling on certain subjects, particularly ones dealing with antiquity, and I'm going to be here a minute. Which is why I love chatting with Wolf, because then we get onto some weird topic of philosophical whatever, and I go, nah, man, it's all Diogenes. Let's go. Pass me the pipe.
I really love talking to you, for because you're one of the few people that just kind of I can keep going. And going.
One of my favorite things, because AA borrows a little bit from some other, like, some of those old ancient, like, classical religions, like the North has the Norse stuff, and Duat has the ancient Egyptian stuff a little bit. One of the things I did a lot of research into was for the Northern stuff, because I was very interested in the idea of Svilheim is a matriarchy. So I was curious, if these religions developed with a matriarchy in mind, with the idea of female rulers, you know, so instead of the focus being on Odin, it would be on, you know, Freya or whatever. and because there's a lot of female equivalents that cover the same like domains as the male gods in that in a lot of the Norse stuff. Like there's the female gods of war and storm and stuff and all that. It's like if the focus was just shifted slightly, it's really interesting. There's so much there though.
There's a lot of what ifs or down different halves of history that would have made either better or worse things.
Yeah,
and it's like,
what do you do when you're being stared at these two beautiful monsters?
You obviously give them all the love and affection they demand. Oh, jeez. Like, I think one of my favorite sort of way out there great mythology, Central American stuff gets really awesome when you get into Chimaczech religions. There's some amazing stuff there, like the books of Chilam Balam and stuff like that. And it's interesting because obviously what was going on was really terrible with, you know, the conquistadors happening, but they were very methodical about actually documenting and writing things down, even when it was embarrassing. So it's very interesting how they did such a great job of actually recording so much of the in situ faith practice, religious practice, lore and legends. It's really odd how faithful some of this stuff is, because a lot of them kept extremely detailed diaries, and in some cases there actually were, you know, Jesuit monks there who were going out of their way to really detail these things, obviously with an intense bias, but there's some great stuff there. So I one of my favorite things that I ever learned was that the first layer of Aztec hell is boredom.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second. I need to leave for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Bye-bye.
Do you think? Yeah, like I love the fact that the first layer of Aztec, the concept of like Mictlan, of like a land of the dead, where if you were going to the bad side of it, was you were sitting outside of a restaurant and could smell the food, but you'd never get served.
Oh, that's awful.
That's literally what their first concept of the first layer of hell was. I'm like, man, god damn, the Aztecs didn't play around.
I know, right? Fucking send me to the torture pits. Fuck that shit.
Oh my god, there's so many amazing things when you get into it. There's no end to it. I think the only point where it gets weird for me is when you get into a point of, I don't feel comfortable calling it mythology when it's still an in-use faith practices by other people, right? Like I don't want to be. Then it feels co-optive, and it, which then gets into the weird place in my mind of, at what point is it okay because they're all dead, and at what point is it me just grave robbing? You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
I think if it's gotten to the point where other religions have taken their stuff and used it, and then other religions have taken that stuff and used it, like you've gotten like a couple layers removed, like the ancient Greek stuff, because the Romans stole that, and then all of Europe stole that. You know, like that's you're getting a few layers deep, then it's all right.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why I tend to stay very much in sort of a more Eurocentric tradition, as opposed to looking at something like, okay, and this is how we approach the concept of witchcraft in Central Africa.
So, 404, have you ever read the book American Gods?
Oh, between me and my partner, we had 2 different copies of that book laying around at any given time. And then we got the expanded 20th edition version.
I actually went to the, what was it, like Castle on the Rock or House on the Rock, and I have the coin to this day, like with me.
Oh, that's dope. So that's actually an interesting point. I always thought this would be kind of a neat thing where, I don't know if anyone else does this, but I'm obsessed with those machines where you put in 51 cents and you get the commemorative penny out when you crank the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So I have this sort of like stamp book full of those, of these weird places I've been that you can get that. So like the Mystery House in California, where it's like all of the weird gosh, I can't remember. Is it the Remington House? It's not the Remington House. She was the heir to the Remington fortune. Anyway, but it's like all these sort of oddball, weird ass places. And I always wondered, these are kind of like my little fetishes of places I've been to that were magical to be.
I know that you meant fetish as in like mementos, but...
Well, I mean, you understand what I mean, though. It's
Yes.
It's a fetish in that case, and it's an accurate word to describe it. You know?
Oh my
The
god.
Winchester House. Yes, that's what it is. The Winchester House, not Remington. Thank you. Have you ever been to the Winchester House?
Let me look it up.
Oh, you've got Christy. You will love the Winchester House. She
Just
was
safe to
literally
look up.
convinced. So she was the heir to the Winchester fortune of like Winchester rifles, and was convinced by this like
Nope, I have not.
spiritual medium that all of the people who had died due to Winchester guns were going to haunt her, and the only way to avoid them was to keep building the house so they couldn't figure out which room she was in.
Oh my god.
And it gets surreal. There are like doors that go to 20-foot drops. There are stairs to nowhere. There are half stairs. You can go and take the extended tour where they take you into the creepy basement, but you have to wear hard hats. It's amazing.
Dude, that sounds like the interstate in my hometown.
Oh, it's so good. Winchester House is incredible. I love stuff like that. Like talking about the House on the Rock, though, I think roadside attractions and weird, like the biggest frying pan in Dakota, weird shit like that you see on the side of the highway. If you're the sort of person who isn't compelled to go check that out, come on. That's what makes the road trip great.
Right? Never know what you're gonna get, right? It could be like some like boring dinky thing, or it could be like something like actually like fucking significant, like House on the Rock is so fucking cool, dude.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is how I went up like at an alligator farm one time. It was great. I say this every time, but the colors on your cats, the older they get, the better they look.
Oh yeah, their markings will actually darken until they're fully grown.
And now, is that at like 1 or 2 for them? I don't know what their maturity rate is.
I believe it's 1. Let me look it up. Goodness, the webcam cord is getting in the way. Oh, she's gone again. Mochi is.
Oh, Daver Boy has all the facts over there. Yeah, 24,000 square feet, 180 bedrooms, 40 staircases, 13 bathrooms. It's a wild place. It was worth the tour.
18 months of age.
18 months. Okay.
Yeah, they're only cusping 5 presently.
Oof.
They're gonna get a lot bigger too.
Oh, yeah,
Male
I bet.
Bengals on average weigh 15 pounds.
It's gonna be solid
From
muscle,
muscle.
too.
Yep.
Yeah. It's gonna be a strunk boy.
You big boy.
The joke was we went to the Winchester House, we got out, and the car was dead, so we said the spirits killed our battery.
Wait, hold on. Okay, did Supernatural ever do an episode there? Because if they didn't, that's a missed opportunity.
Okay, I'm going to Google for that one. Supernatural.
Supernatural did a Scooby-Doo episode. I think that was enough.
They never did? Oh my god.
Bro, dude, I got so mad. I heard they did Slenderman in one of the later seasons.
What?
And I went and looked at it, and it was just like a 1 episode of off-brand Slenderman. I was like, bro, why?
Yeah, but the X-Files did the Mothman, so I was always happy about that.
The
but, like,
Scooby-Doo episode was great.
Slenderman is like the one thing that the Winchesters could have to fight that like doesn't have to escalate to the point of like God or like God
Yeah,
to Electric
true.
Boogaloo. But they wouldn't be able to fight it. Like it's an actual monster that's difficult to deal with because you can't just shoot it and you can't exercise it. It's like a complicated thing. They could have made a whole ass season of Slenderman, but they did one shitty off-brand episode.
And because it's not like
Got warned
copyrighted,
about
they
talking
can
about
just make
Slenderman.
whatever
Now he's in
fucking
my
war
head.
they wanted too. So there's so much opportunity, man.
No, she's talk about that.
At what point does Supernatural just become SCP, the series?
I wish there was
Look at me,
SCP the
man.
series, man.
I had a whole 2 months of just binging SCP videos.
Which, by the way, I still binge watch SCP videos. I watch SCP Explained like every
Oh
fucking
yeah,
day.
me too.
Also, someone asked me what my favorite SCP was eons ago. At first it was the Love Glasses, but I realized that isn't even like canon. There's not even an entry. So now it's Dr. Bright. I figured out about Dr. Bright. I love Dr. Bright. He's amazing.
I need to know it. I need to figure out what.
I don't remember what the number is, but my favorite SCP that I've ever read is only like 2 paragraphs. And what the concept is they found some ancient Gallic ruins that had out of order signs on the doors.
Hmm.
And when they took the basically anything that they put the out of order sign on becomes out of order and broken. they took them based on some carvings that were inside of the ruins. They took them to I think it was I think it was the Stonehenge or whatever, and they hung them up on Stonehenge, and reality began to break apart at No, it was the other way around. Anything they put them on started working. No, wait, hold on. I'm getting it completely backwards. They took the signs off of the ruins, and reality started to correct itself. So, all molecules started forming into crystalline structures. Like everything started just going fucking weird and becoming rigidly orderly. So they had to put the signs back to put it back to normal because reality is supposed to be out of order. That's what it was.
My goodness.
SCP-2316 is my favorite, mostly because it is kind of creepy and it has the whole water aspect, but not all the people would like that. But I think it's just one part of the video that just brings me in every time, because you're watching this clip and it tells you over and over again, so you just completely understand. It goes, "You do not recognize the bodies in the water." He just says that every time. It's a good one. He says that you do not recognize the bodies in the water, and it's a Keter class.
Dr. Clef is a good one as well. I like Dr. Clef.
Can you imagine if there was an SCP that just rolled around behind you constantly going, "Roll for initiative"?
There is an SCP that was made by Dr.
That's literally Matt
Wondertainment.
Mercer 404.
Yeah. There's an SCP that was made by Wondertainment that is it's basically a board game based on the SCP Foundation, where when you play it, it's like you get transported into the game, but it's completely safe. And you play out containment scenarios involving SCPs. And Wondertainment gifted it to the Foundation, and they were super fucking suspicious of it. So all they sent in was D-Class for ages. But they eventually started using it for just training protocol because they figured out, for some reason, Wondertainment had just genuinely made something really useful for them for no reason.
Yep. Fucking Wondertainment is so fucking... that one's also great.
The recursion SCP. Yes.
Have you heard about the SCP, the I fell off my bike? Have you heard about that one?
I don't think so.
3516. So it's literally a bike. So let's say you crash on this bike, right? Mm-hmm. Really, really bad. You break everything, but the bike is this entity that goes you feel perfectly fine. You could have a leg twisted all the way around and you'd be perfectly fine. But if it's a light scratch, you're dead. It's a really weird SCP. It's the opposite of
any injury you take on the bike is inverse proportionally.
Yes, so if you get into a really bad wreck, you're perfectly fine. But if you lightly scrape your toe, you're dead.
That's interesting. Also, I would never be on that bike. It's way more likely that you'll get on my... Think about it this way. Yeah. Because technically speaking, when you're on a bike for a long time, you're going to be building calluses on your hands, which technically is as a result of injury. So...
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's not the worst.
Hmm?
Have you ever noticed... Well, there's a whole thing about people who do the Tour de France, how basically they have to get a reinforcement in the crotch and then essentially rub their ball sack raw to the point of bleeding because of the friction on the bike seat.
Ah, yeah, true.
One of my favorite newer SCPs is 5000, which is just Y. And I won't spoil it completely, but the basic premise is what happens if the Foundation declared war on humanity?
Oh, I remember seeing that one, yeah.
That one's really fun, and if you actually dig through and find the answer to why, it's really fucking interesting.
Yeah, dude.
All this is just making me want to play Control really badly.
Stage Blight is also another good SCP.
I gotta actually finish that game.
6373.
The apparently Containment Breach multiplayer exists now and is actually stable.
Yes, it's funny as fuck.
We should... I really want to do a roleplay of that.
Do I still have that? Because I had it when it wasn't stable, and it was funny as fuck because it was so scuffed.
It's still kind of scuffed, and it's really funny to play. I enjoy it. Like, don't get me started on SCP. I had like an obsession for 2 months for those boys.
Oh, I've had one off and on for like 5 years.
Monkey has reached full chill stage. She has claimed my left arm.
It's one of the things that always comes back for me.
Uh-oh, trouble.
What do a Savage Run?
Oh my god.
I
Sashi
don't-
said orange flavored Rise, and now I'm sitting here like, I went an entirely different direction with that.
Fanta?
I read orange and I read flavored. I'm just like, putting a ramen pack into Rise?
Yeah, Fanta?
Like a ramen packet. Like the flavor packet. Ramen Rise.
So, that's not. You know what the problem is? That leads to an immediate power game.
How?
If you can put a ramen packet in there and get ramen Rise, that means you can start stuffing her full of healing potions and then just start subdividing her off. And have like slime gummies that would heal you.
I mean, that is how it works. It's just diluted as shit.
No, we just keep on adding ramen packets, and then
There's
we give her
also-
noodles, and it becomes the hair, and she wears a bowl on her head. She becomes ramen slime.
She becomes Victor.
But then she just makes like the wet macaroni noise and sounds like animated porn all the time.
She would always sound like that anyway.
4505 is also another good SCP. It's like Renaissance artworks that are like alive, and it's really creepy because like their eyes can bleed and they have like emotions and everything. And
Oh, who is the one? Oh fuck, who's the? There's a recurring thing. It's not an SCP, but it's a Tales character. It's fuck the Nat. Oh god, I gotta Google. What the fuck was his name? Lord something.
I usually watch what's his name?
I would
Volgun.
laugh if Rise actually
Oh,
is
Lord
like some
Blackwood.
kind of aspect of SCP-999 just because of the fact that he is technically an Eldritch Horror. Or the son
Okay.
of like the worst evil Eldritch Horrors, and I'm just imagining like an AU where Rise is the daughter of darkness, but
Oh,
she's just
goodness.
pure.
Okay, but yeah, Lord
Vibin'.
Blackwood is basically just he's like a 1900s generic, like, you know, the English gentleman adventurer, you know, naturalist, you know, all that trope. Professor Griswold voice included, you know, like, Arash. He's basically a dude who's that, and the Foundation had found him. He's just a snail, and they don't know why. And he doesn't know that he's a snail. He can't process that he's a snail. But he just, all of his articles, all of his tales are just really long-winded stories of him telling stories of him
Being like
going
a
to
super amazing
supernatural
adventure.
places. Yeah, like there's one where he fights 682 in Victorian era, you know, the town of Tarask. They think it's the Tarask, and he goes and fights it, and it's very clearly 682. Or there's one where he gets transported to the Red Sea object dimension, and it's his adventures trying to find a cure for their sickness and eventually escaping their dimension without being uncovered. It's amazing. Because they're
You know
all
what
from the perspective just being told from a Victorian gentleman.
Which is amazing.
My-
Yuri, I was gonna say, I think you know what you would probably love if you've never listened to it. Seek out the podcast Lore, which is essentially SCPs in real life from historical documentaries and the shit that people did to one another. It's horrifying in the best possible spooky way.
Ooh, okay.
The one thing I get annoyed with about 682 is that he is explicitly in the base article. 682 is supposed to be the very hard to destroy reptile, not the immortal reptile. But people have taken it in tales and in experiment logs to such an extreme that he is literally invulnerable now. But he wasn't supposed to be. The lizard was supposed to just be really fucking durable, not unkillable.
It's okay. If there's ever a time where there is a finger quotations conclusion to the SCP website where all the lore is contained, they'll just release the final document, which is just that they found a way to kill him and like how.
There is actually a tale that I really like, and it's told from the perspective of 682. You don't find out until the end, but basically, the concept is it's like 600 years into the future or whatever, and humanity has just advanced to the point that they've started colonizing other planets. So the whole mystery of the story is like 682, from his perspective, is just being let out of the facility by an SCP office, person. Scientist, and they basically just at the end are just like, yeah, we've evolved, we're gone, we're giving you this planet, have fun, and everyone just leaves, and 682 and a bunch of the other anomalies are just there. They just inherit Earth, and humanity just moves on, and it's awesome. It's really well written and interesting from his perspective, just getting it.
I think one of the best written SCP logs in general was 5031. The yet another murder monster.
Oh, the chef?
Yeah, the chef.
Oh, you
There
have it up.
wasn't one at first.
No.
Have you guys seen this one?
I have seen this one, yes.
I honestly know nothing about SCPs in general. I was only introduced to this in
Okay.
like the last year.
So we're gonna
breathe.
watch this one with chat because I'm pretty sure this is not gonna get strike me. I'm pretty sure.
Any SCPs beyond SCP-2000 are for normies.
What?
You see, the first 2000 are the original and bestest.
So wait, SCP are Pokemon?
Nah, there was a lot of really shitty SCPs in like the first 200.
Oh yeah, no, most of them were. There's a genuine chunk of the fandom who genuinely thinks that though.
I'm a big fan of the book where if you read a disease, you get it.
There was sort of around like when they started doing like the SCP-3000s, there was a legitimate part of like, oh no, the SCP fandom has gotten so big that now it's just congested with so many different ideas that it's becoming too bloated for its own good. But I don't know.
That was back when there was still a canon too, though. To be fair, shortly after that, the canon completely collapsed and it became freeform. Canon is what you think it is.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
people
which
stopped
was
caring.
which was like good and bad. I don't know. I miss the old days though, genuinely.
Everyone
I
always
do
looks
to an
back
extent.
on situations and think that it is nice. That's how the nostalgia works.
Yeah,
Back in my day,
even
we didn't have to worry about natural 20s because we only used D6s and we liked it.
Even disregarding like the writing style changes, there was a lot of stuff in early SCP that doesn't make any sense, like the whole D class getting executed at the end of the month. Which, if you did that, even if you took from China's political, like political prisoner population and America's prisoner population, and you
Yeah.
raised the requirements to misdemeanors, you would still run out of people like 4 months into the year.
Yep.
Well, the widely accepted canon about midway through was that they were what was it? That if they completed like a certain term, they would be released or with amnesiacs.
I always liked the. I don't know if any of the canons ever went with it, but I always liked the idea of keeping D class as the orange shirts, but then having an elevated class between the scientists and D class that was like not containment specialists, but basically containment specialists that are the D class that have survived all of these bad shit things and they're really good at it. So they get like elevated privileges. They don't get to go free, obviously, because some of these are like serial rapists and murderers and stuff, but like they get elevated into higher standing. I don't think anyone ever ran with that though.
The reason the incentive for people to take the D class contract was that they would eventually it made their life sentence into like, oh, you only have to like work with us for 10 years and then you're out, buddy. Don't even worry about it. With the expectation that like 99% of them would die.
Yeah, like the only one, as far as I know, that actually had survived ever in canon was that one SCP that was actually implied to actually be able to have a quick save function.
Oh yeah, the main character containment breach. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, I do want to show this one because, in particular, one of the reasons why I really, really like it is because it shows how you should set up your puzzles, especially for your. If you want to make an entirely unique race, sure, you can make it like a very scary killer monster, right? But it's way, way, way more interesting to make it an actual person, and you'll see this here.
SCP Foundation researcher sits at a table inside of a standard containment cell. These are often dangerous places to be,
especially when the SCP you're supposed to be studying is one that you can't see. The researcher is taking notes, unsure of exactly what is going to happen next. He can hear the sounds of knives scraping behind, of flesh sizzling and searing from high heat. He braces himself as a burst of heat hits the back of his head, as if a fireball has erupted. An object floats through the air and settles in front of him on the table. It's a plate of food, and it looks delicious. It may surprise you to learn that there is no rule that the SCP Foundation must deal exclusively with violent and vicious creatures. Not every SCP held in containment shares the same malevolence and contempt for humanity as SCP-682, or the world-ending threat posed by the likes of SCP-2317. Some, perhaps not many, but some, are benign and might even seem outwardly friendly. But you'd still be taking a huge risk to assume that anything contained by the SCP Foundation is completely harmless. Such is the case with SCP-5031. As per the Foundation's containment procedures, this quasi-humanoid, meaning it appears to have some vaguely human features, is held in an airtight cell that is regularly checked by Foundation personnel on a bi-weekly basis. SCP-5031 has no need for regular nutrition or regular interactions from staff. The trick with SCP-5031 is not being eaten by it, since though it doesn't need food, it does still hunt and consume anything it encounters, human or otherwise. Avoiding being eaten is hard enough with creatures that can actually be seen, but like so many other creatures the Foundation keeps contained, SCP-5031 has developed an almost perfect defense mechanism, which is when observed, it will literally cease to exist. Some might choose to refer to this as a quantum lock. However, it is worth noting that traces left by SCP-5031 still remain observable when the creature has temporarily disappeared. For example, trails of blood and scratch marks left behind by SCP-5031 still exist when the SCP itself does not. Naturally, this makes both avoiding the creature and capturing it using cameras difficult. However, when SCP-5031's existence ceases, it still casts a shadow. From this, researchers have been able to determine several of the creature's physical traits. Based on its silhouette, it has been deduced that SCP-5031 levitates about half a meter above ground level, sports an abnormally small necklace head atop an elongated torso, approximately 1.9 meters long, with 3 sets of spindly lower arms that branch outwards. Using these arms and its loosely hanging body, SCP-5031 will lower itself to hunt any human or animal that draws near to it, and uses the blade-like tail to cut up food. Perhaps the most interesting facet of SCP-5031 beyond its defensive capabilities and apparent physical attributes are the series of 9 tests conducted by senior researcher Stanley Huxtable. Appalled by the conditions that the creature was being kept in, Huxtable took over the role of HCL supervisor for SCP-5031. Having grown increasingly frustrated and empathetic towards the creature, listening to its screams from inside its iron containment unit, Huxtable devised a series of tests to introduce SCP-5031 to various different stimuli as a way to better understand the creature, and hopefully keep it contained in a way that didn't seem to cause so much suffering. It's worth remembering that the SCP Foundation makes its mission to be cold, not cruel, in performing their duties to protect normality, and many of the researchers and staff are just as capable of having empathy for creatures as you might for a stray animal at a shelter. The first of
So like up until this point, like it was just listing out like how fucking terrifying this creature was, how it's attacked and like hurt many, many people. But then they take a twist, it's like, wait, hold on a second, there might be something more here. And they changed their whole shtick.
Huxtable's tests involved installing speakers in SCP-5031's cell, through which a variety of different ambient and popular pieces of music were played to see if they had any effect on reducing the creature's stress. By judging SCP-5031's stress levels based on how much it screamed when compared to normal, Huxtable was able to determine how to best use music to calm the creature. SCP-5031 seemed to convey higher levels of stress when listening to Morning Forest, Deep Grotto, and Seaside Paradise ambience, as well as the best of late 60s British rock band Jethro Tull. However, the best of Mozart, Enya, Kiss and Ben Folds produced dramatically different results, decreasing SCP-5031's apparent stress. Following this test, senior researcher Huxtable compiled a playlist featuring SCP-5031's favorite music. Over time, the stress-reducing effects of music on SCP-5031 seemed to decrease, but keeping the playlist on shuffle seemed to keep the creature consistently calmer than it had been previously. The next test involved introducing inanimate objects into SCP-5031's enclosure to monitor its reactions and how its stress levels were affected. When a softball was thrown into the enclosure, SCP-5031 immediately sliced the ball in two with its tail in one swift motion. A similar result occurred when researchers threw the creature a basketball, which was quickly punctured and sliced open by SCP-5031's tail. Its stress levels first seemed to diminish when the creature was offered a bowling ball, which it rolled around the enclosure and then later knocked it against a second bowling ball. However, when one of the balls chipped, rendering it unable to roll properly, SCP-5031's stress increased dramatically until a replacement was offered. Researcher Huxtable noted that SCP-5031 seemed to possess a similar level of motor skills to an average human toddler, with similarly explosive emotional reactions to match. Next, when given the choice between two food sources at opposite ends of its enclosure, SCP-5031 seemed to gravitate towards higher quality food, most notably favored cooked rotisserie chickens over animal carcasses. It even chose this option over a live chicken, using its tail to cut its food into more manageable bite-sized portions, rather than ripping its meat with its hands or teeth like many of its fellow SCPs. Researcher Huxtable recorded these findings and highlighted that, even though SCP-5031 didn't need to eat in order to survive, providing the creature with food of a better quality marginally reduced its stress. Senior researcher Huxtable next attempted to test SCP-5031's coexistence with other living subjects, each time making sure that the creature had been adequately fed to avoid any unseemly incidents. First, a live chicken was introduced. SCP-5031 rolled its bowling ball at high speed towards the chicken, increasing both its and the chicken's stress levels, and inadvertently killing the chicken in the process. When a second chicken was introduced, SCP-5031 gently rolled a basketball towards it, but ceased any further engagement after the chicken squawked from being hit by the ball. Next to be introduced into the enclosure was a blindfolded D-Class staff member, who was instructed to sit down and roll the basketball towards SCP-5031. After doing so for several minutes, the creature began to approach the D-Class subject, who was instructed to remove their blindfold to cease the creature's existence and prevent any potentially deadly incidents. Finally, researcher Huxtable had another Class D engage in a game of catch with SCP-5031 while facing away from the creature. This test proceeded successfully, and senior researcher Huxtable remarked how SCP-5031's motor skills were improving, albeit gradually and with some gentle encouragement. Through Huxtable's tests, the creature was learning. The next test focused on teaching SCP-5031.
Being a D-Class and being sent into any fucking containment is just so fucking awful. This guy got lucky.
Linguistic symbols utilized LCD displays and buttons connected to a food dispenser. One display showed an image of a rock, and the other an image of a rotisserie chicken. After some brief probing, SCP-5031 was quickly able to understand that pressing the button under the correct display would dispense a rotisserie chicken for it to eat. The creature was later able to adapt when, the following day, the screen displays and materials dispensed were swapped, and then later set to swap at random intervals. When additional rock dispensing stations were introduced, this time displaying the word rock as opposed to an image, SCP-5031 was able to determine which station dispensed chicken through a process of elimination. Whenever the functions and displays were swapped, SCP-5031 would find whichever displayed the word chicken to receive its food. The final phase of this test presented SCP-5031 with a single station, displaying the word chicken, but with a button that would remain inactive unless the creature spelled out the same word with a collection of lettered blocks it was provided with. After some initial confusion and frustrations as to why the button would not dispense food when pressed, SCP-5031 was able to assemble the word correctly, not only activating the button and dispensing food, but proving to researcher Huxtable that the creature was capable of learning language. Huxtable continued to test the creature, encouraging it to spell words using lettered blocks as a method of communicating. By increasing SCP-5031's vocabulary and the amount of human interaction it received, senior researcher Huxtable observed that SCP-5031 was gradually learning to sing, albeit non-verbally, as well as to juggle with its 6 hands, and was even communicating its food preferences and dish pairings. Later, another Class D, D-52125, was introduced to SCP-5031's enclosure to aid in further testing. Through D-52125's instructions, the creature quickly learned to draw using crayons, and created artworks depicting itself, its newfound friend D-52125, researcher Huxtable, a cat, and a rotisserie chicken. SCP-5031's new creative side didn't stop there, though, as the creature quickly learned to play chopsticks in only 2 days once a piano was introduced into the enclosure. SCP-5031 even managed to start creating its own original, admittedly crude, compositions. Next, a spice rack was placed inside the creature's cell, and D-52125 demonstrated how to season meat. This proved to be SCP-5031's new favorite hobby, as it spent the next 3 days experimenting with different combinations of foods and spices, using its letterbox to request more garlic powder. Interestingly, the creature only created garlic for music when D-52125 was present, but seemed to thoroughly enjoy its experimentation with food when left alone. Following this development, senior researcher Huxtable devised a new test for SCP-5031, providing the creature with cooking utensils and using D-52125 to demonstrate. 5031 was shown how to prepare a variety of different dishes, from hamburgers and tacos to Mongolian beef, steak, clam chowder, and profiteroles. In addition to a small peanut allergy, this 8th test revealed SCP-5031 to be a phenomenal chef, possessing culinary skills far beyond the average person. The creature quickly and enthusiastically embraced its newfound talents, concocting its very own brand new recipes, with D-52125 even volunteering to be the first to taste test 5031's dishes. It was shortly after this test that SCP-5031 spoke its very first word. And it should come as no surprise that the word was salt. Naturally, senior researcher Huxtable was very proud of the progress the creature had made with its development. The final test almost seemed to be what the creature was born for. Over the course of 2 months, SCP-5031 was tasked with creating a full 3-course meal, which would then be served to Foundation staff for Thanksgiving. SCP-5031 not only rose to the task, but exceeded all of researcher Huxtable's expectations, creating a meal that even Gordon Ramsay would be hard-pressed to find fault with. The creature created a first course consisting of sweet potato miso soup seasoned with turmeric. Next came a beautiful duck confit, glazed luxuriously with apple cider, and topped generously with sweet cranberry compote, paired with a side of butternut squash gnocchi and served on a bed of kale seasoned with truffle salt. The grand finale of the exquisite meal was a spiced cassava pie for dessert, complemented with the finest French vanilla ice cream and a maple hazelnut syrup. And SCP-5031 didn't stop there. The creature also debuted one of its original musical compositions to complement the decadent meal it had created. As the staff enjoyed the food, SCP-5031 performed live from its enclosure the deeply moving Piano Concerto for 6 hands, to an overwhelmingly positive response from not only senior researcher Huxtable, but the entire Foundation staff. As a fitting end to the creature's tale, Huxtable reported that, during the Thanksgiving banquet it had created, SCP-5031's stress levels reduced entirely. New, kinder containment measures that would keep 5031 safer but also far more contented were submitted for approval. Perhaps some of you may find it refreshing to learn that SCP-5031 isn't simply just another malicious, malevolent monster that the Foundation has to keep under lock and key for the safety of the world. Instead, SCP-5031 is a gentle, if a little frightening at first, creature that just requires careful and considered guidance instead of a cold iron cage and around-the-clock armed guards. Through testing, senior researcher Stanley Huxtable and his fellow Foundation staff were not only able to help the creature develop, but also found what makes it tick, and not just for the purposes of containing it. Instead, it is hoped that SCP-5031's creativity and flair for culinary and musical masterpieces can continue to thrive and grow, under the proud watch of researcher Huxtable. Now for something from the more terrifying archives of the SCP Foundation.
So that's my favorite, like, written one, just in general. So, like, you see what I mean, though? Like, how it's, like, actually, like... It's a much more intuitive puzzle, and I prefer things that are more like that are much more like cleverly constructed beyond just woo, it's gonna kill you.
It's feral cats all the way down.
Because I look like a monster doesn't mean that I am one.
I prefer things that are just misunderstood versus
LMAO,
I'm kill you because me monster.
Hello, I'm back, but I need to leave because I'm going to D&D, but I love and appreciate you all.
Have fun at D&D, Wolf! Bye-bye!
Have fun, Wolf!
Also, Wolfgang, thank you so much for the Basil's Bucks as well. I appreciate it.
You know, like, the interesting thing about that is I had a short story I wrote ages and ages ago, and I called it The Constant Gardener, and it was a Doctor Who, like, sort of like fan fiction thing, if you will. But the entire idea behind it was essentially there was a world where the trees were constantly disappearing, and it was full of redwoods because there was actually... one of the angels, but it was a vegetarian. So it was like trees that took 1,000 years to grow, but it was slowly eating its way through. And then since they went back in time, they were slowly regrowing in an equatorial fashion around the entire planet. But then like people were going to show up and try to like log the planet. And it's like, I don't want to kill people, but they're literally taking the only thing that keeps me alive.
That's actually really fun too.
Like, put the monster in a place where it's not acting necessarily monstrous. That's the thing that I always liked about Doctor Who, quote-unquote, monsters. A lot of them weren't monsters.
Yeah.
They were doing exactly what they were meant to do. It just wasn't necessarily beneficial to some of the other things around them.
Yeah. Like, there was a method to it.
Method to my madness.
Oh my goodness, they're both cuddling my feet. just
oh my god, I got that.
Just fluffy little worm. But yeah, we're bringing everything back to like the very beginning, I guess. I hope that more people learn how to make their day-to-day roleplay more interesting, or I guess figure out how to provide that depth that is necessary to make it fun to be their character. Because God, I don't want the DMs in the VR chat community to become as burned out as they are. And something else that they don't realize is that's burning out the players too, because having constant stress all the time will build a negative association. Just in general. And it'll make people a lot more competitive too, which is not ideal for a cooperative, like, community environment.
Can confirm.
Yeah. Which is probably why also in turn dice has become more prevalent, is because people just outright won't trust each other. It's a sad thing.
It is sad thing.
Imagine RPing retirement. Meaning like retiring from RP, or like role-playing out someone going through retirement. DM handholding the, like the adventure is done? Oh, yeah.
Don't have to imagine it. I've done it.
It's happened plenty of times. Like a lot of characters, once they reach a certain point where they're like too strong, they're usually shelved. And they have like their final like victory lap before dipping away and becoming like on a cameo basis.
You get that gold watch.
The gold watch.
Oh, that would like the character I was talking about earlier when I was playing was Gabriel. Was like he eventually wound up a noble, which was bizarre to everyone. But at the end of it all, it was literally one of those things where it was just like, this character's getting a gold watch. We've solved like all these political problems. Everything's, you know, for the most part, things are pointing the right direction. I can walk away from this now. I did my bit. So giving a character a gold watch where they don't wind up in like a overly like dramatic sacrifice or like a horrible ending or something. Sometimes getting that soft landing and getting the gold watch for a character, it's really satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's satisfying in a way I don't even know if I can communicate how satisfying it is. Just to be like, no, this character led their life. They made their mistakes, but they took their L's, they took their W's, and now they get to sort of walk off with a sense of satisfaction. That's a great feeling, especially because, not for nothing, a lot of us don't get that feeling in real life. So
yeah, that feeling of complete fulfillment.
Yeah, like
and now
wow.
I can just chill out.
Yeah, like I'm good now. It's time to put the feet up, crack open a bottle of wine, have some oysters. I'm done. I'm good.
I had like one character do that. Well, no, I've had a couple, but like my most prolific character that did that was Hackney. She saved the world, and now she's raising a family. God damn it, and she's gonna be running her fucking city in peace. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Like that, unless you're saying like playing a character who's like having to come out of retirement, which is entire like that's Old Gunslinger. Old Gunslinger is a great trope.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun trope to play. One character I want to play, and I haven't found a good place to put him yet. I wanted to I had this entire idea because you know how it is when the brain rot hits and you start writing an entire novella about a character that will never happen. So I had this entire thing about essentially sort of your superhero sort of setting, but it's this, supervillain. But the supervillain is actually working in a retirement home. It's a retirement home for superheroes that are now experiencing the vagaries of old age. Like, they aren't able to control their powers or their bodies necessarily, but it makes them dangerous. And it's very distressing for him because he's not aging. But all the people that he could vaguely say he had not a friendship, but a relationship with, he's watching them go through this and just how disrespectful it is and how much he hates it. But they sometimes have episodes where they recognize him and no one can understand how this one orderly keeps surviving. And I really want to do something where I write more about that character because it's just one of those things where he kind of has this real stick up his ass. He still wants to be like, God damn it. I burned down half a city once. Fuck. And now he's just literally cleaning shit up off the sheets of one of the superheroes who kicked his ass. Because it's like the only people he respected because he has no respect for like the current generation. And I just want to like do something like what is going to pull him away from there? What's going to be the spark that hits that tinderbox, right?
Right.
You know, it'd be an interesting one.
Yeah.
New heroes find out that he's there, assume it's his undercover identity, and go to capture him and accidentally end up killing some of the heroes. And then it becomes a revenge story.
Oh, man. It's a quick revenge story. Like if you ever read, there's a great, one of the best deconstructions of superheroes from the villain perspective is Fid's Crusade. It's a 3-part series, very good. One of the conceits in it is that there was this unspoken agreement between heroes and villains, never at hospitals, and it's explained in one paragraph. Like they tried that once with a supervillain who was visiting her mother in the cancer ward, and they knew never to do it again.
Yep.
Because the first time you do that and it goes wrong, that's on the heroes.
Yep.
There was one of the most it's like that entire series is full of these one-off paragraphs that give you so much depth to that world as to why you don't do certain things.
It's almost like people who are villains have had to go through a lot of trials and tribulations, and it could be spawned by things that everyday people have to deal with. It's just that they decided to be like, no, I won't let myself be beaten down. I won't let life destroy me and my family. It's crazy how that be.
I don't remember what the comic series was, but there was one of the DC things where they revealed that there's basically this off-the-books kind of resort in Cuba where supervillains go when they catch too much heat.
Yeah.
And one of the stipulations is that there's like this... There's this code with all the supervillains in DC where you don't go after each other. There's a reason they don't fuck with each other. There's a reason they always deal with the heroes. There's like this strict code they have to work with, otherwise all the other villains will come down on them. And the basis of the story is somebody frames the Joker and makes it look like he's broken that code, so all the villains are coming down on the Joker. and Gordon has to investigate and track him down at that resort in Cuba, while all the villains are trying to break down the doors and kill him and figure out what actually happened and who actually did the thing. And it's really fun because it turns into like a buddy cop of Gordon and Joker,
which is fantastic.
Oh, that sounds really fun.
That sounds really fun. Like Marvel had a similar conceit briefly in the Spider-Man comics where they were talking about this guy and it was kind of like a two-off thing, but essentially he was the tailor, built everyone's costumes, but he was going on about how he had to have certain days the villains came in and certain days the heroes came in because he couldn't have people showing up at the shop at the same time.
Yeah.
So I loved that, but I think in terms of like what Christy was saying, like, you know, villains go or people with power using power. There's a web series, and I think it was called I can't remember it, but I'll find it. But she has this entire moment because she's essentially almost like a Superman analog and is growing in power. And she turns around and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. When have you ever had to make the moral decision in your life to not kill someone? Tell me what it's like for you not having the ability to walk through 20 buildings and kill an entire block. Please, what a hard day you fucking had." And just sort of literally calling people out who are trying to judge her for what she does or doesn't do on the basis of that they have no basis of comparison or understanding for what having that kind of ability is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it finishes up with like, any day I don't kill 100 people just by getting out of bed, they should throw me a goddamn ticker tape parade. And when you think about it, she's right. If you have that kind of boundless power and the self-control to, one, not use it that way, not give into sort of the emotional response of, you know, let's face it, sometimes we do things that are shitty because they feel very emotionally satisfying. Well, what happens when you have the ability to like throw a car 5 blocks? How bad does that get if you throw a tantrum? Right?
Yeah.
So everything that is a normal human response becomes infinitely worse.
Yep.
You guys, I love Astro City. Daver Boy, I read Astro City to the day it had its last episode. Astro City is probably one of the best. It's a comic book for people who love comic books. It's one of the best explorations of a comic book world going through a golden age, a silver age, and a modern age, and it knows it. And it intentionally did it. It's so good. It's so good.
Have you watched Invincible 404?
I read Invincible.
You should watch it because there
I
is
did watch
a scene
it.
that you did watch it too. Awesome.
Yes.
Because I know that the train was something that they added to the comics from the comics, and it was so good.
Yep.
I will not go into detail. If you haven't seen it, please watch it. It's so good.
There's a lot of things, like there's some people who look at stuff like that and go, it's splatter porn. I'm like, no, it's actually taking it to the logical conclusion of an extreme viewpoint that we don't have a human reference of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always it's always that great space I love to stare at. And I know I can't get it right because I am, my fact, despite all best efforts, still human. So having to go so far outside that viewpoint and then say, where does the logical conclusion end? Where does Occam's razor end? And generally, it's in some pretty wacky shit.
Yep. Yeah, man. A lot of people are saying that they're like tired of like superhero stuff, and I'm sitting here like, okay, I'm not. But especially when it comes to things that are like dystopian superhero, like The Boys.
The Boys, definitely.
Doom Patrol, fucking.
I will say, like,
Doom Patrol is just
tired.
such a great example of the fact that just because you have superpowers doesn't mean they're good.
Yeah. Also, like, or at the very least, it takes a long time for you to become actually useful. Because they're all representations of their own like internal issues, among other things. So like,
yes,
it's puberty, the superhero
well, that's how
show.
Superpowers have to be done, man.
It's how you make it interesting.
As opposed to space rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like people who got tired of superheroes and then spent the next 10 years complaining about how there were too many superhero movies kind of spaced out when there were 10 years straight of really shitty racing movies because of Fast and Furious, or, you know, the last 20 years of shitty war movies because of, you know, just generic ass war movies. Like, it's always been a thing. It's just It's just now it's superheroes instead of westerns or fucking, shitty Adam Sandler romance movies.
I mean,
well, and part of it is because of the great merger that's combining like all of the copyrights
forms
from
of media.
all of them together. That's why we're getting a bunch of stuff that we've already had exist, but it's come back.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this
Better sometimes.
without wanting to sound really, really pretentious about it. We've had, in general, for the last, 35 years, usually 99% of the source material for the superheroes has come from two companies. With the small outlier of Dark Horse on the one side, and then sometimes another small indie company will rise up for a little bit and then very goes away. But the independent scene for it, especially now that started pre-internet, with the ability of seeing so many good things in terms of web comics, in terms of things like Royal Road and the serialized writing that's happening there. If you step outside of the safe box, and look, let's be honest, Marvel and DC both have very big formulaic safe boxes. They like them. DC went a little bit further outside that first with Vertigo and came up with some of the most beautiful stories in the last 30 years. That's where we got Sandman from. That's where we got all these things that let Neil Gaiman and Alan Moore go berserk with. They're great. Some of the nonsense I was showing Christy the other day, Transmetropolitan, which I still need to get you to read because Transmetropolitan is the biggest mindfuck you'll ever get because that's Warren Ellis at his best. But yeah, when you get away from the sort of safe production houses, which are absolutely targeting the easiestly targetable demographic, which is to say, young, usually male readers who want a power fantasy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The minute you step away from that target audience and you start getting into the odder corners of it, there's a huge depth of story going on out there. And not all of it's good. A lot of it's garbage. But even if you wade through the garbage, you still find diamonds. It's very much like you have to go through a lot of boring rock to find the diamonds, but the diamonds are out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
I will say also, The Boys is only good in the TV show. Nobody go back and read them, please.
Yeah,
actually,
yes.
yes.
I'm not gonna disagree with that. Yeah, I'm not
That's
gonna.
because
It's basically just a rage boner snuff comic series about about people that don't exist. There's no
it's
actual
actually
story.
more than that. It's because the person who created The Boys literally openly said that the reason why he made the comic is because he hates superheroes and he hates every single character, every single one, and they're all irredeemably shit people who have like every single person, every single super cannot be good. And you're like, oh, what? That's such a waste. And so what they're doing with the show is way better in comparison.
It's way better in comparison.
Awesome. The
show
comics
is
are
actually
basically
awesome.
just
Humanize
a
people.
snuff film character assassination of people that don't exist.
Can we talk
By a
about
very
how
angry
like
man.
comic books have this weird fetishization for child soldiers for some reason?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm just saying how comic books really fetishize and glorify like these whole child soldier mentality.
Yes.
I will start with the X-Men and move forward. Sorry, am I getting too real with my comic book content?
I started stream at 7.
No, I know.
It's 4 hours.
4 hour mark, yeah. It's been 4 hours of pretty much straight discussion, but it's nice though. I like these topics a lot. In general, I'm gonna whip it back in how like like in this media of supers, they all can do the one thing, but they do the one thing good. I wish more role players did that. I wish more people understood why it's being done even. Because that's how you get the whole point of like why you choose the power being that it's like a symbolic representation of what that character is and what they're going through. When you have only that thing, it becomes so, it can go, your power can be like a curse to like to like shame, rage, like when it represents like a core part of yourself that can be ugly or beautiful depending on entirely on how you take it. That's the shit that I eat up. Like for Vivina, it's all with every shapeshifter, they have identity issues. They have when I first made Vivina, her first like primary focus was that she had envy when she was like exploring like the surface folk and how they were treating each other and like how they were always at least somewhat beautiful. She would walk into a room and they would see her as this creature whom they actually treated as such. More often than not, whenever people actually asked her anything about herself, it was to ridicule, to demean her people, her species, to twist it into her being like some kind of genuine monster. Or just straight up slut shaming for, God, who knows how long. Up until that eventually led up in year 2 because she completely changed herself to try and fit in. Which only added to the whole existentialism thing, but that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point. Is that when you have someone who can become anything, in theory, they are nothing at the same time. And so they collect like a bunch of shiny things that they think that is what they want, but it's actually not. And what they really need to do is figure out who it is they actually are and find pride in that. To figure out how to stand on your own 2 feet, to understand that your adaptability is just as much a part of you as everything else. The whole thing, even though you're a social little chameleon and you can become anything that the situation requires, that doesn't mean that you're changing yourself. Not really. There was a philosophy about how certain people wear masks and how there is like no true self, or that the secret self is always like you when you're like alone and things like that. And what Vivina explores specifically, or at least what I had made her explore, because it's her whole fucking thesis, right? Is that the conclusion is that every single mask is you. Just because you act differently in front of your mother, in front of your lover, in front of your best friend, or your other friend that you're friends with for entirely different reasons, that doesn't mean that you're fake. It just means that it's another part of you. So long as you are being sincere in that situation, that's what matters.
You have a great personality, Vivina. Thanks, I made it just for you.
It's like that meme where you accidentally use personality 3 with group 5. Shit! You guys didn't hear that.
It's more like she has like hyper empathy, so she knows inherently what kind of language would be more appealing to each individual person, and that's not necessary. Some people I have had in-depth conversations about how that is her manipulating people, but she isn't manipulating them. She's trying to make sure that she explains things in a way that they understand so that they can grow to be better. She's never done this for ill intent. She has never done this because she was trying to get something out of somebody. It's always because she was trying to understand. She's basically meeting in the middle.
You know what's interesting is that I think from sort of a character building perspective, when I approach that sort of idea, I usually try to come at it from the idea of saying, find 2 questions, at most 3. 3 is hard, that I want this character to answer for me, the player, through the course of that character's actions.
Yes, go on though. I want to hear.
So like with Darling, the entire thing was like, okay, I want to answer the question of how does a person bear the burden of responsibility for others when they can barely handle the responsibility of themselves?
That's a good one.
And that was kind of my main focus there. I was like, I really want to be like, okay, so we have the anger issues and the drugs to cope with like the fact that he can't deal with himself. But at the same time, he has to deal with this entire moral authority issue of being like, I have to be the mother for the ship and make sure people are taking care of themselves and doing all the other things. So when you start asking, like, find a question, say like, I'm not building a character. I'm going to have my question list and then say, I want this character to answer these questions. And suddenly I find once I start approaching it from that direction, the character starts slotting into it and the history starts happening. And suddenly you can start to see that huge line of decisions that led to the point where that question needs to find an answer.
Yes, or
And it's like the compulsion that drives you forward.
And sometimes
as the character.
The answer can be answered multiple times and it can change.
Oh yeah, that's the best.
Maybe the real answer was the friends we made along the way.
The answer is never the friends we made along the way or lupus. This is what I can tell you after 26 years.
Understandable. Hello, I'm back from D&D. How's it going?
Very good. We've been talking roleplay for hours.
I mean, we went through roleplay, character design, the differences between LARP and VR at one point. We got on superheroes and villains for a minute. And then the various existential things you can do to help build your character or make your character more social. And yeah.
Basically the thesis principle.
Yes.
We went on an SCP kick for a little bit.
We're on SCP for a little bit.
I've been stargazing this entire time.
What are you stargazing at?
My ceiling.
I mean, fair enough. I didn't know if you were like looking at a particularly interesting like celestial object or a comet or something.
No.
I
mean, I could be if I looked at my Star Wars poster.
I should put like some glow-in-the-dark stars on top of my ceiling, so when I'm being an insomniac like I always am, at least I'll have something to look at when I'm staring at the ceiling, not sleeping.
You know why I can't have glow-in-the-dark stars?
Why?
I got so angry that they were random, I actually had to start making constellations in relative distances to one another.
Oh no. My homie. No.
And then my parents wake up at 4 a.m. to see me on like a stepladder on my bed, young me, being like, so there's Cassiopeia, which means if I have a ruler, and they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I need the 6-foot ladder. The bed only goes so far.
Oh my god.
And that happened. That's the thing. Joke's on them though, because then I made a set of scale mail armor with really tiny scales, so that way I could actually go and make Zodiac things inside of a suit of scale mail as an inlay.
Oh, that's so cool.
Amazing.
Stars on your ceiling fan.
Actually amazing.
Oh my god. Oh. I have my kitties on my feet. They're so warm. They're so soft. I can feel them.
I am the best slippers. Best slippers ever. I'm glad that you're training them now to like flop on the parts that are going to get cold come this winter. That will be an invaluable skill.
Do that. They just did that themselves, and they're cuddling each other while on top of my feet.
Do they go for shoes as well, or do they just always go for your feet?
I mean, they're curious about shoes. Sometimes they like flip them over.
I'm just wondering, because I know I've definitely had friends who had sort of the larger breed cats where they were like, if it stank, they were all about it.
Oh, yeah.
I think one of our cats might be like that. We have a chonker of a cat, and she will often drag the flip-flops from like one side of the kitchen to the other, like a good 10 or 15 feet. And she's just started trying to bite my mom's feet. Just anytime she's sitting down watching TV, gets attacked. But it's like the slowest attack ever. She like waddles over and then sits for a second and then bites.
She has to let her know, like, I am going to do this very naughty thing, and I want you to know I'm going to do it.
So you can say no, and then they do it anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, 404. That someone actually brought up a really good point. So I had like a crazy fucking hyperfixation not too long ago after an epiphany I had about the roleplay community. I've been having a lot recently, but about how, so you know how it's kind of cringe to make fan fiction about living people like fucking and stuff?
It's definitely in the realm of you better be doing that very carefully or you're very quickly in the realm of bad taste. It's very gauche.
Yeah. However, it's completely okay to do it for characters, right? And we don't have to go into the why. It's okay to make fan fiction of characters. However, it goes even more fucky because in character, when you're in character, there are many, many characters, usually always one in each RP, about that one character who makes fan fiction of the other characters there, and yet it isn't cringe when that happens.
Ah, yes, the erotic friend fiction.
Yes. And yet...
I think that's actually a trope on TV tropes.
It is. It's a known thing. The erotic friend fiction.
Jesus fuck. I know it's like frequently used like in like animes and stuff, but still, you would think that because it is a role play, which means that you are trying to simulate real life in a fantasy setting. But for some reason, that's like one of the few fucking things that no matter what, even though it's like completely unacceptable to do in real life on all accounts, it's completely like accepted and even celebrated in RP.
Oh, I think it's celebrated in RP to a point. I mean, I guess here's the question. Is it coming up live and in session about the fan fiction, or is it something where it's celebrated off board?
Define off board.
Meaning, like, if it's happening like in a forum or a Discord, and then there's the fan fiction there, versus like if we're, say, in the middle of an RP and someone is literally bringing up something about, hey, did you read the latest chapter of this thing that someone wrote about you?
It's actually that one.
Really?
Yes.
Yep, there was
Really?
a whole fan fiction club in year 1 of Ascension with a bunch of the characters, and they would sit and read the fan fiction character.
Okay, I want to tell you all, I feel very unsexy right now because not only has no one written fan fiction about any of my characters to my knowledge, but no one has yet had the brass to come up to me and tell me about it. And I play some pretty, pretty forward characters, as Christy has learned in the months of my relationship with her. So it's like, really? Not one of you. Not one of you.
In my experience, it's the
ball,
less
people?
forward ones that are more interesting for that to happen.
Yes, they usually ship like two people who are like, it's always like rivals.
And they were both bottoms.
They were both bottoms. It's not ever like the person who is like super flirtatious. It's always the reserved one and like the outgoing guy who's just like a happy little puppy.
Oh, well, to be
time.
fair, we did shoot down the shippers pretty hard with Indra and...
I mean, that's well. I mean, the thing is that their personality types are not usually the ones indicative to be affected by like the in character scheming, because usually when it's done in character, they do it from the lens of like baby's first fan fiction. You know what I mean? Where they always look at two people who are just like, oh my gosh, what if they're just angry at each other because they want the other person's attention? They like put their hands over their faces and they're just like looking at each other like scandalous, like stuff like that. That kind of fan fiction.
It's the tweener reaction.
Yes.
People play up the tropes of fan fiction writers when RPing as fan fiction writers.
Look, I gotta
best.
tell you, I'm 45. I'm way too old for that shit.
I grew up on the Tumblr boards and I still to this day make fan fiction. So
oh my god, you
fair
remember
enough.
fucking
I'm not
Tumblr
gonna
roleplay where you just had like vlog chains that were 7,000 long, and eventually you'd get to the point where all of the words were like the text was one letter.
Oh gosh.
Yes, it's awful.
On the
And
right
then sometimes
side.
they would keep going even though that happened, and it would just be on the other side of the screen. It's like I can't even fucking physically see the text anymore.
If I remember correctly, there was one fan fiction that actually broke Tumblr, and every time anyone reblogged it, it was like stretching below the post and off the side of it as well. I remember when I first joined Tumblr seeing a post like that, and every time it came up, I'd reblog it because like, this is fucking hilarious. It's breaking the website.
You know what? I'm just gonna go get my milk of magnesia because I'm too much of a boomer for this stuff.
It's okay. It is a thing that has like cropped up way more.
This is news to me. I've never heard or seen this particular phenomenon, so this is very interesting.
Yeah. It's a thing that became particularly popular, like the moment that like Tumblr, like boards similar to Tumblr, kind of popped up. Sure, there was always like fan fiction, like websites that had existed for like a long ass fucking time, but the moment that Tumblr came around, all of the little horny people who really liked fucking like two characters fucking very much, or sometimes doing very cute fluff shit, but usually it's the fucking, right? And they all had a place where they could actually talk to each other about it. And then it became the whole shipper culture. Just became like a bunch of people getting together and be like, oh, these people, they're so cute together. And they would like write out scenarios just because they wanted more content of their ship, even though in any fucking canon, they barely fucking sit next to each other. It's so...
I mean, I freely acknowledge I was definitely someone in the realm of people going like, yes, and it's Captain Jack Harkness ship to everyone, everywhere, always.
That is the correct ship.
That is the correct ship. That ship is not only sailing, it is at sublight speeds.
And then Tumblr got rid of the porn and killed itself. Yep! I'm so mad!
Okay, no, it goes deeper. Not only did Tumblr kill itself by getting rid of the porn, all of the toxic people went to Twitter after that happened, and they're the reason that the internet is evil now. They caused Twitter cancel culture to explode and become the monster that it is.
You're right.
Tumblr banning porn killed the internet.
That was all over Tumblr instead. And like it never was able to actually get genuine traction because the website was awful.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Tumblr banning porn killed the internet as a whole.
So Tumblr was the trap crop. Tumblr was where all the malicious pests wound up.
Well, it was a combination between that and 4chan, yes.
Well, I mean, 4chan has always been 4chan, though.
Yeah.
I do have a question in a similar vein.
Go ahead.
That I actually wanted to bring up. I thought about it last time I had this discussion, Christy, and I completely forgot about it until like literally just now it came to my mind. And it's in a similar vein. It's not to do with fan fiction. It has to do with fan art.
Oh, yeah.
And I was having this discussion with, I think it was Kia some time ago, about the difference between like how it feels to get fan art just randomly from a person who's done it out of just kindness, and how it feels to get fan art from someone who had it commissioned by someone without your permission. And I personally was like, man, it does feel weird to get art commissioned for you, doesn't it? Like,
yeah,
I've never had that happen, so I don't know.
Just really strange.
What? No, wrong. Never mind.
For me, it probably hits a bit different because I'm streamer lady, so it kind of blends together. But it is different when I wouldn't say that it gives me a negative feeling. At least in some cases, I know that there are some people who have had like art commissioned of them that is like fulfilling certain fetishes, and that's not okay. I haven't been subjected to that, mercifully. Every single time someone's like, hey, is it okay if I commission art for you? I'm just like, yeah, sure. What you doing? What you doing? They're just like, okay, I have this idea. I'm like, oh, that's so fucking cute. Go for it, champ. I love you. Thank you.
I'm going to add another weird wrinkle to this, though, from the live action role playing perspective. Because then you usually a lot of events, you actually have to sign a waiver because they will actually have photographers there. So it gets into this very interesting place of someone is making candid art of your character with a photographic lens. So you want to look your best and whatnot, but you don't necessarily know they're there. So they're catching that moment versus what happens when there's someone who's literally like drawing your character doing whatever. But now there's no computer between us right at this point. That person has physically seen and been in the same space as me. And it gets interesting.
Dude, bro, I'm not saying people should feel bad for commissioning. I just think that, for each person, it's different. And that was the discussion about, I think it hits different for different people. Like, for me, I'm perfectly fine with people commissioning art for me if it is normal, wholesome art.
Yes.
I am completely against anyone in any way, for any of my characters, commissioning art that is anyway not wholesome without my permission.
Yes.
I just think that I realize that people don't often ask about getting art commissioned. And I kind of feel like no matter what it is, if you're getting art commissioned, maybe you should ask. Because some people may be completely against the idea of anyone paying for anything for them like that. Especially if they're not a streamer. If there's someone who likes being away from stuff.
Okay, I didn't think
yeah.
about that because it's, again, because of my job, I'm kind of like, I don't see
half
that
in the public
anymore.
eye
I don't
permanently.
see that anymore because my livelihood is funded by the generosity of many people, but like people who don't, when I was first streaming, I couldn't fucking handle getting subs at all. And I remember that like the first fucking stream I ever did, I was on the floor screaming and crying because I just didn't know what I was supposed to do in that situation. like I was thankful, but like it took me so long to figure like how to like rewire my brain to not take that as like a debt. Whereas, like, that is not the case for anyone else who isn't in my particular situation.
That's right. Flashbacks to year 2, when before RP for like 3 days straight for some reason, you just got bombed with subs and bits, and it just broke you for like an hour before every episode.
Yeah. God. Ooh.
Yeah, it'd be odd if that happened again, wouldn't it?
That'd be really weird. Did you know that there's this thing called Twitch Prime?
Yeah, you can use it in your favorite streamer, Miss Universe, right now.
Anyway, it's not bad to commission art from people, but asking never hurts. Just in general. I'm personally okay with art being commissioned for me. I mean, I've had it happen a lot of times. I always think it's very sweet. What's it called? If it is something lewd, maybe pass it by me if it's not something like traditional, I suppose. But like in general, I'm pretty.
What is traditional lewdness? Hold on now.
There is a category called Vanilla 404. It exists.
It's true.
Yeah, you put the vanilla ice cream on people. It's
Oh,
called
goddamn
lewd
it.
a la mode.
I'm okay with things like that, but like if someone's like coming up at me and be like, "Hey, can I make inflation porn?" I'm like, "No, please."
No.
Please no.
No, thank you.
For me,
It's like,
dog.
"Hey, can I have foot porn of your cell model?" I'm just sitting here like, I don't even have feet.
I think generally speaking, though, like
Cell
almost
has
all
knives, what the
streamers are
fuck?
overall accepting of commissions. I think the mind space I'd come at it was basically that I'm consciously aware that while many of us are streamers are pretty open about our lives, we do have people in the RP community who don't stream and aren't around streamers often at all, who their characters get exposed on streams, and people like those characters because they're great role players. They just don't stream.
Yeah.
And then people will obviously do art of them or have commissions of them. And I always think, I never wonder if people actually talk to them about those things before they do it. Just a weird thing I thought of.
Sometimes it can be hard to find how to, honestly, because it's not like you know what their Discord username is, and they might not be in any of like the different like Discord channels. It's not like everyone has access to the Ascension Academy Discord, for instance.
Right.
I feel like now I just want
Night
to ask
virus. Sorry, go
if
on.
there's ever someone who's going to be commissioning like lewd art of any of my characters, that it has to be a completely benign but bizarre fetish. Like what is it? You're in the bottom of a Jello mold surrounded by gelatin. You are currently in a inflatable tub full of corgi puppies. Some sort of weird nonsense where it's like, you are.
That second one's a fetish. Then I have a fetish.
You are at the dentist and someone is like gently poking your teeth. Just all sorts of every kind of weird nonsensical thing I can think of.
The toothbrush scene.
The toothbrush.
Oh yes.
Actually, yes. Toothbrush scene, please. That makes me so uncomfortable, dude.
Oh.
Watching that, I was like, what?
I was laughing my ass off.
Nautri is a world, man.
Who am I streaming with? Okay, shoot, how do I make my mouse scene? Okay, so the pink-haired one is Comp. 404 is 404. The cute little crouching gremlin is Yuri. Pat. And this is Lulu right here. He plays Stark.
Who?
Stunk.
Yeah, that's better.
You know what?
So
I
Yuri
think
plays, what? Go.
I was gonna say, I think I know now what we have to do for a torture scene. We're just gonna make someone like use a toothbrush on someone's tongue. Exactly.
I don't know why, but it just reminded me. It just reminded me of the.
For, like, to prevent bacterial growth, but like,
oh my god,
I don't want someone else to do it. That's even more unpleasant.
You saying that had just reminded me of that torture scene where she I can't say it because I can't. I literally can't. Oh god, it's the girl where she's peeling her fingernails off.
Yeah,
the anime.
I know exactly what you're about to say. Yeah.
And this is why, everybody, when I
watched that
have
when
to
I was
do
10 years
And
old.
you
an
named
interrogation
yourself
scene,
Watched that when
Arashi.
I
I
was
see
10
what
at
you're
a
doing.
No.
You can't spell Higurashi without Arashi.
No, her name is Rana. That's her actual name.
I see. Danganronpa.
Oh my god. No, they're okay. It's actually really funny because me and my friend went over this once. So there is a anime called Yuri Kuma Arashi. Have any of you seen it?
No.
I'm gonna look it up now because my brain loses things.
I've watched so many anime that I don't.
Okay, so I don't recommend it because it's not great. So what it's about is
Oh, I've definitely never seen this.
okay, so Yuri Kuma Arashi literally means lesbian bear storm.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen this either, but it looks so trash.
Obviously Yuri means lily in Japanese, but they use the lily flower to represent lesbians in anime. And then Kuma is bear, and then Arashi means storm. So what's funny about this anime is that they made the lesbians bears in this because the whole moral of the story is that bears are cute, but we don't go near them.
Aww.
So that it's basically saying that we it's like the whole thing of like we don't like lesbians because it's Japan.
Oh, that's cringe.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Oh my god.
The anime is really cute though because the opening theme song is really good. But here's the thing. So it's called Yuri Kuma Arashi. My name is Yuri. I have a character named Arashi, and I just made a bear character. that's
I mean,
falling into the hole.
I'm not gonna support an anime that's.
Oh no! I mean, it's not said like that, but it's like I'm not supporting it. But I've seen every single Yuri anime you can think of. That's just how I am.
It's raining bears. Hallelujah! It's raining
food.
bears.
Speaking of bears, I've got a little.
I mean,
got a little
the
gummy gummy.
quintessential was it Strawberry Panic? Is it?
That's not
Strawberry
a gummy bear,
Panic,
that's a
yes.
face hugger.
Yeah, that's the one that I think I'd watched and was
Strawberry
like,
Panic
damn,
was good.
Yuri is actually good.
Yeah, the thing about Yuri is that you like if you want to watch Yuri anime, you're gonna have to get used to queer baiting. That's sadly what it is.
Just don't watch Citrus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get used to it. You say as if this hasn't been a lifetime.
It was completely uncensored dick and ass kind of shit.
Dick and ass.
Yeah.
And balls even.
Yeah, I wish more of the actual sort of male on male anime porn would actually not be cowards about that.
Yeah.
There's an overwhelming majority of it that's like, oh, we're being very flirty with this. I'm like, not for nothing. I've seen what happens on the other side of this coin. You had no problem giving a full frontal view of everything. But the minute balls touch, oh, you're so shy all of a sudden.
It's like guy hand holding, but
it's so cowardly. It's so fucking
Never
there's
seen
no other
a
way to say it.
single
It's
yelling.
fucking cowardly.
Meanwhile, I'm over here like, why can't they have more realistic romances in anime?
yes.
No, it's just
I don't know if you've
Actually,
seen.
Dress
You
up,
mean in
darling.
general?
Dress up, darling.
Actually, I've got another good one for you. If you haven't seen it, Horimiya, that shit slaps. That's a good couple. And it's like a real couple. Like they argue, they talk about their feelings, they have anxiety, but they don't do it in like a really stupid fucking way. Like they do it in like a very real way, and I'm like, oh my god, that's like my friends have been through that experience, and I've talked them through it, and they ask their friends for advice, and I'm like, oh my god, that's great.
I have
Hold
a
on,
hard
I gotta
time with a
call
lot of
someone out
anime
in chat.
relationship.
Mine
Go ahead.
still, it's not a romance yet. They're mutually pining. It's still a romance. You don't have to have people be actively in a relationship to be a romance. That's literally the entire point of romance movies, where they become a thing at the very end.
That's literally the point of all of Jane Austen's literature. I mean,
I think the best romance anime I've
Odd
seen
Argument.
is very, very sad though. Is Clannad. That
good choice.
That I
That one
don't
hit.
really, because like when I watched it, I've never seen anything like that before, because I usually watched, because my first anime was Tokyo Mew Mew. Okay, so it was
Actually, me
like
too.
magical girl stuff. So I did Kitty Grade, Kitty Girl Land, all that stuff. And then Clannad was my first anime that I watched that was just based on like a harem-esque kind of thing, and then it had like this really sad vibe to it, and this romance between this girl and this guy, and man, it tore me up for a good month.
Clannad by itself was already just undertones of sad, but like very good and bittersweet. And then Clannad After Story broke my fucking heart.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
12
Like
days
the
to
different-
Sunday, and now I can't hear the Dongo song without crying internally.
Yeah, the special episodes with like how it would have went with them and stuff like that.
It hurts so much. It hurts so much.
Wow, I'm realizing that I was very spoiled, in that the first anime I ever saw, and I was getting up early in the morning to make sure I could see it because this was way back in the 80s, was actually Robotech. And Robotech, oddly enough, was dealing with the very human stories of, like, you know, Rick Hunter having to navigate who is he actually trying to have a relationship with. The sheer volume of Robotech episodes that were actually dedicated to relationships and human interactions and not just giant robot stuff. It's funny because like going back, throwing it back to the earlier conversation where Christy was going like, wait, how many hours over that 5-day experience were fighty, and that, what about the other 100 hours? I'm like thinking back to like, yeah, in a 26-minute Robotech episode, you had maybe 3 to 4 minutes of giant robots, and the rest was all human stories. And I'm going, oh yeah, that kind of primed the pump for me, didn't it?
I think
I went the entire opposite direction from my first anime, which was Dragon Ball Z, and ended up. My first Japanese anime was Rosario Vampire, and I was sent from there. So
That was my first English. I watched it in English with the Rosario Vampire one.
Orange Host Club was my first English. And I don't regret
Orange
it.
Host Club was so
I'm
nice.
pretty sure my first ones were because there was a period in like the early 2000s where Cartoon Network was airing Studio Ghibli movies.
Yeah.
So I watched a bunch of those. I never remember
lot
the
of
name of the
people
one.
found
What's the one with the
Nazca.
fucked up? The threat is like the fucked up like tentacle versions of the creatures. Like I just remember like a tentacle wolf or some shit. I never remember the name of that one. I haven't watched in ages.
Oh, that's probably Mononoke, actually.
Yeah.
Mononoke sounds correct. Yeah.
Oh
Emo,
yeah.
you cultured swine.
I got that one and a bunch of those.
Escaflowne? That's such a callback, man. Oh.
But then I also got like the really shitty Yu-Gi-Oh dub and fucking One
Oh, yeah, me
Piece and
too.
stuff as well. So
I mean, not for nothing. Cartoon Network
shit,
did a lot
wait.
getting people into like Cowboy Bebop and
I didn't watch any of those.
there was some good stuff.
I just realized, no, I'm a liar. My first English one was Naruto, and then Yu-Gi-Oh, and then Ouran Host Club was like the first anime like I had to like Google search for, and then I went down all the rest.
Yeah.
God,
I think
the
like
Yu-Gi-Oh dub was so bad.
I think after watching all of the weird magical girl anime, that's when I watched Madoka Magica, and I think that was the first anime that really pissed me off because never mind, I can't get into it because I'll start getting really upset because it really hurt me because I was like, wow, this girl really loves this girl, but she just can't do it. And I just want to strangle the heck out of that little fur ball dude. I can't remember his name because I hate him. Kyubey, there we go.
Now here's the question. In my mind, Power Rangers is live action anime. Anyone else?
I mean,
Can't
it's
remember
literally
any
Sentai.
Power Ranger.
It is
actually is,
Sentai.
so
It
it
literally
literally
is.
is, yeah.
It's based off of Japanese Sentai,
okay,
so
perfect.
absolutely, yeah. Also,
Yeah, it's just live action.
Ari and Emo here if you want to drag them out from behind the crowd.
You might want to move him out of my big ass head.
I've been hiding to see
Oh, hey,
how
Ari.
long I could stay without nobody.
I said hi to you when you came in. I knew you were
Yeah,
here.
but
knew you were here.
Nobody heard you.
I'm
I
not
knew. I knew
wearing
you
my
were here.
glasses right now.
Yeah, she can't hear without her
I
glasses.
can't hear without my glasses.
Chan tells me that shit all the time, so you know what? Fair.
I was being a sneaky.
Stealthary.
They got their AirPods in. They can't hear us.
Hello.
Before we entirely move away from the subject of anime, I think it was, oh god, High School Host Club and Fruits Basket, which really awakened my appreciation of boys.
Yes, dude.
I have never watched an anime about boys. I can't.
I've always been truly straight, but I will always appreciate.
I've always watched Yuri. That's my calling because it's my name.
Man, I didn't see that one coming.
My name literally means it's Yuri and then I love you together, Illy. So my name literally means Lily. I love you.
On Ice? It has Yuri in it.
No, it doesn't. That's his name.
Yeah, but he's Yuri.
No, it
isn't. He's a Yuri,
You have
not
no
the
idea
Yuri.
how upset it makes Yuri that Yuri on Ice is not about girls.
When I first saw that, I was like, "Ooh, is this gonna?" And then I saw it was about boys ice skating. I was like,
I want to just harp on that for a second here, but you might not like it. Yuri on Ice is so fucking important to the gay community because it was the first time they actually had two men kiss in an anime, which you might not realize just how homophobic they are over in Japan, especially towards
I know.
guy.
That's why I told you the whole about the Yuri Kumarashi thing because.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that Yuri anime with two girls having a romance is way more socially acceptable in Japan. Well, only because it's fetishized, but it's way more
No, it's
socially
hot when girls kiss.
acceptable. Except, they don't deserve rights still. They're still just oh god, it's so gross. Anyway, but the fact that was something that actually fucking happened at all, because you don't even see that in fucking American media. I don't think I can think of a single guy on guy kiss in America so far. All of them have been like girl kisses, which is still good, but still.
Are we talking about in animation or in shows altogether?
Ooh, that's a
'Cause
good
in
point. I forgot about
shows-
like.
In live action, I'm pretty sure there have been a few examples.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say, most of the time it's for, the shock factor. Oh, we have guys kissing. Look at that.
Like,
Rather than
or they do it
rather
for
than
comedy.
yeah,
Like,
it's typically
the
either
hot
for
guy that
comedy
you're
or
interested
for
in is
shock
gay. What a
factor,
shame.
rather than actual
like two
passion?
actual people. Yeah.
Yeah, rather than for the actual relationship.
Reasons why I will defend that last season of Torchwood in America. God
Yeah.
bless you, Barrowman.
There are two examples in animation that I know off the top of my head. One of the main three boys in Clarence had two fathers and they kissed at one point.
That's good.
And
That's good.
there's a shot in Steven Universe where two background characters, so it doesn't count as much. But
Nah.
there's two background characters who.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And
Naruto
She-Ra.
and Sasuke kissed in 2005. Y'all are behind the times.
She-Ra, one of the characters.
Naruto and
had two
Sasuke.
dads.
That wasn't even really a kiss, though. That was more so an act. That was more just
it was a
face
kiss.
plant.
It was.
We knew what he
finger
wanted.
Quotations a kiss.
It
but
was a
wasn't
quote unquote kiss. Yeah, but
If
it
we
wasn't.
listen to the shippers, it was a kiss.
It was the start
But
of a
if you
beautiful
talk
romance.
to the LGBT,
It was a kiss. How did it end up like
in
this?
fact, was not.
It was a kiss. How did it end up like this?
It was only a kiss.
Chaos.
It was only a kiss.
The kiss with a very convenient cover-up story. Exactly.
Guys, I feel like I got something in my head. I can't see. Can you guys see this in my head?
Huh?
Oh, it's got the little universe on his head.
Oh god, get it off.
It's all of the universal pressures
Man.
are bearing down upon you. So
Man, it's lighter
Not even
it's
the
lighter than
spider
usual.
one. You're fine.
Me and Lulu have these big ass heads.
Yeah, I'm a bit chonky in the head. It's my only good trait.
I'm just
So
the
I'm
convenient
just a little
death mask
alien.
that can be placed on someone.
Guys, I've been eating this. I've been eating this lollipop for like fucking 20 years, and I can't get rid of it. My
It's
mouth, I can't taste
everlasting
anymore.
lollipop.
I can't taste anymore.
Oh,
How many
also,
licks did it take you to get to the center of it?
I'm gonna make an important
Infinite.
distinction here too. The Boys does have it. However, that's literally an entire show that's kind of made with the LGBTQ community in mind. It's the direct demographic. It's different when it's, say, a kids show or a kids movie.
Oh, I actually need to watch The Boys. I still haven't seen it.
It's very good. You
Are
would
they
love
back
it.
in
You would
town?
love it.
That
You would love it. I will
reminds
watch
me-
it with you, Lulu. You can use my subscription.
That reminds me of the whole drama behind the LGBT kind of like scene in the new, what was it, the Buzz Lightyear movie? I think it was.
It's so dumb.
I'm so upset.
Yeah.
I actually
What?
saw
Flame.
it, and it wasn't like
It was like 2 seconds.
it was 2 seconds. People were implying like it was like the way that people were reacting. They made it seem like it was like there was like rainbows like shooting off in the background.
Exactly.
fireworks,
But you know what?
slow-mo, and like
These
they like a
same
like
people-
like a whole minute build up and shit like that, or that they would be like like all over each other, like just like being like laying in their arms, like, oh please, I cannot wait any longer.
These are the same people who got their
Yes, but okay.
same fucking noses bent at a joint in 2012 when Paranorman ended with the sort of jock male character talking about his boyfriend for 10
Yep.
seconds at the end of the movie. It's the
Yep.
same fuckos.
Yep.
Because for
Hate it.
them, it was so traumatic that time dilation occurred, and that 2 seconds felt like an hour to them.
My fucking god. Meanwhile, LGBTQ community sits and stares at the endless representation for straight people.
Not even
LGBTQ
just the
community
endless,
gets
the
a
endless
chaste kiss once. The straight community.
I don't think that's fair. It's not the straight community. It is the psychos.
It's the Karens.
Okay,
but
fair,
no,
fair, fair,
there's
fair,
like-
fair, fair.
You know
Actually,
what?
you know what? Fair, because there are straight allies. I used the wrong word.
Yeah.
there. But you know what I mean.
I just want to see how bad it would go for them when they are forced to contend within a mainstream show, watching good old fashioned hardcore bar cruising in a gay bar. I would love to watch their heads explode. I would love to have them be like, hey, hi, I'm 404. You're coming with me to the Eagle in New York City tonight. Here's my camera. Let's go. And just watch their brains melt.
And I almost wish they made a show where every character was gay, and there was like one character that wasn't, and they were like shunned and like put down upon for not being it, and for them to
Alright.
get so
Yes, they
completely
are.
outraged by it, and then be
Lulu,
like,
no, you
"That's
don't
exactly the
understand.
campaign
point."
I was in.
You know what would happen? They would pick it up and be like, oh, yes, exactly. That's exactly how I feel. And miss the entire fucking point.
I
So,
know
Lulu?
that is the truth. It is
Lulu?
sad, but still.
Lulu, I want you to understand you literally just described inadvertently a D&D campaign that we ran against our DM. Where
It's
every single
amazing.
character at the table agreed without telling the DM that all of our characters were actually gay and going to find out over the course of it. But we weren't telling the DM that.
It's not just
And our DM got
AA.
progressively more confused as like the paladins looking at the monk like, huh?
But by the light?
It just kept
Or
getting
like,
progressively
by the
more
light,
and more
hey.
out there, you know, and this poor DM is like, what is happening at my table? Every
he
week,
like-
you just got a little more.
Why
overt.
are all my players getting real gay of each other?
It was great.
Always a
I
good
will
time,
tell
I
you,
guess.
Lulu, when the person who's like on the outside is the DM, it's comedy gold.
Let me type that correctly in chat for you, Pegasus. There you
By
go.
my faith. Yo!
Yes.
No, I'm a whore.
K-Blue, what did you mean by so AA? I don't think AA is like that because
There's
We're
only
fairly
like
split. We're pretty
I think
diverse.
there's more.
it is
I
pretty
think-
diverse, but
isn't,
there's
like-
not many characters that are actually canonical gay. Not many
There
at
are a
all.
lot of I was going to say there are a lot of heteronormative couples right now. There's only
Yeah.
like
I think Arashi's the
one-
only one who just likes girls, right?
No. Arbor is also one.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Arbor
But she was
also
quietly
girl pretty.
pining for like 3 years.
My bad.
AA is
Yeah,
like
I think it's a split.
Oh, they were joking about the homosexual jokes.
And
okay.
there is nobody alive who can comprehend Rise's sexual preference.
I think like memes.
I mean,
think
Rise.
memes aside,
People
AA
puppy.
is like it's like straight is to like the largest demographic among the characters, but the second is bisexual, and it's like a 30% or something, or a 20.
Yeah, there's a lot of bi going on. That much I'll say.
It's a pretty large percentage compared to most other.
A huge collection.
And I'm very okay with that.
Oh yeah.
Or things under the umbrella, like Pan is kind of under the
I was actually
What
talking
is it
with
about
Wolf
pans that
about
are
it.
so attractive?
I like their shape.
I know,
Rich and
right?
iron.
What?
Those
And they
fucking
can
walks.
take it so well.
Oh, the
They can
walks.
get so hot.
Oh,
What?
God. Just that.
Makes me steaming.
Just that really
what
good
Oh, we're
handle.
we're doing
are we
pansexual
what are
talk.
we
Oh,
talking about?
pansexual.
I'm pan, so
I got real confused. I was like, what are we
Make
talking
me start to
about?
Christie all the time.
I don't know, guys.
You don't even know how
Have
hard
you
it is
looked at
being
that
a
crock
kitchen
pot
nerd.
lately?
Being a kitchen nerd who is pansexual, the fact that
Kinda
like, I
deep.
literally have all of my cast ironware and
Right, 404? Right, exactly.
Missy, did you just say slow burn?
yeah,
my
so, yeah,
partner
yeah, you
literally
like that
got
slow
me a
burn?
pansexual pride pin
Oh,
that said cast
God damn
iron
it, that
pansexual.
They like
I
that
love
slow
it.
burn, baby. Watch. I can't. Never mind. I can't keep going.
Get a little steamy up in here, y'all.
I can keep going.
My
Hey,
brain is
hey, I'm gonna
melting,
get
and
you all hot and
I'm
crispy
usually
like a
hip with the whole like
paella.
pansexual haha
like a
pans joke, and my brain go buh.
I was talking with Wolf not too long ago about how. Tell me, have you guys actually seen a canon gay couple that was with two dudes in the roleplay community so far? That is
Sorry,
also
read the
played by
question.
men.
I didn't hear it.
A canonical gay relationship in roleplay that is played by men with male characters.
We're about to find out in ATK.
I mean, I can fix
I
that.
was going to say the answer for me is no. I don't think I've seen some.
I'm trying to
that
think.
meet all the criteria
feel like
except
there's
for
one
the
in,
played by men part, because
Mm-hmm.
invariably, at least all the ones I can think of, at least one of the male characters was someone who identifies as female.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
that
think. I
unfortunately.
think there's some in PL that I just can't
Missed
remember
you?
off the top of my head right now.
Yeah.
Miss you?
Mhm.
If I ever show up in ATK, give me 3 episodes to look at the menu. I'll fix that.
The menu?
Yeah, bud.
The menu. God, I love that.
Just more
Go
said
for
the
it, bud, you
menu.
bud.
There was one that almost happened in Kari, but it was more jokes.
Yeah, no, it has to be like actually serious.
Yeah.
It's not for
Intimacy.
the bit; it's for the.
I think it would have eventually, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was sitting down and like thinking of like why the fuck that hasn't happened yet. Because every single male relationship in roleplay that is canonical, as far as my eyes can see, were played by girls. Because that includes me and Ribbon, right? We have a gay character that's in a canonical like relationship. But I couldn't for the life of me think of anyone that existed like beyond us. And there hasn't, especially has not been played by guys. That is not the case with girls. There is so fucking many. So many that I can think of across the roleplay scapes. But
Well, I think that I do believe that says more about the amount of truly just gay men in the RP space who are playing gay characters.
it's not even just that. Here's the thing, because I know people who are gay, and I know I know guys who are gay, and I know guys who are bi, who or pan that roleplay, right? Here is the issue. Even if they play a gay guy, the chances of there being another gay guy is very slim, because you'll find that oftentimes they'll play girls because I think that's like the only way that they can like express their sexuality like safely.
Yeah.
Or if they do play another guy who is interested in men, usually they are bi and they end up in a straight relationship before they even find out about the other gay character. Or maybe they just might not like mesh well or anything like that. Because what ends up happening is that there's so much of a bigger pool of the opposite gender that is interested in that in the gender of the character you're playing, that it's much less likely for it to even like meet up and happen.
Yeah, it's a matter of
You just said the same thing I did in a different way.
I'm really excited to be bringing in a big, actually bear-shaped gay bear to ATK.
I hope you actually find a good romance partner.
I think someone's gonna have to be getting through a lot of layers of asshole to find the crunchy, gooey center of that character.
Did you think about that sentence before you said it?
No, look, I'm playing a power bottom, and I know what I'm about, man.
Layers of asshole to get to the crunchy, gooey.
Look, some people are into eating that, okay?
Stop!
I will say that I did almost end up in a relationship.
Oh, okay.
As no, I'm sorry.
Crunchy, gooey asshole?
I was still stuck on the other topic. Damn it. I did almost end up in a relationship as Kieran. Kieran the character is bi. I'm completely straight. Kieran the character is bi. That was with another man, which was the second option if the Holly relationship didn't work out.
Ah.
I was close. I almost fulfilled it. But I am not gay IRL, and therefore I do not fulfill the qualifications.
You saw an opportunity to cut Cat Kid, and you just couldn't resist.
To be fair, Liz cut Cat Kid, not me. I was the booty call, not the other way around.
Miss you, that's a good point there. I think it's kind of funny when you're like relationship, and I'm thinking back to the sort of the meme about like, two women go on a date, they're getting a U-Haul, two men go on a date. What's a second date?
Mm-hmm. Like, there's never actually like a full fulfilling relationship of male characters in the VR space. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There were a few in the ARC space that I remember.
Oh,
who were
yeah.
awesome.
But I never noticed it in VR chat.
Yeah, I don't see it in VR chat much. Which reminds me, I now miss my friend Will very much.
Yeah.
I feel like it would have to be something that's like pre-arranged by
Man,
players
that
likely
never
out of
feels
character.
good. That never.
Yeah, rather than it being like two characters organically encountering each other.
I mean, it can happen. It's just a matter of having the stars align, right?
I do distinctly think there is a couple that I'm thinking of in PL, but I cannot remember their names for the life of me.
Wait, what's the topic?
Across.
What's the topic again?
Two gay guys out of character or bi.
Okay.
Okay. Having two male characters be canonically dating in the VR chat roleplay space.
Yeah, like the odds of it, even if you have four gay characters in the setting who are played by four dudes out of character, it's just the chances of them actually, the characters
like
meshing
actually
is
vibing,
pretty low as well.
Jiving. Yeah.
Now I want to see how many thruples there are.
That's one
out
of
there.
the
You think about
apparently.
Ascension. Ascension
Oh,
has
neat.
like what 40 characters, and there's like 4 couples. It's like a 1 in 10 success rate.
Are they both played by guys out of character? I know Kaz is one of them.
I thought Nerdy was non-binary.
Ah, non-binary.
There's the catch.
Well, I think like there was like almost a chance where me and Toonie are both trans male, and we had characters in Adventure RP where his character liked my character Tarbin, but Tarbin was dating a female in character. Well, pretty much getting married to her, and I think that was like almost close to it, but it never happened. It was mostly just him getting angry at her because he liked Tarbin, and Couldn't do anything about it. Yeah.
I do think it
Jealousy.
touches on the cultural issue that you actually mentioned earlier when it came to Japan and their cultural view of it being easier for women to be together with each other than men. I don't think that's just a Japanese thing. I think that's a worldly
yes.
thing.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
And I think it permeates here in the VR space too, as much as
Oh.
it does in the real world.
Oh, it comes
Because
down.
it's
It comes down
kinky.
to
People like to see
seeing-
two girls kiss
Yeah.
because they like girls.
And they're also like,
Girls
man,
are hot.
maybe I can join in finger pointing.
Maybe I
we
can
got
have
sh-
both.
We got Shiva and Owl House with canon lesbian couples before and all we've gotten for males as far as like animation space is the parents of a side
She-Ra.
character.
She-Ra. Don't forget
It is
She-Ra.
it's way easier, even if you take out that
Lesbian is the
factor.
most popular search on adult websites. Yep.
I love She-Ra so much.
Also, the most popular
Pain.
category in red states. Go figure.
Convenient that.
Pain. That's okay. We'll get there one day. VR chat's
Well, I
breaking
mean,
down
they just
slowly.
fuck them politically because they can't fuck them sexually.
Accurate. Accurate.
Oh, that is the fucking best.
That was a dunk. You
I
just
love
dunked.
you so
Slam
fucking
fucking
much.
dunk.
Oh, you're so beautiful. Don't change. Oh my god.
Oh, that made me so happy.
That is probably the wittiest comment I will ever make this entire year.
Everyone gets one, and that was yours, and claps all fucking around.
Look, if you're gonna take one shot, blow the kneecap off the room. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is just beautiful.
That was the juiciest kernel of truth I've had all week.
Oh man.
Damn. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I don't even know how we follow up in the conversation after that one. You
No,
kinda-
that was the
you-
mic drop.
I
just-
am
yeah.
trying
You
so
just
hard not to
change
continue
subject. We just move on.
to the politics, but I know
I
I
also
cannot.
am doing the same,
It's
so I'm just
hard
gonna
because that
lock
was
it,
such a
toss it.
beautiful line. Okay.
It was a beautiful line.
Quick, next conversation topic.
Okay, so roleplay conversation topic, actual
No,
roleplay conversation topic that bothers me quite a bit.
Yeah.
The fact that people have this unnaturally good healing process to accommodate the fact that people write stuff into games that fucks up characters and they go, wait, we just wrote someone out for what should be months.
Wait, so are you saying like you don't like how people recover too fast, or you don't like how people get injuries and
Kind of both, because it's like it's one of these things like when someone is like, hey, you have like smoke inhalation and cracked ribs and this and that, the other thing, and then it's like 2 weeks later they're kind of just like, okay, chill. But
I
there's
feel
like
you-
not
I
any
feel you on that
particular
one. And
magical
I will
healing in
say
that
it.
world, right? And I'm just like, ugh, why are we writing stuff that is going to absolutely debilitate your character and then be like, hey, guess what? We're totally lampshading that now. It takes the teeth out of having the injury. I don't understand why you would write the injury or situation in if it's not going to actually be something that people are going to work around or work with in some way.
I'll say we've kind of been on the topic a bit before of the dungeon dilemma, and I feel like this kind of falls in the same wheelhouse. Essentially, people want to play out some of these things that would, in the world take longer, but if they did, they would not get to do the thing they want to do, which is roleplay the hobby of being able to play the character.
yeah.
So
because a lot
I
of
get the
things are, like,
frustration, but I also,
bag-ridden,
yeah.
or like forever unable to adventure forever again. So it kind of there is a balance to it, of course. Like if someone was on the verge of death, at the very least it should be like a week of play or a month for recovery. But of course that can still even be a long time for some people. And considering the depending on the medium, there's like magical healing and things of that sort. It really depends on the necessities of the setting. Well, it could lead to RP luck, but usually it does, and that's another reason why.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
because RP luck from a medical standpoint isn't just that it's boring to the player, but it's that you have to have people watch them. So you're actually locking way more than just
Yeah, it's also
one
medical
person.
that RP isn't always fun either because not everybody's just gonna just want to sit in there with you the entire time.
Yeah.
That's the point where it's like have another character, basically.
Well, you don't have that luxury in.
No, in a lot of role plays, you don't have that option.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
you have your character and that's it.
Personality.
Yeah, like in AA, it's thankfully we have healing, but we also make people like the way healing magic works is the healer actually has to know about the biology because if you don't know how the parts go back together, you can't put it back together even with magic.
Which makes sense.
So we can give people these severe and kind of unique injuries that are interesting to have to deal with. And then they end up not being debilitating for super long because Medical Squad can use magic to speed it up, but they also still have to use it in the right way and go through the processes of healing that. So it kind of, if you set it up like that, you kind of get the best of both worlds because you get the dramatic injury, you get the logical speed up, but you also get the medical people having to like think through the injury and like do it logically.
Yeah.
So you kind of get all of the hits.
It's like that whole thing.
Also
Effectively a
important to note
module
that
setting for it. Yeah.
In AA, they never full heal people. They get them to the point where they can function, but they're still gonna be tender. So you gotta be, they're a little fragile.
It was like that whole thing when Arashi drank a healing potion and it healed her leg bone the wrong way. So Arbor had to re-break it so she could heal it properly. So
that's a common issue with healing potions in combat. It'll get you back on your really rapid healing in combat with potions or otherwise. It'll get you back moving, but you're gonna have more issues later. Is the way we kind of try to treat it.
Yeah, I think the issue comes to being high fantasy allows it to lean on magic and stuff like that to hand wave that a little easier. The issue comes when you have stuff like ATK that's a little closer to home for realism, or FT that also doesn't have the high fantasy as much either.
Yeah,
I think it's one of those things where you to suspend your disbelief to allow people to keep playing the characters. Unfortunately, I honestly don't think the issue can ever be truly resolved without outside of literally setting a system for people to have injuries played out. But at the same time, I don't know if that system will work. Just
I don't
speaking
think
from
probably just not
admin
be
perspective.
good because it's the reason. If there hasn't been a system that has been implemented after all of this time that roleplay as a concept has been born, I don't think we're going to find a good solution to it. It's because just in general, if you are preventing people from roleplaying, then it's kind of fail step one.
Oh yeah. And I'm not arguing to roleplay lock people.
Yeah,
I wish there was a better
understand.
way to be more representational.
Yeah, I know. I completely get you. Although at
I
the same
always
time, though, people also like going back to ATK in particular, people really love to spar every single day, But
It's
they
not
don't
even the
understand.
sparring that gets me; it's the drinking. The drinking is the one that gets me because it's like, yo, bro, Canopans can have maybe 2 of those, and you just housed 4. How are you talking?
Well, in general, the way that people are treating like the Canopan, like drugs and alcohol has been a thing that has needed like direct addressal from Sprix for a while now, and probably like several more times because not everyone's going to show up to any specific day, and usually, I mean, of course there are like usual suspects that I could point out, but that's not really the point here. It's because everyone wants to have that wish fulfillment of being that really cool guy who can pump back as many beers or more beers than anybody else, even though like their body naturally shouldn't.
This is why anytime fairy wine gets brought up and is in play in anything A related, I am on that like a hawk as a DM, because if anybody drinks that isn't a fae, or Vise because she's a slime and she can deal with it, anyone who is normal drinks that, even Ryder, that's like a fucking coma emergency medical situation. And I'm going to enforce that because we've told people that, and it's a universal thing, even in the metaverse, that everyone should know.
Yep.
That's a big.
In the metaverse, it's a thing to where it's
Just
like,
had that whole-
oh, if you're not human, you're fine, pretty much.
I had that whole running bit. This was like alcohol never did anything except that one time.
I don't want to
It wasn't
talk
even
about
the
that.
alcohol.
I was a bad influence for that episode.
No, it was great. Because
Also,
I scarred several people for life because they were like,
Yes, you did.
Also, the conversation kind of loops back in on itself because if people won't feel the need to get healed and recover as quickly if they aren't demanding for there to be events every week. Because they'll have time to have the downtime to heal our people.
Luke, to the top of the conversation.
We're back
to
the top of the
conversation.
I want things to happen constantly, but I also want to be there all the time. But also,
It comes down to pacing and scale, and everything in a roleplay setting has to be balanced between your scale and your pacing because it's going to set everything else.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say
Sadly, I like to
404
hurt
on
my
the-
characters a lot. That's my problem. I'm not nice to
all of
them
us,
at
really,
all.
truly.
Just
Well,
not
no
nice
one
to
should
them.
be
No
nice
one
to
is
their
nice to their
But the thing of it is that it's really unfair because, like, what is the deal? I'm serious. I'm being serious about this. What is the deal with me getting so many nat ones? Seriously.
well, I think I figured out your problem. You're rolling dice.
Yeah, that's literally the problem.
I
also,
don't want.
someone,
I don't really
someone
like.
hit a magnet on the 20 face on your die, so it keeps landing on the table facing down.
I just like having characters who are more weak than they are powerhouses, I guess. I mean, like, if you remember X, Monsieur, he had 11 weaknesses and 4 abilities.
Also, here's the thing. There's a thing with dice rolls people don't realize, even if you use them. A 1 doesn't always have to be critical failure. You can have a cap at the upper and lower ends for success and failure of how bad it is. So
Yeah, I mean, I used to have stuff where 1s used to be like well, not 1s, but anything below like a lower number would be something good instead. I used to do that for X.
Yeah, I did something similar. Like, sometimes I just like to roll for something, but in my mind, it's like I decide it's like this thing is going to turn out good regardless what happens. Let's just
Most
see.
of the time,
does it get gooder?
Most of the
or
time
just-
when I'm DMing, I'm an indecisive person, just in general. So even if it comes down to me just making up my mind, like, man, what does Barian want to drink for his morning wake up, coffee or tea? And I'll roll a die as a substitute for a coin flip half the time, and it kind of transfers over to DMing as well, where I'll have a ballpark of knowing, like, man, how do I want this to go? Like, I know how I want this to resolve, but I don't know to what extent. And typically that dice roll helped as well.
I found something that I've been trying to implement into the few times that I actually still do DMing stuff, and that I will show the results on my stream whenever I'm doing it so people know I'm not like fudging things, but when I actually DM the thing out to people, I don't tell the number anymore. I just describe something that happens, and based off their interpretation of what I'm saying, they can decide how to react more or less to it based off how they're feeling in the moment. And obfuscating the number removes some bias of, oh, it's a free, I have to now go, oh! And like,
yeah, it's something I've been wanting to try to teach myself as well. But
God damn it.
There's a whole thing with critical failures, and this goes more into D&D than VRRP, but it kind of works with both, which is...
No, it's definitely a thing in VR as well.
It's very
I'm saying,
VR.
like, this thing
VR inherited a
specifically
lot
that
of bad
I'm
things from
saying
D&D.
is, there's a thing that I heard about with D&D DMing advice, which is for Nat 1s, fail with style.
Yes.
If it's a comedic scene and your players are okay with it, you can play into the comedy of a Nat 1. But if it's a serious moment, a Nat 1 shouldn't be and then suddenly your pants fall down in the middle of the big bad boss fight. It should be a fail with style to raise the stakes. Or if you need them to keep progressing, they fail in a way where they can still recover if they play it right, not just a flat failure.
Yeah, failing forward.
I don't really I don't roll that much. Like, I usually just do what I feel like my character would do, like that. But like when I do roll, it's always a Nat 1 and it's ridiculous.
And it's not even just when you're rolling for yourself. It's like when it's like, in the past when I've been nearby, you're like, hey, can you roll something for me? And then I'll do it, and I also roll you ones.
I think the only thing I've rolled with recently has been the email will know about this, the experiments that Nisha and them have been doing with the dagger and the vial and all that stuff, because it's volatile, so I want it to be kind of
dangerous,
luck-based, chance-based, yeah, because it is a volatile substance. So
I think that dice have a place in roleplay, but people need to be able to take a roll and then make up their mind whether or not being like, all right, that's fine. I'm down for how that would resolve, versus looking at a 1 and being able to say, you know what? No, that's dumb.
Yes. That in my opinion is literally the step towards recovery. Because in general, people shouldn't be using dice at all. At least for when it comes to like internal character behavior shit, or how your own powers work and things of that sort.
Yeah,
I can understand
I just use it for
like not
getting hurt.
understanding how your powers and someone else's powers work out, and if there's no like resolution, then like, okay, let's leave it to a coin flip then. And then like having both parties agree on beforehand about it, and they do it, and it's like, oh, you win, okay, and then just like, you know.
I do hate it when people are rolling dice for people who have specializations.
Yes, fuck.
Like if you're someone who's
fucking
supposed to
hate
be
it.
really good at something and you have your moment to shine, and then someone's like, by the way, you got a 1 on that, so you just got that yoinked from you. It's like, bruh. It's one of those things that irks the hell out of me when you have someone who has a specialized role. And
Well, now I feel
any
awful.
game setting. Yeah, it's like this is their thing. Like, hey, you're a cook. You spend all your time role playing in the kitchen, and then it's like, hey, you got to cook this thing for a person. And someone's like, yeah, we rolled a 1. The meal you just cook is shit. It's like, no,
Yeah,
dude.
Imagine having waiting fucking months to have a moment for your character to shine, and then a DM walks up and is like, nope, you just suck.
Yeah, fuck that.
Look, Gordon Ramsay's worst dish is 100% still better than my best, so that is just wrong.
Exactly. Like, I'm not saying that your character can't make mistakes, absolutely, but if someone does that, it should be like, okay, you're doing great, you're doing
A
this.
mistake from a professional is still better than an amateur doing their best.
Exactly. Like, if anything, I'd say the fail forward at that point is to be like, you recognize there's like something wrong, and now you get to go and roleplay trying to fix it. Like, it's not that you don't see the mistakes, like you see there's something going on there that isn't the way you want it. Go with that.
I would say that it's not to your. So you're basically, if I was to do a role, and I wouldn't do a role for someone who is specializing, just in general. If someone's good at a thing, just let them be good at the thing. But if hypothetically I was forced to do roles for someone who is literally an expert at this one fucking thing, and it's like their entire purpose as a character, and they get in that one, I'd be like, this is your job. This is your passion. This is exactly what you were made to do. And that's why you're annoyed that it's not your best work. It's still good. It's still gonna work, but like, man,
you
should have
can do
just
better.
got the fucking chord management could have just been a little bit better. I mean, it's gonna work perfectly fine, but fuck the chord. Why didn't you do the chord first?
That's even worse than
somebody
a failure
that
for some people.
something that nobody would actually notice, but the person
him, yes,
doing
yes,
it.
and like,
notices
everyone would be
it,
like,
and
"Oh my
it drives
gosh,
them
it's so
insane.
amazing! You did such an amazing job!" And internally, she's like, "I fucked up the chord management. It's gonna get all wrinkly."
Stop offending my soul. I'm feeling very called out right now. On that note, it is 2 a.m. here on the East Coast, so I am going to head out for the night.
Sleep
Night,
well,
404.
404. Thank you for stopping by.
It's always a hoot to have these discussions and go down the rabbit hole of weird-ass, delightful questions.
Absolutely. See you later. Have a good sleep.
Yeet.
I look forward to the next lore dump of wisdom that you share to me.
That's a good wisdom.
That's a good wisdom, straight from the wisdom tool.
What would you like for a lore dump of wisdom? Where were we going here? Like I'll a dealer's choice. You can pick a broad category, and then I'll focus in on something
If I
bizarre
do it,
for
then
you.
you won't leave 404. You must sleep. I'll message
No, if you do it,
once
then
you
no.
WhatsApp.
If you do it, then I have to research it, so I have to go sleep, so I can go back and read later.
Yeah, I think you should explain the entirety of the lore behind Blazing Saddles to her.
I mean, from the perspective of the director, or from the perspective of the observer.
From the perspective of the observer.
Yep. I'm gonna go to sleep. We'll do that another night. Because I could do it, motherfucker. I could do it.
I only just figured out that movie existed 2 days ago.
What?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh my god, we need to watch that. Like,
I'll watch
like,
Blazing
we need to
Saddles
watch
with you,
that.
and then I watched The Boys with you as well.
Yes.
God damn.
Absolutely.
I love you all. You're all mad. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Well, it's one of my favorite Gene Wilder movies. I mean, so good.
Oh man.
I'm back. I forgot to take
Welcome
my
back.
medicine.
Welcome
It
back.
was almost bad.
Mine's like fading now, but I probably shouldn't take it now. It's a little bit late.
I will
Trying to
say,
fix
Talking
my
about
sleeping
lore dumps,
schedule.
I just want Lulu to tell me more about Eden.
oh, here we go again.
Dude, same!
What do you want to know, Ari? Ask a question. You know what?
The answer is
Ask any
yes.
question. Ask any question right now. I'll answer it.
How
No,
high
I
can
can't
I
ask
be?
my question because it's secret. But I'll
How
ask you
high
later.
can I be on a radiator?
How high can you be? Hold on one
Okay,
sec.
well,
Let me get the Geiger counter out.
Okay.
Let's see. What is deadly
But I'm not like
on a
human.
Geiger? No. I just need a scale.
Okay.
Need a scale.
I gotcha.
All right. Let's see.
Informed answers time.
So 10 GY or higher. Let's say. What is a GY worth? On the Geiger counter, actually.
I'm concerned.
How high can I play my character?
Bleed. Radiation levels.
Be careful scrolling on there.
Doing so much lore information about radiation now.
You know, I actually sat here and I actually do have something that came to mind.
Oh my gosh, look at the fish on.
Partially based off what I wrote in, so that's just mostly me being like curious about an aspect that.
Okay, so that's fine. You just go like double human, you'll be fine.
Double human.
Alice, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
No,
Double
you're
human all the way.
It's always alarming because they all come out all at once, as opposed to like with the thing. It's like one at a time.
Based on what I just looked up, Yuri, basically you would be able to hold enough that you would be near deadly to be around for extended periods of time before you actually were ever harmed.
Yeah.
Yo, that guy smells. What? Can you get away from me?
Radiation doesn't necessarily have a smell.
I know. I didn't know how to fix
But you would certainly have a look. Granted, the thing about radiation that I'm pretty sure is correct, and I could be completely wrong here, is that radiation does cause heat. So you actually might die from the heat before you died from the radiation.
Well,
like, so thank you
if you think about it, my character is a star child. He is literally heat. If you think about it,
Right.
So,
however,
I guess
how much heat can you contain before you explode?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think you'll get to that level before you get to the radiation killing you.
I'm talking about the radiation thing because it was your idea, Miss You.
Yes.
Yeah.
Added that. I just can't wait to play a high character. I just can't wait to.
Yeah.
If
I
I
do
get a
think
chance, I guess.
I do think the actual implications of mechanics for it will work way more than the actual seriousness of Geiger counters and levels and all that. Because I'd want it to be fun for you, but also something you could portray on an easy, like not crazy mechanic scale.
Yeah. Just have one of the the teachers or something or professors have a Geiger counter and they just walk up to me.
Uranium fever.
Radium fever is gone and
all right. What was your question?
I had seen something mentioned in one of the Q&As that there was a topic at one point about mentioning that, at least in your head, that there was an idea of the supernatural in the world. What do you mean by that?
That is such a touchy subject right now.
Oh God. Pure acid.
We are in the process of trying to figure out what is allowed to come across that barrier of supernatural.
Because what defines supernatural to you versus magical stuff?
Supernatural, I expect to be things like divine, godly things, or things to do with ghosts or the undead. That's what I think of supernatural.
But I'm assuming they don't have like much like actual way and abilities, yeah.
Right. So the issue with the world of Eden, and this is true for a lot of people who are playing other planar beings in a traditional magical sense, is the world of Eden is a dying world, and where the mana is so low that there's no way to get across that barrier that usually you could go through is solid.
Monsieur, you should have warned. Oh, I looked at your screen. The eyeballs.
Oh my bad, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wasn't ready.
I'm sorry, not Tumblr, Twitter.
No, you're fine. I just wasn't ready.
My bad.
Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know it was gonna be
Tumblr.
Trumbler.
Yeah, it's a little difficult for supernatural beings. I mean, I think they would definitely have some distinct qualities. It would just be that the issue that it's touchy is where it comes to the idea that how the hell are they there if there are no one from before the calamity?
Mm-hmm.
How do they get across that barrier? That's what we're trying to figure out.
And I guess I say secondary question, but it has literally nothing to do with this. At the same time, it kind of does based off what you had said. How much in your head have you written about any lore about pre-calamity stuff?
Oh,
do you think that there would be any way for it to actually come up naturally in the RP?
I absolutely will.
Considering that I know 4 people have already told me they want to study it, and considering the fact that yes, I have written a lot, not just in my head, but in general, it's definitely probably going to be a thing.
Let's go.
That's just how Lulu is. He writes literally everything.
Okay, well,
So, without spoilers, I do think context to a world matters. And part of my idea for storyboarding for Eden has always been that I would like people interested in how the world became the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if I just said forget pre-calamity, no one's learning about it, then where would be the interest be? Yeah.
Well, what would be the point of playing a scholar character if there's no history to learn?
But I think it's more supremely interesting to be a scholar character and be discovering the history yourself.
Yes.
More than just studying history. You're
the Forbidden Library.
Which I think is more interesting.
Yeah, Lulu's making an RP. It's called Eden Lost. It's the one that I'm playing Clink Carbuncle, who is the Magitech leader, basically. He creates the magical weapons that allow people to do cool shit.
It's the one that I will say fully well that Miss You is the reason why I got an idea in my head and it wouldn't leave until I put it down on paper, and I was like, fuck it, I'll put it in here, see what happens.
I don't know. I look like I could be Miss Yu's VTuber model's brother. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
That's all my character looks like.
Vanilla, it is one of those things where you're trying to think of a name for something you've worked on, and you thought, man, that's a really simple name, but it's very effective. Because when I was writing the lore, because I wrote the lore for how the world was before I destroyed the world. Because that's how I work.
This is so much fun.
You started one thing, it's like, all right, and now we break it.
And I literally, when I thought of the world before the calamity, I literally was like, wow, that's like what I imagine a magical Eden to be. And then I was like, oh, well, now it's gone, so Eden lost. It was that easy. Like, that's how I came up with the
Makes
name.
sense.
Yeah. Naming anything of mine, characters, stories, you name it. The name is the hardest thing for me to come up
Every
with.
time.
Yep. I always enjoy creating a character, like what they look like and all this stuff, and then when I'm done, I'm just like, they're finished. Fuck, I need a name. Shiz.
Like, if I get to a point where I'm like, God, I actually need to put a name in for this thing that I'm writing, I will then just sit there literally for 20 minutes looking at the page like...
I literally just look up, like, names, like, symbology.
Yeah,
and I just put it into the name. The only time that hasn't happened is when I either make a pun, or I do something based upon like how it feels connotatively from how it sounds. Like Vivina Ciceris has very nice alliteration. Alliteration's a must in general. But it sounds like a girl who's just like, hello everybody, I'm cute, I'm sweet, and I'm here. And I'm not the brightest person, but hi! But because that's exactly the kind of person she presented herself to be as year one. And then I've got Clink Carbuncle, just because it sounds so wholesome. And
I picked a name for a character before I made the character with Stark.
Yeah.
I just wanted to name a character Stark.
Oh yeah.
You're just waiting for that moment.
I literally, it's wholesale just because I really liked the name Stark from the character in Bleach, and I was like, damn, that's a really powerful name. I don't know why, I just like it.
Oh, I went straight to Tony Stark.
Hard requirement that I held myself to when I was naming the character for my submission was that the name could not start with E or A, because I keep doing that when I get like I'm stuck on a name. It ends up going to one of those two letters, and I'm like, I need to go away from them.
I am woefully drawn to V for some reason.
I only have 2 modes. One mode is I'm gonna like look into old I'm gonna figure out like, okay, what's the culture of this person? Where are they coming from? What are some cultures in real life that are similar-ish to that if it's a fantasy setting? I'm gonna look into the etymology of these names. I'm gonna come up with a cool name based on these old names and change some of the letters slightly to sound like what I like, to go into the symbolism and all that. Or my second mode is, haha, funny fantasy names sound good, me make noises with mouth, and then that becomes character name.
Hey Blue, you
There's
have
no
no
in between.
idea.
It's either a 3-hour research or it's me making funny noises for 20 minutes. There's no middle ground.
Mine, in this case, mine was mostly it's had a pretty sound and had like a bit of like imagery evoked from it for the general idea of what I'm going for with their theming. And I know Christy knows it because she's peeked at it and made me have like the little shy thingy pointies. I'm like, oh god.
Elvish naming conventions are weird.
Yes,
Yes,
they
they
are.
are.
Oh, whoa. Calm?
Once
Look.
again, same brain cell, Lulu.
I'm just
brain
so
cell.
upset that I'm gonna be sued because I liked a Bleach character. Falcom and NIS America are coming for my ass because I liked a Bleach character and I want to play a Merchant's character. Turns out they think that's a good idea because they have a Merchant character named Stark 2 who looks just fucking like me.
Doesn't he also have glasses even?
B-boy,
No, he doesn't have glasses.
Oh, that's like the
God.
only difference.
It's literally the only difference.
Do you want the honest answer to that, B-boy? The way I came up with Iandel's name for FT was I googled World of Warcraft Dryad name generator and just hit refresh until I saw one I liked.
Okay.
I do this.
That's totally valid.
It's understandable.
I use the fantasy name generator all the time. I don't know if you guys have that in your arsenal, but the fantasy name generator saves my life.
Oh yeah, that's
constantly.
that's a.
I use it for my
same.
D&D stuff. I use it for my
So
character planning. I use it for my world building. It's so good.
Actually, every single name that Iandel has used in the RP has been made from the same method, or doing
She's
it and
looking
then
at you,
slightly
Chad.
modifying things.
She loves you.
My secret ploy is using the name generator, generating a few names, and then changing those names slightly and adding incarnations,
Yeah.
or trying to find where I can make that name into a pun of an incarnation.
Yes,
because that's how my life is.
Risei's name was the going for like words with meaning thing, because both of them actually have a different thing. Like, obviously her last name is fairly self-explanatory, but Risei was meant to be something along the lines of arise. And that was
Rise, O youth, and be the foundation of the world. It's everywhere.
You know, funny that you bring that up, Paperclaw. They have not had a single hairball in all of the time that I have had them. Not even one.
They're gonna have one now.
Nope. Because they're short
Should've
hairs and they
changed
don't
it.
really shed.
Oh yeah, it's true.
It's because they don't shed.
I want to kiss that little spot between their ears.
Yes.
I would love to just hold them, but I'm definitely allergic like you.
I am too, but I feel you immensely.
She airplaned her ears just so that you could see what it was like in between.
Kitty.
I kiss for you.
Get.
Oh, beautiful.
I think Arashi, I named her after her spear is named Arashi Crystal. Like it's literally a storm crystal. That's why. But her real name is Rana. Rana Taha. Rana means glittering.
Taha!
Glitter.
I don't remember what Taha means. Oh yeah, so Rana Taha literally means glittering mystic or pure.
I was gonna say, you explained it to me in character once.
Yeah, I probably did, and I don't remember. You gotta think that I have two different emotions and feelings going on with two different characters in my head.
I'm well aware.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful.
I appreciate the fact that you are effectively playing two characters at the same time, and that they are distinctly different enough from each other that they aren't just like quote mood swings or something.
Arashi's whole personality is like she's my voice that I'm using now, but I try to make it like sound a little more like this, so she sounds, you know, a little bit more distinct in like with her voice. But when Rana talks, it's me getting a little bit deeper because it's how she feels. Like she's more monotone than usual and stuff like that. And then I find
monotone. It's that she's just like a lot quieter.
Yeah, that too. And I wanted her to sound more like how an Air Genasi would sound, because I did a lot of like reading on Air Genasis. They sound more what's the word, like airy, like they have a lot of like more like I can't remember
breathy.
Yeah, breathy, that's the word. I couldn't think of the word. They sound a little more breathy when they speak and stuff like that. Cause like in my like how I think of them is that Arashi is just Arashi. She's just like this girl who is who likes to make tea for Barian and likes to hang out with her good friend Risei. And then Rana is your Air Genasi. She's your Air Genasi. She knows how to control her powers a little bit more. She knows how to she's more potent than Arashi, I guess. Potency. Yeah.
Potency.
But then I find Rana to be a little more easier to play, just because she's so much more quieter. Because I'm a quiet person, I'm shy.
Yeah.
And then Arashi, I have to step out of my comfort zone a little bit because she is a little more around people. She's more extrovert and stuff like that.
Risei's voice is probably the hardest one that I do for my characters that I play, because of the fact that the voice that she has when emotion is not leaking into it and like weighing her down, because I kind of just made that a character trait that when she's feeling something really strongly, her voice will shift pretty noticeably. But otherwise, it's me somewhat cheating by having a voice changer on, but it doesn't really affect the pitch. It only adds the warble and shakiness to it.
When I do,
But it's the highest. It's one of the highest voices that I can do that doesn't go into like a really fake sounding or like falsetto or anything, because I have a naturally really deep voice as
yeah, dude.
I have a really deep voice for a woman, but like I can switch between pretty quickly. But I also enjoy sometimes just for the bit because of how I define that they're able to basically make whatever voice they want. That sometimes I just decide to make her sound however I want in the moment, make someone laugh, and just be like, "Hey guys, what's going on? What is Reese?" And then immediately, 2 seconds later,
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
it's perfect.
Rana's difficult because it's practically me. I have to like take a deep breath a lot when I'm doing Rana's voice because I'm speaking a lot lower than usual. So it's like, okay, I have to like breathe a little bit because I'm not really like breathing that much when I'm speaking as her, because it's just, I don't know.
Oh yeah, she has a habit sometimes of saying when she's quoting somebody in conversation, instead of just saying what they said, she'll actually say it in their voice.
Yeah. It's so cute.
I feel like I have a long one to go when it comes to voice acting. I think I'm much better when it comes to vocabulary and diction,
Yes.
but when it comes to actually like how I inflect my voice, I have ways to go. So
I feel that. Same
There's
here.
exercises I can show you, Lulu.
Talking to
It's just a
Stark
muscle.
makes me feel dumb.
Valid.
I've got too much of a
Sorry?
distinctive, slightly derpy voice. I can't change it.
No,
Miss
no,
you,
you
we
can.
could always
Every
make
voice
him
can
work.
change.
We
It's a
make
muscle,
him
you
work
just gotta
on
train it.
voices. We play AA the game, and we make him do.
We
go
make
out
him
of
do
his
voice
comfort
acting.
zone.
If I
Actually,
can do-
that's true. You gotta just hit the ground running sometimes.
If I can
feel
do
like
X's
doing
voice.
the game has made me understand a little bit more on how I can stretch my voice in different ways.
Yeah.
It's
If I
been
can
a
do,
lesson.
X's voice for 3 hours a night, you can do it too, Conf. Okay, X's voice was killer. It was hard.
I don't actually.
Kelvin's voice literally hurt me. Every time I played Kelvin, I had to get off early because I had to drink a lot of water. It cut my throat up.
I had to talk like this for 3 hours. It was very fucking difficult.
Talk like
Yeah.
this.
I remember that.
I just know that, like,
Talking to me, you little shit.
my voice is almost always different by the end of a session because it's really hard for me to keep that pitch up for Rise.
Well, it's also
properly.
natural for normal people to lower their pitch as
Next
they get
time,
later into the night
Gadget.
anyway.
Well, not only that, but she also kind of like has a bit of a voice that she uses around some people, like depending on her mood. And I know it's like a normal thing, even in like real life, that there are some people that, or not even some people, just in general, that in general, when you're around somebody or talking to someone that you are more relaxed and comfortable around, that your voice tends to drop a little bit in pitch.
Mm-hmm. Look at that face.
Such a happy baby.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good cat.
What a
She's burning. She's purring.
I'm gonna go pass out there. It's 2:15.
Sleep
Good night.
well.
Let's welcome.
Sleep well.
Good night, Conf.
Look,
Bye.
Emo, I gotta throw it back at
Voices-
you, by the way. Because while Stark may make you feel dumb, Barian makes me feel uncivilized.
So, for Barian, this is
shit.
Barian's the third time that I've used this voice.
Oh my god,
for.
Shan. He is a teacher. Stop.
You can
Do you not
take
hear
him
her?
out of character.
No.
In character, no.
He said Barian makes me unwise.
Amazing. Okay, moving on. Damn it.
No.
Barian's voice, the character I played beforehand was for a Conan roleplay server, and he was a blood cultist. So the whole point was the whole point was for the voice was I needed something that was charismatic and suave to recruit people. And apparently charismatic and proper transitions well to a paladin because they're just trying to be polite. So this just kind of came naturally after a while. And I don't know, it's a comfortable voice to do. It's not hard. It's being, I think the being polite is harder than the voice itself.
Yeah.
I consciously have to be more of an asshole to Stark. Like, I feel like Stark is a bad person.
Well,
like a
I mean,
really
morally
bad person.
speaking, he's not the best, but...
Well, like on a social level, to people like he isn't close to, he's just mean.
Yeah.
Like, I've just said some mean shit to people, and I'm like, I process it OSC, and I'm just like, did I just fucking say that to them? Like,
dude, you're fucking savage as Stark, and I love it.
Hi, V.
My favorite thing is when Rise is savage out of pure innocence and not being aware that what she said
that
was
is
really
glorious.
mean.
So good.
Or saying something that I know quite deliberately out of character is very horny, but it's not when she says it because she doesn't say it out of sexual tone. She just is being honest.
Like trying to kill teachers.
Why?
I now imagine the power team of Rise and Esme
Just because somebody hurt my
us
feelings.
with that.
Dude.
I mean, literally in my first few episodes as Rise, I managed to get people to basically dick fight each other with swords between their legs.
I fucking love that. Was so funny, but also so upsetting. I see.
And I'm just sitting here like, yes, I found my purpose.
Look, Jack. Sorry, I got distracted.
It's alright. I'm not distracted by Mochi at all.
Say, Jack, you may think that you go extremely yeehaw, but I'm from Alabama. Being around you is cancer to me. I literally just feel like I should go back to my roots when I'm around you, and it's a problem.
I'm in Kentucky, so every time I hear that accent, I feel like I need to go back into it. Oh shit! Here we go.
I live in
Don't make me do my
Texas,
yeehaw.
and I actually have a hard time doing the quote Texan accent.
I love doing that. I'm glad Toonie isn't here because every time I do my yeehaw, he can't take it anymore. He leaves.
And understandable.
Like, I don't know why. I just actually have a hard time even, like, deliberately trying to have an accent from Texas. And I've lived here all my life. I just can't do the yeehaw very well.
I never notice it when I slip into it. It's something that my friends will always tell me I've done, and I'm like, no, y'all don't mean that.
It happens. It happens like randomly.
I steal
like
their slang, but I can't do anything else.
I think it's funny like when sometimes I notice when I'm speaking, you know how like when like if they give a beaver a voice, it's usually like they have like a whistle to their speaking. I sometimes notice that I do that sometimes. I'll whistle when I speak.
Daver, because you mentioned that, the one thing that will never cease to make me giggle is when I heard Ribbon explain how she finds the voice for Crescent.
Dude, that was so fucking funny. It's Mary Poppins if she wanted to fuck.
I still think that
Mary
pales in
Poppins if
comparison
she
to your
wanted
activator
to
phrase for the Shizu accent.
Oh my god. I'm still
a
mad at you,
cum
K
joke.
Blue.
It's a cum joke, yes. I was talking about cum.
Hey man, you can't do this. God, I need to.
And
I need
it
to
still
clip that shit
floors me.
instead of the Momo.
It still
no.
floors me
Oh, no.
that I could not do that impression at all. and then you said just say this, and I'm like, okay, bet, and I did it. I was like, well, shit.
I mean, you can't knock it if it works, right?
There's a part of me that doesn't want it to work, but it does.
And my activator phrase for Kelvin was, "I am not a child." So it really just kind of depends on who.
Oh, like get it into character speeches
Yeah.
to like help you get in. Tarbin was me saying "mama, mama, mama" because he was a mama's boy. So
I was going to say it's good morning and hello for me.
Oh yes, of course.
exactly.
Emperor Stark is literally introducing myself because I practiced introducing myself so often. In preparation to like showing up, I was so anxious about being an AA at first.
getting in the Rana's character, I just have to like get really upset.
Good morning is for me getting the pitch. Hello is me getting the very particular inflection that she uses when talking, because she has a very like start and go nature when she is in a good mood, where there'll be just some syllables stretched out for literally no reason other than me just having fun. Wasn't JoJo's activation phrase, "I hate it here"?
Yes.
I mean, fair. Also, imagine I had to specifically, when making the character of Stark, remove a lot of apostrophes from my vocabulary because he would absolutely say every word out instead of using consonants. It's so hard.
That's Mercury for
his activation phrase is, "Hello, I am Stark Zephyr." He would never use "I'm."
Note to self, if I ever hear Stark using contraction, I'll know it's the darkness impersonating him, and I'll kill him immediately.
Do it immediately.
No hesitation.
Wait, you cannot do that. You can't do that. That's not Stark.
Goes up, like in the middle of a crisis.
Stark, I'm going to kill you.
You can't do that. Bet. And then
I did play a bit in ATK before, Raven.
Well, that makes me wonder how you would know it's not a character. Like, what's something that they would do if they were corrupted? Like, to be able to like tell the difference between like them, how they are now, and then how they are.
It depends on how the corruption actually works wholesale, which I don't think anyone actually knows yet.
Well, I meant like if like this is something that I'm not meaning like
if you're
darkness.
dealing with a doppelganger situation.
Yeah.
Oh, doppelganger situation. Oh. Hey, Pavina, can I talk to you for a second? No.
As simple as hell.
Yep.
No.
Stark is one of those characters that I'm genuinely worried about getting corrupted, because I do think that he would be one of the more successful in never being found out.
Yeah, it just matters of whether or not Pavina would pick it up. If she does, then it's just over, but, you know.
I guess it would be piss one of the Arashis off, and whoever switches to Rana is the real one, because obviously I don't think the doppelganger would have the personalities.
We can't tell which one is which. Quick, punch Rise.
Jesus. What?
It would work.
Checks out. Solid strat.
I'm under the impression, David, that if Stark actually fully went, Zephy would go with him. That's one of those things where it's like, you can't get one without the other at that point.
Oh, another easy way is just to charm them both.
Okay, listen, Tree, just because I studied every single character in the map that I DM'd for, so I had the ability to steal their body and possibly convincingly trick people into thinking that I was them.
Still have the standing Miss You model.
I do. And I still love that its upload name is Sus.
I can pull off a great Kandan. I've done it before. Because my character Shay can turn into other characters. So, but I can do a great Kanton. Literally a mirror. That's about it. That's about all I can do.
Oh, actually, Christy, I don't know if I told you. My Wednesdays are free again now, which means I will likely be making my return to do some ATK stuff.
Yay!
Because my RP is now Fridays, as you just saw when I left earlier. My D&D is now Friday.
It's your turn. Now you can make sure that my button doesn't get pressed.
No, I'm just gonna press it.
Not fair. It's pretty much half pressed already.
Hi?
I like pressing your buttons. Smile.
I know you do.
It's trying to get comfy.
Chat, what am I supposed to do? There's nothing.
Nothing to do. Just, this is it. This is your life.
She has wrapped her arms and feet around my hand.
I wasn't
and
an
shoved
official
it
character, Raven.
Into her stomach.
I was just a bunch of NPCs.
Look at that! Look at that!
They had approached me about playing one, but I
my hands
got
are
busy.
taken.
That is one happy cat.
Oh, she just wrapped her tail around
I was with the Torn Engineers, Raven. with Hat Kid and Esso and them. And then I did some other stuff with the Torns. Basically, I was in the Torn arc.
Yeah, he doesn't have as far as I understand, you don't have like an NPC on the ship yet.
No. All my stuff were Torrens coming in. Mostly because that's the lore I prepped further on because
Valid.
There's a lot of lore for that universe, and I learned a lot of it, but they were like, oh yeah, you're gonna be Torn. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna learn Torn lore then.
Gosh, my hands are both taken. I can't do anything. I'm stuck. My left arm is supporting
stuck.
her. My right hand has been
Door
stolen
stuck.
into her stomach. All I can do is gently pet the tummy.
Stuck.
Which they let me do, by the way. It's pretty great. In fact, Lemon does this amazing thing where when I walk over to him, he actually rolls over onto his back and like shows me his belly.
Betty.
Little belly boy.
Little boy. Little bim. Goodness. I'm gonna cry. I love her so much.
I'm gonna cry on your behalf.
They don't care what I do to them. Like they'll let me like pick them up. They'll let me like boob their nose, mess with their ears, like lift up their gums so I can look at their teeth. They're so polite.
My dogs are the opposite. Like they don't care what I do, but they also will never leave me alone if I am ever within physical reach range, and that will be on the ground constantly underfoot, which is like the part that scares me because I'm afraid I'm gonna like trip or step on them.
Yeah.
They're always like jumping up on my legs and like being super needy, and if there's any elevated surface that they can physically jump up to, they are jumping up onto it to try to get as close to my face as possible.
Oh, these two are like that too.
They are the neediest pair of dogs I have ever met. Like in a good way, but like at the same time, it's also like, please, I'm just trying to walk. Please, you're going to get hurt. I'm going to kick you. I will feel horrible about it, but you're going to
It's not on purpose. Why are you walking in front of my legs?
Stop turning around to look at me now.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know what this is.
It's my favorite clip.
Is this someone with all the names?
Yeah. It's just very funny.
Oh my goodness. I'd open it,
It's
but
so
I can't
dumb.
move my
It's
hands.
very funny. No, you're fine.
Oh,
Do I have a character in mind if/when you join ATK? Not particularly. I mean, if they have space for, NPCs somewhere, fill in and make a character
there's
there.
always room for NPCs.
Never want to impose.
Yeah.
I just want to chill with homies.
Yeah, as far as I know, they always allow NPCs in. Story NPCs are always a question mark. I think you have to start at NPC now, regardless. You can't get like instant into story NPC after a little bit after me. But as far as
I think they already made me a story NPC.
Oh, are you? Oh, well then you're already good.
I think they did. Or maybe I'm just an NPC. I don't know what the difference is.
Usually they have you fulfill a very specific role on the ship.
They had me fulfill specific roles as guest. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's different.
I'm not sure.
They had me with Hat Kid Noble and SO.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. A question like peeking in and like, oh wait, no, I don't think the tags are even in there anymore. So,
Yeah,
a question to 404 would be a quick guesstimation there.
I'll let them have their break. I know they're on break right now,
Oh, that's true.
so I'm in no rush. Doesn't matter one way or the other. I mean, I'll go and experience and have fun regardless.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Try LMC or not.
I miss you. Did you know that there's a new Monster Prom coming out?
I didn't know.
Monster Prom 3, it's a road trip.
Oh boy,
Yeah,
that's gonna be great.
indeed. It just says soon for now. Man, just looking at it makes me want to play it.
Zoe's back? Oh fuck yeah. Oh my goodness. Complete sweetheart.
Did you play the camp one?
I usually watch people play it instead of playing it myself for some reason.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am too. I wasn't sure why I wasn't particularly drawn. Maybe it's because of the gameplay. Like it doesn't I like dating sims where it actually feels like I'm going down a path where I actually fall for the character and like I get like their deeper lores and such. Whereas with Monster Prom, it's yep, I'm taking you to the dance, then it's over.
Yeah.
It's definitely built to be a fun party game. Yeah. But I do love the characters very, very muchly. Like the skeleton in the second one. Ooh. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I just had to look at that. Now I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
I think I am going to go get some rest. It's been a long day of work.
Alright.
D&D.
Lulu.
Are we convening tomorrow for this? For more of this since we're on break, or what's the plan? So I know when I need to actually wake up from my coma.
I'll be likely trying to play at 6. And I'll probably actually just doing probably going straight into the game because it's getting pretty late for me as well.
Yeah. That is fine. That sounds good. I will be here. I'll be here to chill and have fun with you.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I
Y'all
will
have a
see
good
if I'm
night.
around. I have something I might be doing in the evening, but I might pop in late to it.
Fair play.
If you can show, you can show. If you can't, there's no problem.
You can show.
Someone has to voice the old people.
Exactly.
True.
All right. Good night.
You're crazy good at that. Good night, Lulu.
That's my I guess out of any of my voice stuff, that would be what I actually define as my air quote hidden talent, because it's the one that people wouldn't think of when they hear me speak.
True.
Like they know I can do deeper voices because I have a deep voice. So really high voices are one thing, but then just that change of tone where it's that's the one that I always am yeah, that's my thing.
Oh my goodness, super hard. Okay, let's resume with some clips. Clip time.
Clipper.
You okay?
Yes.
No. Miss Tulip, come sit. Come.
All right, I won't.
don't
I'm
think I can
sorry.
sit
I
right
won't
now.
take your time.
I'm in a
any
standing
more than I
mood.
already have. Welcome to
Are you
Currytown.
sure? If it's your
Should you
legs that
ever
hurt, don't you want to
require
sit?
assistance from any of the guards,
I don't
feel
want to
free.
sit.
This is their normal uniform. The one you met earlier.
Madame Tulip, this
was,
does not sound like a injury of the leg. He's dead.
Marcus.
The injury of the
ran
leg.
into an issue where he had to change out of his uniform. But should you require us,
Yes, he told me.
I am generally. This is
Oh,
generally
what
my
she
uniform.
got?
So you can come find me, or you can find someone in that uniform. and
Never
I'll be more
mind.
than glad to help you.
She got laid.
Ah, l'amour.
Of course. Swing by the
Yes.
tavern and see.
Are you okay?
Oh my god.
Pokemon? Choose.
All right, host, can I trust you to manage the mold? It's actually way too big for you, unfortunately. Fair enough.
Oh
my god!
Holy shit!
Oh my god!
Dane!
Yeet!
Came flying across the screen.
Shit!
Oh my god!
I love Collider scuff.
I gotta do
It's pretty great.
Europe.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get in! Get in!
Oh Jesus fuck!
Oh my god, he's on the ground!
He's resisting, clearly. Fucking hell.
Man, what kind of bullshit?
I gotta go.
I wish we.
I think your sister's pissed.
Man, look at the sand.
Oh my god, it's so old.
It's crazy.
Holy shit.
Sorry.
Oh no.
Gusta, did you just expel a fairy from your? What just happened?
Shut up! I have a cold.
Oh god, this is
I
back when
love
everyone
Shan
had
snorts.
a Vive headset instead of an index.
Mm-hmm.
True enough. In fact, you probably have too little of it.
Alright, don't push me. Or I will tease.
That little. Oh my god.
Would like some medical advice about your particular injury, my dear. Stretch out your legs as much as you can. Massage the muscles.
Oh.
I am telling you this to help you.
What did I walk back to?
Aloe vera for cooling sensation, dear.
Oh my god.
We have a new. Everyone, go stop Gillian. Tell him if he doesn't stop, he's going to be fined.
If
Oh, you already saw this one.
So to start, this guy has an actual safety that you have to toggle on in order to start using it. You open the bolt, and that deploys the 3 different shell types you can load. And you have shot, flechette, and slug. And it keeps track of them in order. So like you have to just keep, like, it actually counts how many you load, and it keeps track of the order in which you loaded them.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That is above and beyond.
That's kind of
that
sick.
That's pretty cool.
And so then when you start firing, it has different effects for each.
It's kind of hard to finagle with these. But there we go.
Oh yeah, it's easier to like kind of take your hand out and point into the
Yeah, it
gun, I
is.
found, because coming from the side is a bit of a pain. So yeah, let's go ahead and put some targets out there and.
Whoa.
Oh hey, these are my mech warrior sounds. Hell yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. I was worried I broke in somehow. I didn't.
Nope.
Even at my worst, I'm not. Good. Did I? I didn't do anything, did I?
Nope, you just drank a lot.
Oh, this.
Oh,
Oh,
this
no.
is the first time that
I
we saw
remember
Drunk
Augusta.
Marion.
I remember. I think I was yelling at Augusta. Wait, who?
The new one.
Oh. That checks out.
I fucking love Varian so much.
Tell him if he doesn't stop, he's going to be fined. For harassment.
What did he do? What did he do now?
Just do it. Just trust me.
I think I put everything together.
No.
I think I put everything
He's going to
together.
emotionally
It didn't
upset
take
you
much.
if he keeps going on.
Oh, poor dude.
Oh, that poor woman. She's so small too.
Any luck?
He is huge.
I don't know.
He must have
Samantha
wrecked the
didn't tell
poor
me.
girl. Oh no.
Samantha.
Oh my
This
god.
is why lubrication and prep is
Everyone
important.
go-
Oh boy.
Oh, that is so sick.
This was 2 years ago.
Sent to J Fizzy.
Oh, okay.
Varian with a Glock. Let's go.
I recognize those sounds.
Yep, it's CLB5.
I'm just imagining fucking Varian being like,
You
I'm a
joke
protector,
about this. Joke about this, but I was fucking around a Neon Divide map last week.
mm-hmm.
I have a couple of shots of Barry and just walking around with a revolver. It's pretty sick, actually, considering it.
That'd be beautiful. You heard me, bitch.
You're saying that fucking spiders is
Yes.
better than fucking cat girls.
Yes. Do you want me to break this down to you?
I need to know the science behind this.
Okay, so first of all, I'm just ready. Spiders have 4 holes, not counting the mouth. All usable, all insertable. And everything that a cat does, a spider can do better. They have toe beans. They can purr. They also are a walking bondage equipment.
I don't want to fuck
Also,
a
if
spider.
you're a legs man, lots of legs.
I'm a tits man. I don't want legs. What? All right, we're gonna have
Usually spider girls are flat anyway.
We'll just, whatever.
He wasn't ready.
You heard me. Nope. I could have gone deeper. Because
But
not
my
only are they
titties!
not only are they walking bondage equipment, but that's also free cleanup because they're very absorbent. with
I
the
prefer
webs.
spider girls more than because
Based. They both purr, also, by the way.
The walking bondage.
Mostly all spider
part is
girls
what
are just-
gets me.
my.
Like, yeah.
It gets you, yeah.
Just gets you, yeah.
Look, I have a little bit of a slight like I can handle looking at spiders, but if like one's like close to me without any like barrier between me, I'll probably like jump a little and be like, because I get startled. But spider girls, yeah,
Girls pretty.
Yeah, I agree. Also, oh my god, I forgot one of the better parts is like if you like vampires, they've got the whole fang and like sucking thing going on as well. It's just
I prefer werewolves.
I mean, that's cool and all. I like spiders.
I just like anything.
I have an
that
unhealthy
allows me
obsession with werewolves.
Run hands or other appendages through my hair.
Yo, valid.
And tell me that I'm okay and that I'm loved.
I just want a
Yeah.
hug.
Yeah.
No
Well,
hug for
spiders
you.
give very good hugs. They have many, many arms.
I'm sold.
Do you think I could get you to laugh? With necromancy, you in particular. Like,
Wait,
to.
you know about controlling
Please don't control our undead students.
No.
the undead?
I'm simply suggesting perhaps getting them to laugh.
Man, those vibe mics, bro.
Have you tried being funny?
It feels nostalgic. It's like an old 80s anime.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be funny.
I still have a Vive mic. I just haven't modded so that it has less
We love you.
wind.
Yeah,
Whenever-
yeah. The
whenever I
voice changer
see-
actually helps a bit.
Whenever
Well, it's
I
not
see
just
the-
that, but I also have a dead cat filter on it too.
Ah, I see.
Not the only person that says dead cat. Finally, when I first said that, oh man, people were looking at me funny.
That's what it's called.
It is.
What were you trying to say, Emo?
Whenever I see like old Ascension clips, it's like looking at someone's baby pictures.
Right?
Like looking at old models. It's like, oh, look at the bead. Look at that.
So cute.
They're so cute.
You got their baby fat in their face still.
Good.
Oh, we already watched this one.
Okay. It's, I did a thing with Lance, and now my hips hurt, and I'm fine. I'm just embarrassed because everybody knows now, and I've never done this before, and I don't know what to do because Lance isn't here.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Poor girl had to walk so much. She's a male woman.
Hold bags or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about this. I've never experienced this. I've never experienced this. I don't know if this is just like normal or I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, you can get closer too. It also aggroes when you get close.
Alright, fuck it. Hey, fuck you.
Oh.
It's broken.
It's because of the nav mesh. Move a bit to this.
Oh, that's cool tech.
Oh, you broke the anim.
Here comes the
How did you
boy.
break the anim?
Hello.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
What the
they get intense here.
I've never been scared of a spriggan before in my life.
They get in. Yeah, they.
Lord.
God, I really do suck too.
They get fucking spooky.
Right.
What the
So.
heck?
Jesus, that fucking run.
This is the only way I can rest.
I'm happy for you and Lance.
Now you know!
It was easy to figure out. Same thing happened to Robin.
Wait, so it's normal?
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. Don't take offense to it, okay? It's because you're much smaller than an average woman. So,
actually, it's more that he didn't prep her properly.
an average
probably.
man packs quite a punch, you could say.
Good
Also,
lord.
it probably doesn't help that he's been working out, so there's that too.
I'm just gonna drink until I die. Hi.
Nani, the fuck? What the fuck are these things and why?
Why?
Yeah.
This is my
Why?
true form, Chips. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chips.
This is the
my
guard's true
form.
forms.
This is how I was born.
You're a fucking furry.
I
I
apologize.
don't care if you're a cat girl, but you went full furry.
This is a
This is like a 4 or a 5 on the spectrum, man. That's a
No, it's
way
a 4.
too
5
far.
is when they're like.
That's
very
okay.
form
This is a
still.
yeah. I knew it was up there, man. Yeah. Lost though. It'll be okay.
Mom, adorable.
Yeah. Oh, yep. He's gone. All
All
right. You know what? You just enjoy your life.
They are adorable.
Don't come out here.
Oh, it's a
Go
good
put on a
name.
go put on a towel. What is wrong with you? Put on some clothes.
Look out!
What the fuck?
Why did she drop her grenade?
No, it's just a shield. Hey, that's mine.
Put some clothes on.
Go take a shower. What are you gonna give me that?
No, I'm fucking
Aw.
blocking you from my side.
Thank you. Come here.
Oh Jesus, fuck.
Come here.
This,
Do
what?
it. I'll block
Oh
it.
my god, let's not shoot and duck. What are you doing? What? That is not something I wanted to walk into. What is this?
What is?
Jesus fuck.
Poor Voslin.
So,
Oh, I have some
We
people
solved.
on that.
all of them. Finally, the deed is done. I'm free. I'm free of this curse.
Oh, she did the. This was back before Fizzbones was a thing, so this is like the only outfit that you can like grab the sides of and like lift them.
I see.
Oh yeah, because I had a very careful.
Oh
setup.
fuck!
Never spin in VR. Never spin.
I think you stood on your ground.
Unless you have wireless.
Yes.
And even then, don't do that.
Even then, be careful. You have to have a big play space, nothing there.
Oh, I have some.
Because you lose balance so fast when you spin.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, alright. Glad.
There's more to it. Apparently I can't be trusted because I'm always
Are you
going to
okay?
follow him. And then that's how it kind of
Yeah, I just looked at Leanda for a moment and she was a little...
She's special.
What's wrong with me?
Nothing.
Just laughing at her.
Sorry,
That's
no, I'm sorry, just your mouth is open, it just looks a little funny.
I thought about leaving.
Sorry.
Aww.
I've never seen a mouth before.
Yes, you have to prove
You
wrong again.
have, it's to show you what this tongue can do.
Oh!
Yeah. Scatter!
Facial tracking. It's powerful.
It is really cool that Nano got that working.
Yeah.
Understood tracking.
We have that as well.
Yee.
Good morning.
You good? You need something? Like... Oh,
Uh,
Victor, I have something. I have grave news for you. I'm afraid I think you may be dead.
I may be what?
Dead.
Not really news, but...
Oh, alright, good talk.
God fucking damn it, Linux.
I'd like to hear more. Rowdy, come here. Come to Rowdy. Oh, such a beautiful moment. Look at it. It just brings a tear to my eye. It's frustrating at the same time.
So no one. He was Victor. But Victor.
Oh yeah, this is one of those episodes that I was there invisible too.
Victor was Victor was
for a while because I was helping do something at some point.
I'm having a
Bring me
fucking
your
breakdown.
imagination. When you
Oh my
play so
God.
bad and you say shit, there might be a sign. I'd like to hear more. At the same time. Tear to my eye. At the same time.
For a second, I don't know for other people, but your dress was stuck in your hand and you were like showing everything.
Yeah, they were just giving. That was part of the show, Alan. There was a little peek.
Oh.
Little.
Well, my religion is not against bodily pleasures.
Sign me up.
Oh.
Nice.
I mean, didn't we do that dance with the mayor the other time? For a second, I don't know for other people, but
I love Sugi.
The term beating your meat means giving, like, jerking yourself off.
Oh, okay, that was something to walk right into.
Of course, it's the
The term jerking yourself off means...
God. Oh my god. Every single time. Vavina and Flora on
Everything
screen.
leads.
Vavina is explaining something to fucking Flora because everyone keeps using euphemisms and she doesn't understand.
Everything comes back to penis.
Everything comes back to penis.
Being tall and bigger
What
than me.
fuck?
Maybe I'll take it this
What fuck? Oh, you're like a big girl, huh?
partake in your beans.
Wait, what?
Gimme.
It is because
Everyone
Herolia
else made it weird.
Oh, potatoes.
Oh yeah, that's right. The pose.
Never mind.
Come back and it was full ass presented. demented. Oh my god. Oh, she's sweet.
Right here on your hand. You did not have to lay on your back.
Man, Dagger sounds so different with that mic.
Nerali?
I just wanted Toby's. My life flashed before my eyes.
You were giving him more than your toe beans. Can you go back to...
It was fine. It was fine, but then she just straight up.
I am no beast. Wait, what?
Look, it went full spread.
It is because, Nerali, I am no beast slayer.
I had a temporal flux and I have no idea where he is.
Oh, I see.
Fuck.
If you find him, tell him we're here. And that his boy needs him.
Okay.
I showed up to go talk to him, and the two of you just neumed on out.
I heard something really far away go.
Yeah, we were being jerks to you.
Wait, did her?
David,
Every time he moves, he sees his face.
Anyway.
What?
Did it work?
Anyway.
Misty, did her vagina just work?
Anyway.
What?
I did. I was whispering. How did you hear? What the fuck? It's like echo.
Fucking hell.
You don't hear that?
What?
I'm just.
No,
I hear it never
Why
ends.
is there a monkey?
Check your vocal cords.
My monkey.
Yeah, your vocal.
Like, you can say anything in a certain way and it'll sound sexual. I'll butter your brisket. I'll water your plans.
That means sex?
I'll kiss your boo-boos. I mean, it kind of sounds like... But it could mean it, yeah? I'll fluff your fur.
No.
No, I love when she does
I'm
that.
giving examples. I'm giving examples.
I know you give, but no. No. No.
Fucking hell.
Look away, Neff. Look away. As headmaster, you need to see this. Watch. Imagine headmaster doing this and being like, "All right, I got to go back to my office."
Rook. We never got to see Rook. Oh my gosh, that's our achievement in a fucking maid outfit. We never got to see Rook in the new uniform.
I hate reading.
And then Mistress Ice Queen.
Thank you.
Last but not least, Master Zachary.
Oh my god. Just complete change.
I didn't know you were behind me, but I'm already working.
Here, fiddles with their weapon, ensures that it is clean and ready.
Year one.
Their armor is tight. They say a prayer, make peace with themselves. Many of you are standing amongst the last vestiges of what you called home. As the gray clouds roil in and the rain begins to pour, as dirt turns to mud and sun turns to shade. The blood on the corpses around you seeps into the roiled dirt, and your weapons feel heavy in your hands. What happens here is a story of those who defended the capital city of Adwick against all odds. Those who lived and those who died, and the price they paid. Steel yourself, sons and daughters of Ireland. They come. Soldier here fiddles with their weapon.
That was good.
Overnight at the cabin, so we can use the training area for the next 2 days.
Oh gosh, it's old Albrecht.
Energy fell off the cliff.
Did you see? Did you see? Did you see him look at me?
God.
Hi, Professor. What's up? Hey, my
Did you flip me
no,
off
No,
something?
my fingers.
Oh.
Just a gust.
You know what? I'll talk
like
to you
the
later,
wind.
Zachary.
The wind on the tower. Like the wind in the air. Just. Ah!
Ooh.
Ow.
Let me off again, you little shit.
Fucking hell.
The way he fucking looked at me, I swear
You got smacked like a bitch, dude.
he fucking double checked.
Overnight.
Zachary,
Days as
hey,
well.
Zachary, I heard you.
Overnight at the cabin, so we can use the training area for the next 2 days as well.
Zachary, I heard you tell.
A little head snap towards him. He knew it, dude.
Whoa! Oh shit, bro.
You spit fire at me? He returned fire! Fuck!
God, the hunts were made so much cooler with the addition of the ability to
That was a good scene.
fly with map mechanics and not avatar flying.
Yeah, dude.
Get on about your day, Madame. If you ever seek me, I'll be at your beck and call. Just going to pull your hand up here and
You wet.
A gift from me.
What the fuck? You actually touched somebody. Are you blushing?
He is a pretty man. And he's quite funny.
Stop seducing people. You have a fiance.
I have 2 fiancés, thank you.
Right here.
I have 2 fiancés, thank you.
And one of them is standing right there.
Well, quite easily. Only 2.
Well, quite easily. Only 2.
I seek to be as
Only 2.
promiscuous and floozy like as you, Sensei.
What?
I mean, Yoki.
Excuse me. That didn't even make sense.
Oh my god. This is the thing that Lulu sent.
Do you want the full name? His name's Benjamin Dover. Don't forget the name. We call him Ben. You'll remember that name, or my name isn't Michael Hawk. Care to introduce yourselves?
Right, kneel down.
William. William, I am. We call him Will. Yes, sir. I'm gonna do that, or my name's not Michael Tony Hawk. Do you want the full name? His name's Benjamin Dover. Don't forget the name. We call him Ben. You'll remember that name, or my name isn't Michael Hawk. Care to introduce yourselves?
Oh, fuck, man.
Right, kneel down.
And you?
Sheer body
William.
language from Tyler is just
William, I am.
fantastic.
We call him Will. Yes, sir. I'm gonna do that, or my name's not Michael Tony Hawk.
Oh my god.
That kid is amazing.
I love Hat Kid. Call sign switch is so underrated for Ben Dover. That's so good.
Oh god.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do one more round of clips. So everyone lay them out. You've got 7 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4,
Damn, not even.
2, 1. Stop posting.
Damn, I didn't even get enough time to grab mine.
Stop. I already. Oh, that's right. There's a delay. I forgot.
Yeah, there's a delay.
There is, in fact, a delay. Thank you very much for your clips. Let's take a quick look. This is a YouTube video? A YouTube clip? YouTube clip. YouTube clip. Oh no, Matt Damon. Oh fuck.
Matt Damon?
Matt Damon.
Like it all?
Oh no, the dungeon. Just loading all of the clips. All of the clips. Loading all of the clips. Clips.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know what that was. The Kaz, no. No.
Party in here.
The name, no.
The name? Oh no. Oh boy, here we go.
What's the cloak of protection?
The counterspell adds +1 to your AC while it is being worn.
You mean the cloak of protection?
Counterspell?
Or
Scroll of counterspell.
fuck, what's good? I'm so fucking disoriented.
The cloak of protection.
Cloak of protection adds +1 to your AC.
Why is he screaming?
Turn up the music.
Matt Damon! No, we're not Matt Damon. We're busy.
Matt Damon!
Matt Damon?
No.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir. What about?
What is this I hear about you locking up young women in your basement in a cage?
Oh no.
Oh, prisoner of war training,
Is
sir.
this a weird sex thing?
Sir?
This is a weird sex thing, isn't it? I've
Sir,
heard nothing
no,
about-
sir.
I've heard talks of prides and harems.
No, sir. No.
This is what you're trying to do?
No,
Huh?
sir. Cecilia was down.
Prisoner of war training.
Yes, sir. We've been
something about the ropes.
Sir?
I've been told you were
You are
talking
the
about
Shayi.
ropes at one point about
Sir?
it.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you even have
no.
a cage in your basement?
The ropes are unrelated to that.
For the sex.
Yes, for all the sex.
Emma. Like it all?
Look at that.
Look at that.
MAC Mark II. Deployable tripod.
So you can see.
Light cover on the top. And it's got itself. Oh, yeah, and you can grab.
There's still
you can grab it up here too.
a breeze in my
Nice,
office
but
ever since he put a hole in my wall.
It's got a magical. It's got a magical.
Yeah, magical.
I don't care if
Yeah,
they don't make any
reflex
map changes
sight.
to
I
that
love
wall. I'm running with that
You're
bit.
running
Compare
with
the
that, yeah.
textures to the
I mean,
old one, and then
power
it
to you.
has three ammo types.
hole
So
in the
when
wall?
you charge it up in the
Fucking
handle,
Carver
there's
put his
trigger
fucking
on the-
rifle
on the
down on the
back that actually
table, and it
charges
just
up.
went off on its own,
I know.
right behind my
It's ready to
desk.
Fire, load it by opening the bolt.
Jesus fuck.
He didn't believe me until we all showed him the clips of it going off.
Top, yeah. Yeah, the bolt up here at the top of the gun.
That's amazing.
Back, yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Hang on.
No,
You can
I
choose
saw
one
it,
of
but
those
I'll
one of
absolutely
those-
watch
Oh, you
it
have
again.
seen it.
I have seen it, but I will watch it again.
All right.
MAC.
Listen, Luca, you need to understand that this thing.
Sex!
I've never seen part 2.
Sex!
We have sacks down there that we have full with sand, and we put them in their dungeon. The prisoner, we call it.
Oh! So you're even calling it a dungeon? Your weird little sex dungeon underneath Umbra. Tell me, was it just you under there, or were
No,
there
sir,
like
the-
4 or 5 other guys with you?
The team wanted a dungeon, and they wanted to have a prisoner, and so I thought we could
okay,
make it into an
okay,
activity
okay.
to make the
Listen, boy.
team.
Oh, and a whole activity, yes. With a girl that doesn't know anything about sex. Listen,
But
you need
no,
to
sir,
be
there's nothing.
a little more careful about this kind of thing. That is an innocent young woman you are taking advantage of.
Sir, that's
And I will not have that. Is that
You're
understood?
This is a misunderstanding, sir. I've
got my eye on you, boy.
Yes, sir.
Listen, Luca, you need to understand that this.
What the fuck?
Don't come near me.
Poor guy.
Don't come near me right now. Don't.
She
come near me.
gold.
I don't want it. No, I don't want no part of that.
It was the victors.
The Victor Day.
No, I don't want no part. I don't want none. No, stop. This is not an invitation. Stop it.
You're right now, but I guess he doesn't want to know.
The Victor Day is one of my favorites.
Whatever. His loss. It's just helping me not snap at him later.
It was so good.
You're snapping me later?
Not you. At Victor.
Who are you snapping at? Oh, you're snapping. Ah. Okay.
Wait, but aren't you Victor?
The other Victor.
It's the other Victor.
Is that Victor?
Not me, Victor.
Wait. There's
Not me, Victor.
Victor is the real Victor.
You Victor, she Victor, he, she, we Victor.
She, we, Victor.
It's first grade.
You're singing to the tree?
Oh yeah, no, she was actually upset with Victor during that.
Don't make fun of my... I don't have a lot of friends! Fuck!
Yeah. I mean, I talk... Look, dude. Tree friends to tree friends. I made friends and named the fucking tree up there Mac, didn't I? I can't judge you, and I'm not judging you.
Okay.
You have
Thanks.
a more noble cause anyways, so...
Alright, it's been a hard couple years, alright?
You know those apple trees? Didn't... Listen to me. Nami. Those apple trees over there...
Tsunami.
Oh man. Oh my god.
Don't really understand what's happening. You're seeing Fallen and Whispers fight each other. Whispers on Whispers, Fallen on Fallen. Who's even friend or ally anymore? Maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe everyone is the enemy.
It appears that you're still fighting one another.
Thank you, Knox.
What was that?
No, you want to give them, like, just people.
Oh, what just happened?
Don't really understand.
Oh!
What up there?
No, you want to give them, like, just people on.
By the way,
Oh,
no. Have any of you seen Morgan's giant cock? By the way, I can explain.
I don't even think I
I
don't even think I even like really listened to what you said. I was just like, anyway.
I tried.
None of you broke.
I was very distinctly trying not to because I wanted to.
Oh no, it's Savage!
That's not allowed. I just told you. Listen to him. He's telling you right now.
Why? You guys, you can't. I really am trying to tell you that this is one of those things where you cannot just give it away to somebody. All right, because they'll get me in trouble. You're gonna get me in trouble for shit posting about it. I can't. You know. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill Linux, and it's gonna be your fault. Every single one of you is gonna be your fault. You know that? You understand? This is like I can't. Look at it. Look at it.
Last time. This is the last time.
Last time. Okay.
Every time they link the clip, he does it again.
Ranger, good.
Oh fucking! Also, he's fucking cute. I love Savage, but oh my god! Every single time his community links him that clip, he just goes a whole level deeper every time.
Does she usually come out here?
No. Well.
Do they usually come out here?
Not outside of the morning that I saw them that one time after we did the thing, sir. That's purely coincidental that I just talked about it and they just do that.
As the kids say, they be fucking.
No, I was.
Perfect timing.
Cadet Flora and Cadet Stark are together, sir, and Cadet Chips and Cadet Vivina are together.
I don't know why you're telling me.
I think
this,
they might
do
be
not care.
investigating the tree of
Did you think I was interested?
Just to hear him in that voice.
Well, I don't know if they're
They be
investigating the tree or
fucking.
not.
They be fucking.
They're investigating something else, I'll tell you that now.
Why can't I see more of this?
I saw.
Why can't I see this side of Finn? Fucking Varian would love the man.
Time after we did it. Purely coincidental that I just talked
Yeah,
about it.
I was
and
gonna
they just
say
do
he
that.
might be an ass, but he also is really good at being savage.
Do that.
As the kids say, they be fucking.
It's not even that. It's not even. It's. He says it in the most boomer, like, elegant way possible, and that's why it's so good. As the kids say, they be fucking. It's just. He doesn't say fucking. He says fucking. Like full.
He gives the hard G.
Jesus fuck.
You know Sea of Thieves?
Oh no.
What?
Oh yeah, he always tries to
Do you
get
know Sea of
Toonie
Thieves?
and his characters with this crap, with the dick jokes.
See if these nuts fit in your mouth.
If I. Oh god, I hope Lavina hears them one day, because hearing Victor make a lewd joke, she would be to the fucking moon, dude! She'd be to the. Because he always makes fun of her! Every time!
Don't tell anyone I.
Yeah,
Do you know Sea of-
exactly!
Do you know Sea of Thieves?
Because you're there. I like looking around and knowing who's there. I am situationally aware, Crescent.
Are you? Are you
Environment.
situationally aware?
Uh-huh. Yes, yes, I am. There's nobody
Well,
behind
we
me.
find you. I think you scared him.
Assisted laughter,
I
holy
like looking
shit!
around. Yes, yes, I am. There's nobody
Well, we
behind
find
me.
you. Cassius, how many pillars are there in the bridge?
I think you scared him.
This was the same episode that I got pissed off and I couldn't make the jump between the rocks and I dragged a ladder over there.
I remember that day. The jumping mechanics are different, dude. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Look past that. We're not going anywhere near that. We'll die.
Yo, look at the power squat.
Holy shit, the form.
He doesn't have a torso anymore. It's gone.
It's my nerves.
It's my nerves.
Oh god, he's just gone. He doesn't have a body anymore. He's just a meatball with legs and arms.
He saw Kirby and was like, you know, this man's onto something.
It's like a horrible abomination between Kirby and SpongeBob when he rotates. Look, see, right now he's Kirby. He's about to become SpongeBob.
I think his hands are what get me. His long fucking fingers.
Party in here where
It was
no
my
one can
nerve.
find us. Party in here where no one can find us.
Is this okay? Wait, we're not supposed to bring other students into the...
No, you can
Go
Yeah,
in,
come
Luca.
here, come on.
Go in,
Fine.
Luca.
Come here, kitty. Wait, what?
That's really
That's
weird.
okay.
Don't
That's a little
say that.
racist. We can leave the wine there.
That is racist.
Go.
Luca,
no!
What? No. Party in here where no one can find us.
Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Fantastic. That didn't take as much time as I thought it would. So,
Well,
chat.
You only gave them 7 seconds.
I know. But I still was a lot of clips. Either way, chat. 7, 6, 5, 4.
I don't think they were ready.
3. They weren't. 2.
Oh,
No, there it is.
1. Stop. It doesn't matter if they aren't ready because I know how fucking crazy they are. I used to I left it up for like 12 seconds, and I had so many clips that my fucking browser would not load them.
Oh yeah, when Dita gets the broom and jabs it through my skull.
Oh, Jesus. So many clips. Oh, it keeps happening. I see.
It keeps happening.
Ah!
Jeez. Oh, jeez, that's old Arashi.
Man, times before Arashi was Arashi.
I went through. I needed the changer. I just didn't want to use the Genshin base anymore.
Context was never an option. Oh no.
They've been telling.
Oh boy.
All right, here we go.
Though, what if it goes off? Oh, right. I'ma get it. That'll be the last one.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right. Oh, we already did this one. Okay.
True Whisper.
Rook!
Hello.
Oh shit, Rook, you look hot right now.
Which one did you want?
I want Augusta.
Oh, dude. This shit was trauma.
All right, here you go. Slides it down.
I can't believe I accidentally
Yeah, I'm
stopped
fine.
at the right time.
Thank
I
you.
had one of those potions.
Thanks.
For what?
man.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god. So I have a bunch of models, right? A lot of them are like little tiny tweaks or updates because I never actually delete them in my fucking model stream because I always forget which one's like actually the right one. I don't want to accidentally delete the working model. And I only have two models of Vavina's dead first human friend. And some fucking how the way that we did the fucking they had like a potions thing that if you took it, you would transform into a random thing. So what they did is they made you scroll through your avatars list and then stop at a certain point. And she's managed to stop on only two models of this character.
And I had no context about it, but I just saw you like look down at yourself and then run off, and I'm like, huh. And I find out later, I'm just like, oh my god.
I
caused emotional damage.
It was Oh god, and it was even worse because she was a human. She was treated like a normal person for once. She got to experience what it's like to just be a human surrounded by humans, and she realized in that moment just like how different people actually treat her. Like it was the most normal interaction she's ever had. It was so fucking wild.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think it would grab?
Alright, keep it that
What
direction.
did you do to it? He electrified it and almost set it afire.
There I am, just relaxing,
You thought. I'm sorry. You thought.
taking a break.
Cast electricity on a wooden broom to reset it.
Here it goes, right in my skull.
Yeah. Actually, almost looks like she's riding, except it's kind of adorable.
Nobody gave a half a shit.
I don't think anyone realized what was going on. It was so fast.
No, Ellie did, and
Why
Ellie
is
was
no one
laughing her
going
ass
to-
off.
Why is no one going to
It's so fucked.
There we go. Hesitate. Why is there so much hesitation? I thought we were people of action.
Jesus fuck.
Orb?
Orb?
You just pulled it out of your fucking cooch.
Here in my pussy water.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Soaking wet.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
I don't want to make friends with you anymore. Those words are not in the Bible.
Is the absolute latency of 2 seconds before everyone responded. Because it was dead silent and everyone went.
Unexpected.
Sometimes I'm funny. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Hopefully.
Seems like you want to kill me.
I want to test something. I don't know if he took it.
Jesus fuck.
Are you not loved enough, Zachary? Is that it? Do you need more attention?
Yeah, nobody cares about
Do you need attention? I care,
I
Zachary.
got no friends.
You have no friends. Okay.
You have no friends.
Me neither.
Damn.
Lila!
Hey, wait a
You
minute.
do.
Friends and cognizance.
Yes, you do, Morgan.
High five, no friends. Let's go.
You're too far away. This is actually bullshit.
I can't reach. There's a magical.
You're good.
Do you ever have just things in the way?
I'll just lift myself off the ground. Like, stop hitting this.
I can't get out.
It's been a box.
Free him.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here.
We got there. Good job.
Ever just have things in the way?
We'll be somewhere. You two have a good date.
Okay. Yeah. I hope you enjoy your loneliness. Yes.
Thank you.
Be sure to keep the kissing to ourselves.
Yes, enjoy.
Be sure to keep the kissing to ourselves.
I just
Jeez.
like the diss it. What the fuck?
It was from the other guy too. That's why it was crazy.
I think he was trying to hit us on top.
Are they gentle with
Probably.
Yeah.
I had to.
Oh! Oh! Lethal weapon! Lethal weapon!
It happened again right after this.
You just checked her in the face!
This episode, I got hit in the head like 18 times.
No, she turned around and she just went BAM! She's like, get out of the way!
Just straight up threw it.
She threw it back. Oh!
You know, usually everyone tries to be polite and ignore it, but usually there's always like a bit of startlement because everyone's in the moment, so they always get a little bit of startled. But just the fact that it hits you right in the fucking
It scared it scared the shit out of me because all I saw was purple in my face.
it's just the slightest gentle nudge
Right there.
Oh! Probably.
It's so gentle. It's so.
It's just tink.
Oh! Oh! Lethal weapon! Lethal weapon!
It happened again after this. Let me see if I can find the clip.
You just checked her in the face!
I'll help you out. Come here.
No, she turned around and she just went BAM!
I guess
She's like, get out of the way!
with 2 people.
Just straight up threw it.
Here's the second part to it, but you gotta like pay attention. That's
Okay.
You gotta like pay attention because these Dagger is talking to
Yeah.
somebody.
You're overused.
So you can hear me like.
I'm not overusing.
You're scared. You're scared.
Do you think this hair is like,
You're overusing. You don't need 5 bottles.
overusing?
You don't even need 1 bottle.
Sometimes having 5 bottles.
Oh no.
The ass needs to.
I'm leaving.
Sometimes having 5 bottles.
Crack up the
You already been checked.
Oh my god.
It's too good.
Oh my
This is fucking boring. All right. Well,
Cecilia, where's the money?
people have to worry. Come on.
Are you gonna say something?
Come inside.
I don't went for it.
Unlock.
Yeah, we should probably unlock this.
Wow, they're a really good actor. Tris.
Yeah, you're really good at this, Cecilia. I didn't know you were such a good prisoner. Here.
No, I think she's actually crying.
Do you want a potato?
Hey, friend. Don't forget. You should probably tell me where the money is. So you haven't forgotten our deal, have you?
What deal? It's in my room.
Did you know 9
I
out
wanna
of
be
10
anywhere
pages
else.
are haunted?
Wait.
Fine.
Mission accomplished.
That is an interesting fact.
We got the
That
information.
is where
We
it's
learned the information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good, Daddy. Definitely, because when you bond, you make each other wet.
Oh.
Frieze, don't
Heinrich
hold him back.
tell you all about it.
Why not?
Yes,
I am following the lead of the leader. Follow Daddy.
No. Oh, I remember this. I got pissed at you. I was like, what the? You don't say that.
Oh no. Oh no.
And then you wanted me to.
Well, of course, and you did. Right after you got me my water.
Oh, well, that's definitely interesting. Check this out. My balls are wet. Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh, I love curry so much.
My balls are wet, sir.
Oh my god, what? Wait, that was a ship?
What?
Oh no, she's just fucking with him.
Thanks, Ryder. Thanks, Ryder. You made him knock out of the arena, and now I can do whatever I want.
I can get there first.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
Hey, but
How much would something like that cost me?
No, she was interested in him? Oh, I see.
How much would something like that cost me?
200, 2000, 220, 15, 10? Really? 5? 1 moment, we'll be right back. We'll be just right back.
He's floating. Oh, my
Bringus
god.
is amazing.
Is he like a vampire?
Yes, I think.
Of course. Oh my fucking
Farwell. Serena Farwell.
220.
No! No!
Are you showing it?
No! Yo, I slammed the black and white into her. Holy shit. I didn't know I had that power. Holy fuck, this is a good slam.
What?
No.
I don't judge, but like...
What's he doing?
The people of my wine is mid. My wine isn't mid. It's best. They've been telling people my wine is mid.
no.
My wine isn't mid. It's best.
Best. Like, dude.
Okay.
All right.
If it does go off, I don't know how to turn it
Wait,
off.
what am I gonna
I. Is that good to be in here?
Well, we're all dead then, aren't we?
Oh my god! Oh gosh. What the
We're all
fuck?
dead now.
Okay.
going on?
Oh shit! Wait, please play that again. Holy shit, that was so good.
I'm just screaming his name the whole time.
Okay.
All right.
If it does go off, I don't know how to turn it
Wait,
off.
what am I gonna
I. Is that good to be in here?
Well, we're all dead then, aren't we?
Oh my god! What the
We're
fuck?
all dead now.
Okay.
going on?
It's actually going off.
Oh my gosh, a perfectly cut scream AA edition. That'd be a great video.
So the running ever since that day, the running gag is there is a slight draft in Marion's office.
That would be something that would make a perfect thing to add in a Professor Alpaca video, if there were any more.
He's busy.
I know, but
You're right, dude.
We really do need a perfectly cut scream AA edition. That'd be great.
God, that would be great.
I'd love watching like a whole hour of that.
Dude, yeah. Oh god. Okay, everybody. It's 2:34 a.m. It's earlier than usual that I'm ending, but I'm also trying to start earlier and fix my sleeping schedule.
I believe it was. Yeah.
It'll be really when AA starts.
Well, you know, I'm normally pretty good about these things. I try to sleep at 4 a.m. consistently. It helps. That's why I'm ending early, because I'm going to try and lay on the bed and see if I can sleep earlier. Because it's easier to stay up later than it is to like turn it back for some reason.
Ooh, turn it back for what?
Turn it back for okay. Anybody? don't call me out. Anyway, you all have a wonderful night. I hope I made your night as much as you have made mine. Good night, my starlings, and let's raid zone, because I love me some fellow degenerates.
You could say you're in the zone.
In the zone.
I'll show myself out.